Chapter 1 All Attribute Physique. Flying Thunder God Technique, plus my raise non, see if you are still alive. I don't believe I can't beat Uchiha Madara. A teenager who was about 20 years old shouted, his appearance is not particularly handsome, but he is very delicate, his eyes are very clear, but if you look closely, his eyes are like Haitong and his name is Mu Feng. A freshman, because there are very few courses in the school, he often plays games in the dormitory, playing games of Hokage type, because he has liked Hokage since he was a child, and he is also a senior Hokage fan. At this time, Mu Feng is left in the dormitory. He is playing the Hokage Ninja Ultimate Storm game with his laptop. His hands are quickly tapping on the keyboard, just to defeat Uchiha Madara and pass the last level. Mu Feng was just the last step to clear the level, with a look of excitement on his face. At this time, bang! There was a sound. The computer suddenly went blank, and Mu Feng was suddenly sluggish, completely stupid. How could the black screen be black, and he almost cleared the level? What's the matter? It was fine just now. Mu Feng kept pressing the keyboard, hoping that the computer would be better. When Mu Feng was typing on the keyboard, the computer directly sucked in Mu Feng. What? Mu Feng screamed, but it was of no use, and he still couldn't stop him from entering Fire Country, in a small house on the northwest corner of Konoha village. What? It hurts. It hurts, where am I? A little boy with his whole body tied up in a bandage was lying on the bed, his whole body ached, and even breathing was harder. Mu Feng didn't know what was going on. At this moment, he slowly opened his eyes, with long eyelashes and dark eyes, but there was a clear and dazzling light in his eyes, except for the rest of the eyes. All are wrapped in bandages. Mu Feng felt it right. Was he beaten? Mu Feng, you are awake. I will go find my father as soon as you wait. A silver-haired, masked teenager said to his father hurriedly, with a hint of excitement in his voice, but he was still extremely calm. Mu Feng hardly needs to think about seeing this boy, it must be Kakashi. That 55, handsome and powerful man is known as the Kakashi of the Genius Ninja. Kakashi hurried out to find his father. Mu Feng was a little excited when he saw Kakashi. He didn't expect to see the real Kakashi. What's more, Mu Feng is a loyal fan of Kakashi. He has loved Kakashi since he was a child. His experience is really bitter, but Kakashi has really come out and walked out of it. A shadow, let him grow up completely. The Hokage that Mu Feng watched is about to come to an end. He doesn't know if this Hokage world follows the plot. Thinking of the godlike man Uchiha Madara, he has a headache. If he really meets him in the Fourth World War, Mu Feng feels that he might have escaped. Mu Feng thought that he was going to find his father, not White Fang, but one of the 8 colors of Konoha, whose strength was still higher than that of Sunin. I have traveled into the Hokage world. Damn it, can't it be true? This time it's a big game. In this murderous world, especially those of the Jonin level, it is even more scary, let alone the existence of Madara and first generation. Now it's not even a genin, I didn't expect this body to be really weak. No matter how Mu Feng's physical fitness was exploded before, he jumped up and exploded when playing basketball. Mu Feng looked unlovable. When Mu Feng thought of it, he felt like crying without tears, and moved a little. The pain in his body became more intense, especially his head exploded. Mu Feng couldn't wait to cut his brain open. It was very painful. According to Mu Feng's estimation, it should be before the third outbreak. At this moment, a voice sounded. Ding, the traversal is successful, and the host begins to fuse the body. 1%. 5%. 20%. 100%, host integration is complete. Here is the strongest system, you can call Xiaoqiang, and I will come out. The newbie spree starts. The host gains a full attribute system and recovers physical injuries. Damn it, it's so fierce. Mufeng was extremely surprised when he heard it. It was so cool that he had a full attribute system at the beginning. Mufeng looked mean. Why don't you send some extra skills, brother system? Hey, can you just ignore me? Ding, host can acquire any skills based on their contribution points in the future. Those contribution points are contributions to the country of fire. For example, if you complete a D-level mission, you will get 50 contribution points. If you complete a C-level mission, you will get 100 contribution points. Complete the B-level missions to get 500 contribution points, which will be pushed up in turn. Host can also get contribution points based on changing the plot in the Hokage world. The contribution points depend on the mood of the system. It can also be taught by the leaders of the Hokage world. Mufeng felt that the system was even cheaper than him, and when he opened the store, his eyes widened and he looked like he wanted to swear. This is not cheating. Mufeng became even more irritable. His uncles, this is not cheating. A 3-body technique is 100 contribution points. Does this still make people live? There are other skills that make Mufeng speechless. Those who have tens of thousands of contribution points make Mufeng really want to cry. Is it because he came to the world of Hokage to be abused? This system is a robbery, and Mufeng has nothing to do with this system. Mufeng used to cheat someone else's existence, and where someone could cheat him, he didn't expect to fall into the system this time. Then Mufeng stared straight at the system display panel. Name, Mufeng. Attribute, fire. Wind. Thunder. Earth. Water. Level, none. Chakra, 100 plus. Physical skills, 0, the existence of 8 gate is opened. Illusion, 0. Ninjutsu skills, 0. Contribution points, 100. The system is giving Mufeng treatment. After a while, Mufeng felt that his pain was gone, and he was able to move freely. He didn't expect that the system was still useful, and he felt that his whole body had an inexhaustible strength. But when Mufeng saw the data given to him by the system, he was even more helpless. I am not as good as a novice now, even genin is not even the existence of being beaten. I want to compete with the strongest system, which is the strongest. Mufeng was very speechless, that is, a body with all attributes, nothing else. Not even some basic ninjutsu. The strength that this world needs more, like the death of some ordinary people for no reason, is very much. They don't want to die either, but this is a world where the weak eat the strong. If Mufeng really died all of a sudden, who would he ask for reason? Mufeng shook his head quickly. No way, I can't die like this. I finally came into this Hokage world, and there are many girls waiting for me to save. Especially for a passionate man like Mufeng, who doesn't want to walk the rivers and lakes, use his sword to pursue his dreams. This is why Mufeng likes watching Hokage very much. Mufeng's soul traversed this body boy. This boy was also called Mufeng. It was a coincidence. Now Mufeng has borrowed his body and gained his memory. This boy didn't live very well. Because of Hokage's World War II, his parents were both dead. He has no relatives and no reason. This boy is also extremely strong. He wants to be a ninja. This is his dream. From this, Mufeng knew why this boy was so badly injured. It turned out to be a child of the Uchiha clan. When Mufeng watched Hokage, he knew that the Uchiha clan was very arrogant and even more powerful, which was also the main reason for the demise of the Uchiha clan. There was a kid named Uchiha Feng who beat him very hard. This Uchiha Wind is under Kakashi, who is known as the next genius. He started Urgujade a long time ago. Uchiha Wind is very simple to play Mufeng, who knows nothing. He has long been unhappy with Mufeng. And because of Mufeng's weak strength, Mufeng was obviously beaten. Mufeng's eyes became extremely sharp, and his face was even more angry. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Feng's junior grade was so vicious. If he didn't teach him well, he really passed through the Hokage world in vain. This is also the world where Mu Feng feels that the strong is respected. At this time, Kakashi took his father and hurriedly showed his father to see Mu Feng Glay. The middle-aged man looked very much like Kakashi, his eyes revealed a gentle and approachable look, and he was very comfortable to get along with. "Wake up, is Mu Feng feeling better?" Haitake Shimao looked at Mu Feng, touched his hands and head again, smiled, and said softly. It's better. Thank you for saving me, uncle. I really don't know how to thank you anymore. Mu Feng slowly raised his head and quickly swept across the face of the man known as Konoha's White Fang, and said in gratitude. His tone revealed sincerity, which was not deliberately revealed. Haitake Sakumo had a gentle look, and said apologetically, "It's okay, kid, your father asked me to take good care of you. I will definitely take care of you. This time I didn't take care of you well." Haitake Shimao's face became very firm, staring at Mu Feng, his eyes deeper, and he said firmly, "There will be no next time in the future. I will definitely protect you. Also, the kid Uchiha Kaze is getting more and more arrogant." Haitake Sakumo had a slight displeasure on his face. Mu Feng also knew that this time was an accident. He didn't expect that Uchiha Feng would catch Mu Feng in the woods and beat him violently. If Kakashi hadn't arrived, he would have been beaten and disabled. In his original memory, Kakashi was also upset with this guy. Uchiha Feng, the guy who often looked for Mu Feng, was like the school bully. Mu Feng must repay this grudge. Mu Feng wants Uchiha Feng to know how he cheated him. "Damn, let me hit me once, this time I let you see that your parents who hit you didn't even know you." Mu Feng said to himself. Am I still a child? Of course it is, my Mu Feng is a genius. Haitake Shimao finished the sentence, which was nothing but comforting Mu Feng. Suddenly looked at Mu Feng and said, "You are also very powerful, but this is not enough. The strength of this child is not what you can match. I know, but I am also very good now, but I haven't played well. This time I will definitely practice well when I go back." Mu Feng said earnestly. "Well, I am waiting for your performance, and I also look forward to your progress." Haitake Sakumo looked forward to it. "I will." Mu Feng was very serious. Haitake Sakumo patted Mu Feng on the shoulder. "This is the book your father left for you. Take it back and read it." After speaking, Haitake Sakumo handed Mu Feng the ninjutsu in his hand. "Okay, thank you." Mu Feng was also very polite, took the book, and said something. "You don't have to thank us, you got it for your own hard work. These books are all yours. You study and learn the ninjutsu inside?" Haitake Shimao nodded at Mu Feng. "I see." Mu Feng took the book, but thought in his heart that the ninjutsu here is indeed very powerful, and they are all very unpredictable, and these ninjutsu, he should have a good understanding of these ninjutsu. After speaking, Haitake turned and left, leaving Kakashi alone. Kakashi's mood is very complicated. Looking at Mu Feng, he knows that Mu Feng is his brother. Although Mu Feng is still young, he doesn't mind. Neither Mu Feng nor Kakashi knew that this Uchiha Wind was their arch-enemy, and it was also a big trouble. This is also the future. "Okay, Mu Feng, you have a good rest, I'll go now, if you have anything to do, call me," Kakashi said to Mu Feng. Mu Feng nodded, and then sent Kakashi away. Mu Feng sat on the bed and began to look at ninjutsu fire style technique. This is a very advanced ninjutsu. Fire style Yanlong bullet. Looking at the book, Mu Feng couldn't help sighing, this ninjutsu is really good, it is better to practice less, this ninjutsu is not suitable for him. Mu Feng read it carefully, then put the book in his arms, and then continued to lie on the bed, ready to recharge. "Who?" Mufeng took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and began to enter the state of cultivation. Mufeng is also very smart, knowing that he is not an opponent of Uchiha Feng at all, so he must improve his strength as soon as possible before he can fight with him. Uchiha win fight, only then can life be saved. On the other side, Hatake and Kakashi walked out of the village and walked out of the village. Kakashi, what do you think? Hatake asked. I think the kid Uchiha Feng is very powerful, but he is too arrogant, maybe because of arrogance at work, that's why he did that kind of thing. Kakashi analyzed. Well, but I always feel he is a little weird. Hatake frowned. You have also discovered that Uchiha Feng is really a bit arrogant and domineering, and I feel that he seems to be hostile to Mufeng, but his strength is indeed as good as mine. Kakashi is also very sure. Well, what you said makes sense. It seems that you can't underestimate this child in the future. This time it is the Uchiha family that is really too much. Hatake Sakumo also felt that Uchiha wind was quite strong. Chapter 2 Ideas. On the other side, Mufeng was also practicing ninjutsu, and he was thinking about his plan. Although he is only 6 years old now, his brain is the mind of a man in his 20s. What's more, he already has the powerful existence of the system. He must change the world and make up for Hokage's previous regrets. Mufeng knew that before the Third World War, if he was not strong, even survival was a matter. Mufeng felt helpless when he thought about it, and he was bored by these big pushes. It seems that this Uchiha wind is not a good stubborn, and it must be dealt with properly. However, I am not a vegetarian. I will take care of this Uchiha wind. It will definitely make this Uchiha wind pay the price, otherwise, I will pay for it. Think of yourself as a soft persimmon, whoever pinches it. Mufeng said with a sneer in his heart. Mufeng's eyes were full of murderous intent, and at this moment, the fuzzy figure of Uchiha Feng appeared in his mind. I want to see how good you are. Mufeng said in his heart. Mufeng sleep. It was just one day, but fortunately, today was off. Mufeng was immersed in cultivation. One day passed quickly. During this time, Mufeng has read the book Ninjutsu Fire Style Ninjutsu completely. This book contains a lot of ninjutsu knowledge, all of which are intermediate ninjutsu. If there is no powerful chakra, these ninjutsus can't be used at all. Mufeng didn't know if he would become more powerful after watching these ninjutsu, but his heart was still full of expectations. Because he knows very well in his heart that these things are of great help to him now that he doesn't know anything. But Mufeng is also very fortunate that the name of this ninjutsu is called Fire Style Yanlong Bullet, which sounds like a powerful ninjutsu, and it is one of the most powerful ninjutsu in fire style. Mufeng remembers that in the original Hokage, the one who is good at fire style is the Uchiha family. The Uchiha family and the Senju family are well-deserved families in Konoha village. The most powerful ninjutsu in this world is wood style, and the fire country in the country of fire is wood style, so wood style can become ninjutsu. Although wood style is not the ninjutsu that Mufeng's learned, it is still very powerful. Mufeng doesn't have that kind of physique yet, so he can't learn it at all. The talent like first generation is the best in the world. If one day he can master this ninjutsu, then his fighting power will definitely increase greatly. On this day, Mufeng walked out of the room. Kakashi, Kakashi, are you there? Mufeng yelled, standing at the door with a loud voice. Well, you woke up, how are you still in good health? Kakashi, who was busy in the kitchen, heard Mufeng's call and hurriedly walked to Mufeng's side and asked with concern. Well, there is nothing serious anymore, Kakashi, thank you. If you didn't save me in time, I'm afraid I'm still sick now. Mufeng smiled and said gratefully. Don't say that, you are all your own, this is nothing at all. Kakashi waved his hand and said. Kakashi hasn't become so indifferent yet, maybe he still has his father with him now. Well, you have been working hard these past few days. Let's go to eat first. I'll change my clothes and go downstairs to eat. Mufeng said to Kakashi with a smile. You go first. Kakashi said. Yeah, I'm going to change a suit. Mufeng nodded and said. Mufeng put on a black ninja costume. When wearing this ninja costume, Mufeng looked even more handsome and handsome. Mufeng's skin was not white, but rather dark, but this did not affect his face looking a bit firm, especially his eyes, which revealed the brilliance of an adult, not at all like a child. After getting dressed, Mufeng went downstairs to the table and watched the sumptuous lunch. Mufeng, come and taste these dishes, they are all made by me. Kakashi smiled and said to Mufeng. He liked seeing Mufeng happy, and this was Kakashi's first friend. Kakashi's father told Kakashi that friends should cherish it. Hee, okay, then I'm not welcome, I have always liked Kakashi's food. Mufeng also said with a smile. Mufeng picked up the chopsticks, put a piece of meat in his mouth, and the fragrance suddenly overflowed. Wow, Kakashi, this dish is so delicious. Your craftsmanship has improved a lot. Mufeng exclaimed, Kakashi's craftsmanship is getting better and better. Hee, how can it be as exaggerated as you said, as long as you like it? Kakashi said with a smile. Well, of course I like it. With that said, Mufeng ate it. Kakashi watched Mufeng eat from the sidelines, feeling very pleased. This Mufeng is worthy of being a friend whom Kakashi valued. After Mufeng was full, he said to Kakashi, Kakashi, I want Uchiha Feng to settle this account. Mufeng said to Kakashi. What? Are you looking for him to settle accounts? Look for Uchiha Wind? Let's forget about your strength, let's go to school first. Kakashi said flatly. Mufeng nodded and said, my current strength is okay. This Uchiha style is really too arrogant. The last time they were really crowded, they bullied me alone. I will definitely avenge this enmity. Mufeng's eyes were firm, said. Kakashi saw Mufeng look like this, and shook his head, feeling that this kid was beaten stupid, he didn't know his previous strength. We really have a class today. Kakashi said. Then we will be at the end of get out of class, Mufeng said quietly. Okay, I really can't persuade you, we will look for him again when the time comes. After Mufeng and Kakashi had breakfast, they walked directly in the direction of Konoha. Kakashi, what class is today? Mufeng said to Kakashi. I don't know very well, and we are about to be in the upper grades, maybe it's an exam. Kakashi asked unhurriedly. I don't know what to test like this. Mufeng smiled and said. Well, don't worry, since you said that the two of us are companions, we won't divide each other. I am your good friend, so naturally I won't see my good friend being bullied. Kakashi said lightly. Kakashi is relatively easy to get along with, and Mufeng knows that he has become such a person because of his father. Well, Kakashi, you are so kind to me. Mufeng said with a smile. Haha, you are welcome, then let's go to class. Kakashi said quickly. Well, let's go. Mufeng and Kakashi walked towards the Ninja Academy. Mufeng knew that the Uchiha family was the head of Konoha's four powers, and they had a huge power. Moreover, their four powers respectively controlled the entire Konoha territory. The reason why Konoha was able to rule the entire ninja world was also because Konoha's control was too large. Two top forces, one is the Senju clan and the other is the Uchiha clan. Especially in the era of Uchiha Madara, it was at the top of the world, which shows how powerful the Uchiha family is. Even if Uchiha Madara is gone, the talents of the Uchiha family are constantly pouring out. Now the Uchiha family can organize their own forces to compete with Konoha. If Uchiha Itachi did not prevent the rebellion, it is estimated that Konoha is still at the lowest point. Mufeng and Kakashi have just entered the gate of the Ninja Academy. Oh, you two are here quite early. Just when Mufeng and Kakashi first arrived outside the Uchiha family, they suddenly heard a weird voice coming from Uchiha Yu and Uchiha Yun. Their faces were very upset, as if they had encountered something wrong. It's the same thing. Uchiha Yu and Uchiha Yun are both about 13 years old. They are also heroic and handsome, but they have a hint of arrogance in their eyebrows. Humph. Mufeng and Kakashi looked at each other and snorted coldly. Mufeng glanced at these two guys, and felt very annoying, very hypocritical. You two, why are you back again? Haven't you graduated yet? Kakashi looked at Uchiha Yu and Uchiha Yun, mockingly. When Uchiha Yu heard Kakashi say this, her eyes were even more disdainful, and she continued, Kakashi, we are not the same kind of people, you don't care about our affairs. Kakashi is not a good crop, and he has no good impression of Uchiha Yu. Kakashi, let's wait and see, I will surpass you, we will surpass you. Uchiha Yun also roared angrily. I'm waiting to see it, but before that, you beat me. Kakashi was not afraid, and said to Uchiha Yun with a sneer. Mufeng and Kakashi are two people, one is the first person of the Konoha Shinobi School, and the other is the last person of the Konoha Shinobi Village. It's a weird thing that two people can be together. No matter what everyone says, it can't destroy their friendship. Kakashi didn't care about Uchiha Yu and Uchiha Yun at all. Humph, wait, let's wait and see. Uchiha Yu and Uchiha Yun were also very annoyed. After they finished talking, they turned and left. Kakashi, the brothers Uchiha Yu and Uchiha Yun, seemed to have some hatred with you. I looked at them as if they were enemies. Mufeng looked at Kakashi suspiciously. Well, yeah, they are seniors. They were defeated by me last time. They were not convinced. Kakashi nodded and said, I have some contradictions with the Uchiha wind of the Uchiha family, and I am not a ninja of the Uchiha family. Naturally, he would not put me in his eyes, and he also thought that we were a group of weak families. In his eyes, they were basically ants-like existences. Therefore, there would be friction between us. So that's the case, then I'm relieved, I'm afraid you will be hurt by them. Mufeng said. No, I'll be careful, but don't underestimate me. My current strength has improved very quickly, and I am still in a stagnant stage. I believe that when I reach Genin, you can do the task. Kakashi said very firmly. Well, let's work hard together. I believe we will succeed together. At that time, we will become the strongest person in this world. No one can help us. Mufeng said very confidently. This is also Mufeng's idea, since he is here, he will change the world. Chapter 3 Blood Abuse Uchiha Wind. They came to the classroom and sat in their seats. Mufeng saw many familiar faces, including Might Guy, Obito, and the older generation of Inoshikacho 3 families. Mufeng was even more shocked. He didn't expect this to be their young look, exactly the same as Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang. This will be Konoha's mainstay from now on. All of them were very surprised, but they didn't expect that Mufeng would have nothing to do. Wow! Why is there nothing at the end of this crane? Yeah, isn't he fighting Uchiha Fang? How come he is not injured? Yeah, did Uchiha lose the wind? How is it possible, how can such a powerful guy lose to a crane tail? That's right, how can it be possible to win the tail of the crane? Numerous ninjas talked about it, and they didn't know what was going on. Hearing these comments, Mufeng sighed helplessly, these words made him very depressed. Although Mufeng didn't like others to point him, but now Mufeng couldn't refute it either. After all, this matter was a fact, and Mufeng was a very good dish at the time. He was indeed beaten by the Uchiha wind. Fortunately, he has a system. Otherwise, I am afraid that he is already useless. Of course, he would not let himself be in such a bad situation, his potential has not been fully developed yet. Now, all he needs is time. As long as he has enough time, he will definitely improve his strength very quickly. At that time, he will surpass everyone in the same class, even first Hokage. At this time, the teacher also walked in. The teacher was a male teacher. He was wearing a purple ninja combat uniform, coupled with his green vest, and his figure was slender. His face was carved like a knife, hard and cold. The most attractive thing is his pupils, dark and deep, as if they can see through everything, exuding a cold light. He is Zixiao, one of Konoha's 8 colors, a true Jonin-level figure. Today I announce an important thing. Standing on the podium, Zixiao said to the people in the classroom, "Today we are going to have a test in our class, and the test item in our class is for 2 people to fight against each other. Let more students understand their own strength, enhance their actual combat experience, and let them improve their strength as soon as possible. So, now, please prepare your students and I will start the test." After Zixiao finished speaking, he announced the rules of the battle list, and then began the test. Zixiao looked at the list and said, "The first 2 students to fight against are Mufeng and Uchiha Feng. Mufeng, classmate Uchiha Feng, are you all ready?" Mufeng saw an unfamiliar boy staring at him, and Mufeng was unwilling to show weakness and looked at him. He found that this boy should be Uchiha style, wearing the clothes of the Uchiha family with the logo of table tennis. He looked a little handsome, but his eyes were very cold and sharp. Everyone was stunned, and the audience was shocked. Everyone knows that Mufeng is definitely not his opponent, and Mufeng was beaten to death by Uchiha Feng a few days ago. This time Uchiha Wind will definitely defeat Mufeng, but Uchiha Wind is in this class, except for Kakashi, no one will be his opponent, let alone the wind on the tail of the crane. All the attention of the audience focused on the 2 of them. They had already thought about how Mufeng would be beaten, and it was terrible to think about it. I announce the rules of the game. Zixiao continued, "You 2 fight first, you can use the ninja, if whoever wins, it is considered a victory. However, I must emphasize here, do not kill the other party, otherwise. At your own risk." Zixiao's voice was full of majesty, making all the ninjas present in awe, and no one dared to disobey Zixiao. "You still have the courage to come up, really overwhelming." Uchiha Feng looked at Mufeng, with a hint of contempt at the corner of his mouth, and then stepped onto the ring. After he stepped onto the ring, Mufeng walked to the other side of the ring. "You come first." Uchiha Feng looked at Mufeng and said contemptuously. Hearing Uchiha Feng's words, Mufeng didn't speak, he acted first and rushed straight up. He was extremely fast, and instantly appeared beside Uchiha Feng, raising his leg and kicking it up. Uchiha Feng watched Mufeng attack, but he didn't expect that Mufeng would really attack. Suddenly, I didn't dare to be careless, and hurriedly swung his fist to meet the enemy. His punch was fierce and domineering, full of brutality, full of haki. With a loud bang, the 2 fists slammed together. Mufeng and Uchiha Feng both took a few steps back. Mufeng felt his arm numb, and Uchiha Feng was no better than him. Everyone was stunned. When did Mufeng have such a strong physical skill? However, they all understood that Mufeng and Uchiha Feng did not have the slightest advantage, and their moves were very simple, not fancy, and there was no fancy. The 2 sides played equally and equally, but the moves of the 2 of them were getting slower and slower. After all, it was 1-on-1, and both were defending. Uchiha Feng felt very embarrassed. He didn't expect that the tail of the crane could match his own. It was a shame. "FK me to death." Suddenly, Uchiha Feng yelled and struck Mufeng's chest with a punch. Boom! A sharp pain came from Mufeng's chest, and he backed away a few steps. At this moment, Uchiha Feng directly seized the opportunity, quickly knotted his hands, and shouted, Fire style, great fireball technique. Suddenly, from Uchiha's wind mouth, a huge ball of flame came out from his face. This was formed by the condensation of the element of fire. The flame ball grew bigger and stronger, becoming more and more violent, and finally turned into a huge fireball, flying towards Mu Feng. Seeing the flame ball, Mu Feng frowned. He knew that this flame ball was very powerful, and once it was hit, it would be burned to death. Mu Feng also directly sealed the seal, and the speed of the seal was faster, and he said silently, "Fire style, Yanlong bullet." In an instant, a huge fire dragon, soaring to the sky, it met the flame ball of Uchiha wind. However, at the moment when it is about to be touched, boom! The fireball turned directly into ashes. The fire dragon came towards the Uchiha wind. What? Uchiha Feng's pupils shrank suddenly, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. He never expected that Mu Feng's strength would be so high, and he could even compete with his ultimate move, which was simply incredible. You know, Mu Feng is the tail of a crane. Such a powerful ninjutsu, Uchiha Feng can't hide it. He quickly used his own ninjutsu, ready to withstand Mu Feng's blow. In an instant, the fire dragon directly changed into Mu Feng's appearance. At this time, Mu Feng had already arrived in front of Uchiha Feng's eyes and hit Uchiha Feng's body with a heavy fist. Uchiha wind was directly hit and flew several meters away. Puff! Uchiha Feng vomited a big mouthful of blood, and the fire dragon turned into Mu Feng's appearance. At this time, Mu Feng had already arrived in front of Uchiha Feng's eyes and hit Uchiha Feng's body with a heavy fist. Uchiha wind was directly hit and flew several meters away. Puff! Uchiha vomited a mouthful of blood, and he lost it. He actually lost to the tail of a crane. His eyes were full of unwillingness. All the ninjas here are silly. This is completely bloody abuse. It only took a few minutes to fight, which is too fast. How could Mu Feng's strength become so strong? Chapter 4 Genius. Mu Feng calmly looked at Uchiha Feng, who fell on the ground. His eyes seemed to become increasingly cold. At this time, the early morning sun shone on Mu Feng, exuding light. Like a god of war, bright. Uchiha Feng is regarded as the strongest genius of the Uchiha family, and he was directly blown up by Mu Feng. Everyone present was stunned to see this place. How can this be? Mu Feng looked at Uchiha Feng with a smile on his face, and said, "Uchiha Feng, what, I have won now. What else can you say?" Uchiha Feng got up from the ground. His face was very ugly, his nose was bruised and swollen by Mu Feng, as if he was a pig's head, and he was extremely embarrassed. He looked at Mu Feng, his eyes full of weirdness, and said fiercely, "Don't be proud." The expression in his eyes changed, and his eyes were full of resentment. He didn't think of Mu Feng, who hadn't seen him for a few days at this time. Mu Feng used to be the tail of a crane. How could it be so strong? He couldn't believe the truth. At this moment, despair hung over his heart. He lost completely. This is not just the Uchiha wind, but also Kakashi, Might Guy, Ino, Shika, Cho, etc. They all have their mouths open, and time just wants to be still. Even teacher Zi Xiao looked at Mu Feng with a hint of surprise in his eyes, and thought to himself, "This kid is so hidden, so strong, he has not reached Genin yet, he would have used Chunin's ninjutsu. It is estimated that it will not be long before Konoha has another genius born. Aren't you Uchiha family all very proud? Self-righteous? How can you lose a game? It won't work. Do you remember what happened the other day?" Mu Feng said contemptuously, his eyes cold. Mu Feng was only 6 years old, and he didn't say what his peers should be. Humph. Listening to what Mu Feng said, Uchiha Feng hated Mu Feng even more. This match made him shame in everyone's eyes and insulted him. This will be a stain in his life. Zi Xiao looked at the back of Uchiha Feng's departure and immediately shook his head. If this failure is unacceptable, it means that Uchiha Feng will also be abolished. Whoever says he is a genius is just a difference in physique. A true genius will not be defeated by the faith in his heart. Even if he loses, he will not give in. Mu Feng, you are too arrogant. At this moment, another young man stood up and glared at Mu Feng. Mu Feng glanced at the red-haired boy, his face suddenly became cold, and he stared at the boy with a cold tone. Said, "Who are you? Don't you know me? I'm Uchiha Huomu." Uchiha Huomu said, in a very bad tone. His name is exactly the same as his temper, and his hair is red. Mu Feng felt very upset. This time he and the Uchiha family had completely taken their grudges. Uchiha Huomu, his strength is only slightly worse than Uchiha. Uchiha Huomu? So it's you. Mu Feng snorted and said, "You can come up here if you have the ability. Are you coming?" Mu Feng hooked his fingers with his right hand to provoke Uchiha Huomu. Mu Feng had just heard what Uchiha Huomu had just said, and his hatred for Uchiha Huomu was even higher. Uchiha Huomu heard Mu Feng's sarcasm and stared at Mu Feng angrily, and said, "Don't you know who I am?" After hearing this, Mu Feng laughed and said, "How could I know who you are? Are you a dog of Uchiha Feng? If I knew you were a dog, I would definitely kick you to death." Hearing Mu Feng's words, Uchiha Huomu's pupils suddenly shrank. "You call me a dog? Is not it? You wanna die? Bring it on. Do you think I dare not? Come. Let me see what you can do." At this time, Zi Xiao stepped forward, stopped Uchiha Huomu, and said to him, "Uchiha, I warn you. If you continue to mess around, I will kill you immediately. If you dare to mess around, you will be at your own risk." "Teacher Xiao. What's wrong with you?" Uchiha Huomu asked angrily, not sure what Teacher Xiao thought. Zi Xiao looked at Uchiha Huomu and said, "Why can't I help him? Not only will I not help him, but I will also teach you not to disturb the order." Hearing Zi Xiao's words, Uchiha Xiong was speechless. This is his teacher, and he dare not disobey the teacher's order. "You should withdraw first," Zi Xiao said to Uchiha Huomu. Hearing Xiao's words, Uchiha Mahogany reluctantly stepped back. "Mu Feng, you don't have to be proud now. I will let you know how small you are before me soon." After hearing Uchiha Huomu's words, Mu Feng couldn't help but sneered, "Then I'll wait, and wait for you to bully. Mu Feng, we will fight this matter. Don't worry." Uchiha Huomu said, looking at Mu Feng with hatred in his eyes. "I'm waiting." Mu Feng replied calmly. Now Mu Feng is not the Mu Feng who was bullied before, and he is no longer afraid of confronting the Uchiha family. You are really arrogant. I remember you." Uchiha Huomu gritted his teeth. "I'll show you arrogantly, what can you do to me?" Mu Feng said disdainfully. "Huh. Our Uchiha family is not a soft persimmon, one day you will beg for mercy." Uchiha Huomu finished speaking, then turned, and left here. Zi Xiao glanced at Mu Feng, and said to Mu Feng, "You are good at strength and you have made a lot of progress, but your mind is still lacking." "Teacher, thank you for your reminder, I will pay attention." Mu Feng nodded and said, "Yeah." Zi Xiao nodded. Mu Feng said, "Teacher, you can continue the test now." Zi Xiao nodded, then looked at the rest of the people. When the others heard what Zi Xiao said, they nodded one after another, preparing to continue the test. "Mu Feng, you go to the side to take a rest first, I still need to do the next wave of tests." Zi Xiao said to Mu Feng. "Yes." Mu Feng nodded, walked to the side and sat down. At this time, the Uchiha family children, a group of people gathered together. The atmosphere was depressed and dull, and no one dared to speak out. They are all afraid of Teacher Xiao. Zi Xiao's majesty is not covered, and they also know very well that although Zi Xiao usually looks very kind, his heart is very cold. No one dared to refute his words, and no one could refute it, because his strength was there. Zi Xiao looked at the others and said, "You have also seen the first battle between Mu Feng and Uchiha Feng. Mu Feng's talent is higher than Uchiha Feng's, and he has made rapid progress. This kind of talent may not be available in the entire Hokage world. A few. I hope you will follow the example of Mu Feng and Kakashi and work hard." Teacher Zi Xiao felt that the future of Mu Feng was limitless. Chapter 5-8 Gate is fully open. Mu Feng rested under the ring. Kakashi stared straight at him without saying a word. Mu Feng felt very uncomfortable and asked, "Why are you staring at me? Is there something on me?" "No, why are you so strong now?" Kakashi asked curiously. Mu Feng gave him a look and said mysteriously at Kakashi, "This is a secret." Then secretly said to Kakashi, "Perhaps because I am so handsome, I can learn everything as soon as I can." Kakashi gave him a big Byakugan, thinking, "Others don't know you, I don't know you yet." At this time, Teacher Zixiao began to announce the list of the next captain, and said in a deep voice, "The two people of the next captain are Hatake Kakashi, Uchiha Obito." Uchiha Obito, when he heard the words of Mr. Zixiao, became extremely excited. He has always regarded Kakashi as his opponent. He knows that this time is a good chance to beat Kakashi, he must fight hard and win. This allows Lin to see how handsome she is. Kakashi stopped talking to Mu Feng, and glanced at Teacher Zixiao. Teacher Zixiao looked at Kakashi, nodded slightly, and motioned for Kakashi to go to the stage. "Come on. Kakashi, don't lose, or you will be ashamed." Mu Feng said indifferently, which is another kind of inspiration for Kakashi. He secretly said in his heart that the fateful showdown between the two men has begun. Kakashi made a relieved gesture to Mu Feng and said, "Don't worry, I can't lose." After speaking, he turned around and looked at Uchiha Obito on the ring. It was at this time. Ding ding ding. There was a voice in Mu Feng's mind. It was obvious that the system's prompt sound, "Congratulations to host for defeating Uchiha Feng, and reward 1000 contribution points." Wow, so many. System brother, you are so nice. I've tied your thigh for the rest of my life, and I won't let it go when I die. Ding. Don't tempt brother system like this, I am also a sentimental machine. Ding. Host can practice fire-style Yanlong bullets every day to achieve perfect proficiency. The level of proficiency ranges from elementary to intermediate, and then to advanced, eventually becoming perfect proficiency. Ding. Perfect level of ninjutsu can be compared with S-level ninjutsu. Ding. Host can have a lottery mode now. Would you like to draw a lottery? Hey, it's just that every draw requires 500 contribution points. Damn, you're called a lottery. It's not a cheating, it's a robbery. Mu Feng looked helpless. How could he put up this broken system, the strongest system? Nonsense. In the end, Mu Feng compromised and said, "Let's draw a lottery." Ding, does host start the lottery now? Yes. Suddenly in an instant, a huge dial appeared in front of Mu Feng's eyes, and the pointer turned rapidly. Mu Feng looked at the huge turntable with the permanent 8-gate mode, Eternal Mangekyo, First Hokage Sword style technique, and Rinnegan. This system is still possible. Once you draw anyone, don't you make a lot of money. The pointer gradually slowed down, followed by Mu Feng's heartbeat speeding up, and he was extremely excited. Turns and turns, the pointer is pointing to wood-style technique. Mu Feng's eyes are full of excitement, but the pointer hasn't stopped yet. Finally, the pointer points to "Thank you for your patronage." After Mu Feng saw it, he gritted his teeth and couldn't help but explode. Depend on your uncle, TMD. The 500 contribution points are gone. I finally got it, this is gone. What a broken system, my 500 contribution points are gone. Mufeng shouted. Mufeng didn't dare to say anything, because he knew that the more he said now, the more pitfalls in the system. He still shut up and forget about it, so as not to be pitted by the system. His current system is so tight that he doesn't dare to resist, and he will rely on it to eat in the future. This system is different from what Mufeng used to read novels. He seems to be able to feel human emotions, and there may even be human emotions recorded in it. Once there is an emotional system brother, it is not a defined system, it is really his brother. Mufeng thought that it didn't matter anymore. If he wanted to live well, he had to rely on this heaven-defying system to gain a foothold in this world where the power is supreme. Ding. Host can take another chance. Host still has 600 contribution points. May I ask if you still need to extract it? The opportunity is not to be missed. Hold the courageous to death, starve the cowardly, this time. Give it a try, the bike becomes a motorcycle. I'm taking it once. Mufeng said with a firm gaze with a hardened look. Then Mufeng took a deep breath, folded his hands, closed his eyes, and muttered to himself. Hope God has a chance for me. God bless. The pointer on the turntable rotates slowly. Mufeng looked at the pointer and said silently in his heart, it started. The pointer was spinning fast, and Mufeng stared nervously, for fear of missing something. At this moment, the mood moves with the pointer, like a roller coaster, ups and downs. Play is exciting. Suddenly. Ding, congratulations to host, draw a permanent 8 gate. Immediately, the pointer stopped slowly, and the pointer was pointing in the direction of the permanent 8 gate. After seeing the pointer pointing here, Mufeng's eyes showed a crazy look. King Gai's moves, 8 inner gates. That was the man who almost hit the finale with one kick. Mufeng's mood is very refreshing. Luck really exploded. Ding. Congratulations to host, the draw is permanent. Ding. Congratulations to host for getting the 8 inner gates technique. This can improve Mufeng's physical skills a lot, and he won't worry about physical skills in the future. Mufeng confirmed again, brother system, you didn't lie to me? Is this really a permanent 8 gate? Ding, the system never deceives the host, it is indeed a permanent 8 inner gates technique. Mufeng opened his page. Name, Mufeng. Attribute, fire. Wind. Thunder. Earth. Water. Grade, D. Chakra, 100 plus. Physical skills, permanent 8 gate. Illusion, 0. Ninjutsu skills, fire style Yanlong bullet, primary stage. Contribution points, 100. My level has been upgraded to D level, I don't know what effect it has. Ding. Brother system now wants to develop a permanent 8 gate for host. Development. Mufeng said without hesitation. Ding. Start now. The voice just fell. Crack. Click. Mufeng made the sound of collisions between bones. This was to create the strongest bones for Mufeng, even stronger than those of the Hui Yuryuaki clan. The pain in the whole body swept through. Like 5 horses divided into bodies, the whole body is being pulled, the sound of bones breaking. Mufeng's forehead was constantly in cold sweat, his face was fierce, his teeth were gritted, and he refused to make a sound. He just endured it all the time. Now all their attention is on the ring, not too much to look at Mufeng. 1 minute. 2 minutes. I do not know how long it has been. Mufeng finally endured it, just as the so-called suffering is coming, and now a steady stream of power is filling Mufeng's body. The 8 gate is all open. Mufeng felt that his power was dozens of times stronger than the original one, even stronger. Chapter 6 Betting. The battle between Kakashi and Obito, there is no suspense at all in this battle. The heir to White Fang, the first genius of the same class, all the glory lies in Kakashi. Boom boom boom. The shuriken thrown by Kakashi collided with Obito's kunai, making a loud noise. Obito's expression was a bit solemn, and after blocking Kakashi's attack, Uchiha Obito's right hand was trembling slightly. Obviously, Uchiha Obito is completely abused in terms of strength. It's not that Uchiha Obito is too bad, but Kakashi is too good. What's more, in Mufang's eyes, Kakashi didn't use all his strength at all, showing that his strength was even stronger. However, Mufang thought to himself, Kakashi, now I have the 8 inner gates technique, I guess your first day will be taken away by me soon. Kakashi didn't take this game too seriously, he breathed a sigh of relief and looked lazy. He felt that the time was almost up and it should be over. His eyes became sharp, like the starry sky in the dark night, shining with light. The whole person's momentum changed, exuding an amazing murderous aura. This is nothing else, this is murderous. Is this what a 6-year-old child has? This talent is too heaven-defying. The people in the same class below saw the scene even more, and they were all dumbfounded. What is going on with these two people? The tail of a crane abused the Uchiha wind. A 6-year-old child exudes murderous aura. Teacher Xiao was even more surprised. After only 2 days, the two children had undergone earth-shaking changes. But Teacher Xiao didn't intend to stop this battle, he also wanted to see Uchiha Obito's potential. Obito saw the change in Kakashi, cold sweat on his forehead. He had never experienced that kind of murderousness, so much so that Kakashi suppressed him fiercely with murderous intent. This makes Uchiha Obito's strength drop directly by half. How to fight this? For a moment when Uchiha Obito was stunned, Kakashi tapped his toes and shot away. In an instant, Kakashi came directly to Uchiha Obito, his eyes full of murderousness, staring at Obito. Obito panicked for a while. Kakashi directly grabbed his waist with both hands, lunged, looked up to the sky, and threw Uchiha Obito into the air with all his strength. Kakashi printed directly and said in a low voice, "Shadow clone technique." Boom! A cloud of smoke came out of another Kakashi, slammed on the ground, rose into the air, pulled itself, and threw Kakashi into the sky. Kakashi hugged Uchiha Obito in the air, then quickly spun, forming a spiral, and rushing to the ground. Boom boom boom. With a loud noise, a huge pit appeared on the ground. Uchiha Obito fell into the pit, his face pale. With blood from the corners of his mouth, his hands covering his chest, he seemed to be seriously injured. He struggled to get up and shook his head vigorously, his mind a little unconscious. Uchiha Obito still had a bit of silence on his face and a confused look in his eyes. Could this be the strength of a genius? Kakashi stood by the side of the pit, watching Obito look embarrassed and beat him like this. He was really sorry, and patted Obito on the shoulder. "You have nothing to do, right? Obito." Obito patted the dust on his body, regained his energy, and said, "Kakashi, we have nothing to do. Don't worry." In fact, Kakashi didn't fully perform this ninjutsu, otherwise, the destructive power would not be like this at all. This is the lotus flower of Xiaoli back then. Mufang saw that Obito's eyes were confused, but after that, the confusion turned into firmness and perseverance. With that desire for victory, Uchiha Obito has made Kakashi his goal. From Uchiha Obito's body, Mufang saw the shadow of Naruto. How similar the two are. I can't imagine the man who Obito will change the whole world for Lin in the future. Maybe this is the man who goes all out to love someone. Mufang felt that time would not be too far away from that war. Before that, Mufang hurriedly improved his strength. Now he can't solve even a Chunin, so he still talks about changing the world. What's more, there is the person he wants to see most, his Tsunade wife, who is the goddess of his dreams. Kakashi saw that Obito had nothing to do, so he got down. Teacher Zixiao was very satisfied with Kakashi's performance, and was a little surprised at both Mufeng and Obito by their abilities. Obito was able to fight Kakashi for so long, and it didn't make Kakashi any advantage in the beginning. What satisfied Teacher Zixiao most was Obito's courage, not afraid to face the strong, but also dared to fight. The strong always have a heart that does not fear anyone. They know that even though they have failed, they will not compromise and will still train hard. Obito can prove through practical actions that he has extraordinary potential. Kakashi, you are doing very well, so take a good rest. Zixiao looked at Kakashi below and smiled slightly. Teacher Zixiao then announced the next pair list. Luyu vs Might Guy, Luyu vs Might Guy. Luyu fights Might Guy, one has the highest intelligence and the other has the best physical skills. Luju felt very helpless. Looking at this thick eyebrow and big eyes, he thought of how he would meet this guy. There are so many troubles, and he walked towards the ring step by step. Might Guy stood in place with a winning ticket, already eager to try. Luju has made a decision a long time ago. If Might Guy keeps fighting Luju, Luju will be prepared to surrender. Because fighting this monster is definitely tired and half alive, it's better to admit defeat than that. When Mufeng saw the two people fighting, he was even more surprised at how to arrange the two people to fight together. Because Mufeng was a Hokage fan before, he was very aware of the characters in the Hokage world, so this was a battle without any suspense. Teacher Zixiao watched the two people on the stage play against each other. At this time, Mufeng walked to Mr. Zixiao and Kakashi, with his hands crossed on his chest, as if he were an adult, pretending to be a good one, looked at Might Guy and the two of them, and said to Zixiao, Teacher Zixiao, you no need to read it, I'm sure Luju will give up. N? Mufeng, how can you be sure that Luju will give up and the battle is not over yet? Teacher Zixiao couldn't help but curiously asked when Mufeng was a little surprised. Teacher, how about I make a bet? Mufeng suggested. What bet? Just bet on Luyu's confession or not. I bet on Luyu's confession, what do you think? Mufeng Xin vowed to look at the two people on the stage, and said confidently. Okay, just bet on this. Teacher Zixiao was even more curious by Mufeng. He didn't believe that Mufeng would win. Luju on the stage did not appear to admit defeat. The two men were sweating profusely and were still fighting fiercely. If the teacher loses, teach me ninjutsu, okay? Mufeng said with a smile. Okay, let's see who wins. Teacher Zixiao has been watching the battle on stage now, he doesn't believe what Mufeng said. Even Kakashi next to him didn't believe what Mufeng said. Although Luju said that his physical strength was a little bad, Kakashi knew that Luju's IQ was still there. How could he not be able to beat Might Guy? Then let's wait and see. Mufeng said lightly with a smile on his face. The fighting between the two was very fierce, and no one could do anything about it. At this time, Luju stepped back on the side, half kneeling, gasping for breath. All parts of his body felt sore on his forehead, back, and he was really helpless. Suddenly, Luju raised his right hand and said loudly, I surrender. This is Luyu's voice. Teacher Zixiao didn't even dare to imagine that Luju really gave up. He couldn't believe what Luju said now that Mufeng actually won the bet. So Zixiao turned his attention to Mufeng, and he felt a change from the previous Mufeng. How did you know that Luju was about to admit defeat? Teacher Zixiao asked curiously. Guess. Mufeng said with a smile, not forgetting to remind Zixiao, Teacher, don't forget to teach me ninjutsu. With a helpless expression on his face, Zixiao announced the victory of Might Guy. The rest of the duel was very fast, and it didn't take long to end. Some Uchiha's children were always staring at Mufeng, looking ill-intentioned. Mufeng had already observed it and ignored them. In school, because there are teachers watching, they don't dare to be too presumptuous, so they have to wait until after school. The test is over today, and Mufeng will return home with Kakashi. Chapter 7 Brutal Strike. At this time, the children of the Uchiha family in the class hid beside the huge tree, secretly observing Mufeng and Kakashi in the distance. The leader is Uchiha Huomua, who is clamoring with Mufeng. His eyes are full of hatred for Mufeng. This is not only Uchiha Firewood, but Uchiha Namikaze. He is also very unwilling. Who would have thought that Mufeng was so powerful now? This time, Mufeng had already abused Uchiha Feng. Teacher Zi Xiao also fully recognized Mufeng's potential, and she will definitely have unlimited potential in the future. This makes Uchiha Feng very hateful. Uchiha Feng tried to calm his mind and forced himself to forget the defeated scene just now, which he thought was illusory and unreal. Standing on the side, and the little entourage led by Uchiha Huo, winked. Seeing the bosses wink, they knew what to do. With one look, you know what to do. With such a tacit understanding, how many bad things have to be done? They began to approach Mufeng and Kakashi slowly and calmly. At this time, Mufeng and Kakashi stopped suddenly, looked at each other, and said nothing to each other. Still talking as usual, not caring about anything at all. As the saying goes, the wood is beautiful in the forest, and the wind will destroy it. Mufeng, where are the trees, but the huge beasts in the jungle? Without destroying him, it is estimated that he will be able to destroy the jungle. The children of the Uchiha family are indeed much stronger than those of ordinary family background. They have been training since they were young, and the powerful family Jonin taught them physical skills, ninjutsu, concealment, and reconnaissance. They hurried to get close to Mufeng, hiding their breath. And Mufeng and Kakashi have turned into a small alley. When they saw Mufeng enter, their eyes lit up. The opportunity to fight Mufeng is here. Uchiha Huomu thought, let you be arrogant, let you bear our anger today. It was a dead end and there was no road at all. Uchiha Huomu quickly ran out. Even if it was to expose his identity, he would beat Mufeng to the ground today. The last time they injured Mufeng, it was Uchiha Huomu and they succeeded, especially when Uchiha Huomu was directly put on a steel pipe and almost killed someone. This time Uchiha Huomu felt that he couldn't use the pipe, so he used the knife directly. He still doesn't believe it. The steel pipe is hard, it can be as fast as his own knife. At the moment, they are now at the entrance of the alley, and the little servants are holding kunao in their hands, and Uchiha Huomu is holding a knife. It's like a street gangster who fights if they don't agree with each other. When they looked into the alley, they were taken aback. There is no one in this alley. People. Damn it. Are these two people ghosts? I can't see it anymore. At this moment they couldn't believe it, these two big living beings couldn't see it. Really hell. Uchiha Huomu scanned everything, but still couldn't see any clues, then turned to the little attendant behind him and said, go ahead and have a look, what's the matter? Uchiha Huomu felt that Mufeng and Kakashi had hidden. Those attendants were also a little scared, but Uchiha Huomu's order, they must carry out. Uchiha Feng's eyes are sharp now, ready for both Kakashi and Mufeng at any time. Kakashi's strength is unquestionable, but Uchiha Feng thought about it now that there are a dozen of them, and they have all received professional training from the family. Uchiha Feng does not believe that Kakashi and Mufeng can defeat them. Those attendants walked over step by step, their eyes widened, and they were afraid of being attacked by Kakashi. They are not afraid of Mufeng, because they feel that Mufeng's strength should be taught by Kakashi, and it is normal to be able to play Uchiha Wind. Just now. Boom boom boom. There was a loud noise. Mufeng and Kakashi fell on the ground, and a huge pit appeared on the ground. Mufeng and Kakashi suddenly appeared behind them, and Mufeng smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth, very strange. Not good. How could they exit the alley? How is this done? They didn't notice at all. Uchiha Feng and Huo Mu turned around and saw Mu Feng's appearance, and suddenly felt cold on their bodies. A huge sense of danger oppressed him. Uchiha Huomu was so scared that he didn't dare to move, and Mu Feng's eyes exuded a murderous look, like a beast waking up. Mu Feng shouted at them, "You are surrounded, don't surrender quickly." "What? The two of you surrounded a dozen of us?" Uchiha Huomu couldn't help laughing when he heard Mu Feng's words, and said to Mu Feng, "Are you dreaming of your big dream? Today we will teach you a good lesson. If it weren't for the teacher to guard you, you wouldn't be able to stand out of the school today." The voice just fell. Mu Feng didn't talk to them, but directly rushed forward, like lightning, mixed with the sound of breaking wind. In an instant. They hadn't reacted yet. Mu Feng had come to the young man of the Uchiha clan in front of him, and directly slammed his face with a punch. Boom! 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 The young man instantly walked from the outermost part of the alley, like a flying pig, with his feet upright, and hit the wall fiercely. With just a punch, his nose was skewed, his face was full of bloodline, and the boy was unconscious. It was only a few seconds before and after. Uchiha Huomu couldn't help but swallowed his saliva. He was stunned and his mind was full of inconceivability. Why is it so scary? They instantly lost one of their combat power. While they were still in a daze, Mu Feng had already rushed towards another person, punching and kicking. That person had no resistance at all. Too strong. Fight this time. If those people really knew Mu Feng's strength, they wouldn't have come to look for it if they died. They never thought of how powerful Mu Feng possessed the 8 inner gates technique. Mu Feng didn't use ninjutsu at all, but directly used the most common physical skills. Strike it with a punch. The power is not something ordinary people can bear, let alone they are still a few years old. Mu Feng was also angry, punching frantically, without any moves at all. That is pure power, the fastest speed. Kakashi was fighting Uchiha Kaze and Huomu, one person against 2 people, not at all disadvantaged, and faintly suppressed them. Their faces became harder and harder to look, so they didn't have any temper, they could only defend, and silently suffered the pain Kakashi caused them. Kakashi's strength is at least a lot higher than them. Mu Feng's gaze was extremely firm. As he moved forward and pressed them firmly, they did not have the strength to fight back at all. This pure crush is brutal. What? What? It hurts. I miss Mom. Very painful. Wherever Mu Feng passed, those people fell to the ground, did not stand up, they were all howling in pain. Kakashi and Mu Feng are the only people standing in the alley now. Uchiha Feng and Huomu were beaten into a coma, and their faces were red and swollen, all with blood. It was at this time. A man with short black hair covered with the word Hokage, looked at the scene in front of him with crystal beads, and suddenly smiled. What is going on with this Mu Feng? Chapter 8 Looping. That person was third Hokage. After their test was over, Teacher Zhi Xiao went to Hokage's office and told third Hokage about the test. At first, third Hokage still didn't believe it. The scene he saw from the crystal beads shocked third Hokage. He began to believe what Zhi Xiao said. Mu Feng could be so powerful. Kakashi blocked Uchiha Feng and Huo Mu, and all the rest were caused by Mu Feng. Mu Feng and Kakashi went home, and they came to find things. No wonder Mu Feng beat them. On the way home, Kakashi began to feel gloomy, all that expression was written on his face. And Mu Feng looked indifferent and in a good mood. He somehow beat the Uchiha family thoroughly. Kakashi was very puzzled by his appearance. Mu Feng beat him, and the beating was not light. Kakashi was a little worried. People from the Uchiha family came to look for them with a serious expression, and said to Mu Feng, "What if their parents come to us? The person they bullied first is not us. Besides, no one saw us hit him. There is no witness." Mu Feng had known that the Uchiha family would be retributable to their teeth, and he had already figured out a countermeasure. If they are going to trouble again, I don't recommend beating them again. Mu Feng looked undaunted. As long as the Uchiha family comes to ask for someone, Take White Fang will definitely stop it. What's more, Mu Feng knew that Third Hokage had a crystal bead and could observe everything about Konoha. Mu Feng thought about the crystal bead, so he could see everything. Thinking about the old man in third generation, he secretly smirked. Can't help but want to be crooked. Mu Feng patted Kakashi on the shoulder and comforted, "Don't be afraid, I am here." Kakashi was speechless. Mu Fengshen was afraid that things wouldn't make much trouble. Then the two people got home. Kakashi told his father, White Fang, who was shocked by the strength of Mu Feng's child. When his parents handed over the child to him, White Fang already regarded Mu Feng as his real child. White Fang thought to himself, as soon as he hit it. The last time the Uchiha family's children were also half dead with Mu Feng, White Fang was very angry at that time. Only a few days ago, Mu Feng beat the entire Uchiha family's children alone. He even suppressed Uchiha Feng completely, and White Fang was a little pleased with the strength that Mu Feng showed. If the Uchiha family comes to the door, White Fang is determined to protect Mu Feng and not let him be bullied like the last time. No one is protecting Mu Feng, then I will come, White Fang. Early the next morning, a group of people from the Uchiha family came to Mu Feng's residence, and they had surrounded it all. Their eyes are full of anger, and it may explode at any time. Those who come are the parents of the children. This time even the patriarch of the Uchiha family came forward. The dozen people were beaten with bruised noses and swollen faces, just like pig faces, after returning home. The children's mother thought it was someone else's child, but after a closer look, it turned out to be her own child. This time it was not just the patriarch who came forward, but they also invited Third Hokage over. In particular, Uchiha Feng is the face of the Uchiha family, and was beaten to death by Mu Feng and Kakashi. Where is this fight? This is simply killing. Especially when the members of the Uchiha family heard that Mu Feng had beaten them all, they knew how strong Mu Feng's talent was. It is even more determined that this child cannot stay. At this time, Mu Feng, who was sleeping, suddenly felt the powerful chakra, and immediately lifted the quilt. He knew that it must be someone from the Uchiha family who came to the door. This is so fast. Mu Feng opened the door and took a look. Good guys. So many people. The Uchiha family is so arrogant, just because I, a child, sent so many people. Mu Feng's eyes were sharp, revealing an undaunted momentum, not afraid of the Uchiha family at all. Looking directly at the middle-aged man in front of him, he had a face with Uchiha characters and a scar on his right face. It is estimated that he was left in the climate of war. This man is the patriarch of the Uchiha family, Uchiha Ming. There is a very strong majesty between his eyes, and he gives people an invisible sense of oppression. What a powerful strength! Mu Feng felt that this was the real powerhouse, and the murderous aura he radiated was hundreds of times stronger than Mu Feng, but Mu Feng still resisted Uchiha Ming's oppressive feeling. A flash of shock flashed in Uchiha's eyes, and she was still shocked when she thought that Mu Feng could contend. He knew that this child was definitely not a thing in the pool. Uchiha Ming, staring at Mu Feng, said in a deep voice, "You are Mu Feng, right?" "Yeah. What's wrong? You beat our children like this, I need a reasonable explanation." "Explain. I'm just a child. Go and ask how they beat me last time," Mu Feng said confidently. So many people glared at Mu Feng, but Third Hokage was here, they didn't dare to be presumptuous. Mu Feng is a child after all. When Mu Feng saw Third Hokage here, he must be safe. Uchiha Ming took a big step forward and said to Third Hokage, "But this matter is a statement after all." Turning around and looking at Mu Feng, Uchiha was planning to use Sharingan, his pupils suddenly turned red. 3 Guyu. The boy in front of him was just about to be sucked in. Mufeng's body suddenly burst into a bleeding red breath, the blue veins on his arms burst, and he shouted, "Jingmen, open me." A red light burst from his body. Whoosh whoosh. As Mufeng shuttled past, no one could stop him at all. Third Hokage looks silly, this is the ultimate of physical skills, 8 inner gates technique. Uchiha started Sharingan, chasing Mufeng's figure. But Mufeng's figure is approaching ultimate, like a red lightning, it is not clear which direction it is. What the hell is this? This is terrible. It's too fast. Is that human being? Uchiha Ming couldn't keep up at all. At this time, Mufeng couldn't use the full strength of 8 gate technique at all due to physical reasons. Escape with 8 inner gates technique, this is what normal people think of. At the beginning Mufeng ran east, Uchiha Ming had to use secret techniques to increase his speed, but he still couldn't catch up with Mufeng. Now it's Mufeng who is taking Uchiha people around and around Konoha. Someone saw, pointing at the Uchiha people, and laughing, so many people are running after a child, but they can't even run. No, I just saw a kid sneaking around with the patriarch of the Uchiha family. What? Whose child? So amazing. After everyone saw it, they all said. When Uchiha's people heard it, their faces blushed even more. What a shame. Now, Mufeng's chakra is descending rapidly, and he knows it won't last long. There were still a large number of Uchiha clansmen chasing after them. They were also very helpless. Their strength above Chunin was turned around by a child. Mufeng took them around a dozen times, but they still couldn't keep up. Mufeng is still weak because of chakra and leans on the tree. At this time, the Uchiha chased up, panting, sweat dripping on the ground, and his clothes were soaked. They became even more angry with Mufeng, and Uchiha Ming reached out to grab Mufeng's neckline. Just about to reach out, a white-haired man suddenly flashed a white light. Broken. Uchiha said that it was not good. Chapter 9 Taking the graduation exam in advance. They became even more angry with Mufeng, and Uchiha Ming reached out to grab Mufeng's neckline. Just about to reach out, a white-haired man suddenly flashed a white light. Broken. Uchiha Ming couldn't hide, a flash of sword light. Ouch. Blood burst out. White Fang then kicked it hard. Uchiha Ming flew a few meters away. You are looking for death. Uchiha Ming roared at the white-haired man. The white-haired man sneered, exuding a cold murderous aura, giving people a sense of oppression. His eyes were fixed on the Uchiha family, his eyes were full of anger. If he does not arrive in time, it is estimated that Mufeng will definitely be taken away by the Uchiha family. Suddenly, with a wave of the knife in his hand, it directly blocked Uchiha Ming's kunao and attacked away. A loud noise erupted where the swords intersected. Boom boom boom. Uchiha Ming's face was very ugly, and his eyes were bloodshot. Bang bang bang. Two people backed up at the same time. Uchiha Ming did not take advantage of White Fang. White Fang is really good. If you give White Fang some more time, you can even stabilize Third Hokage. White Fang slowly retracted the white knife, and the knife went into its sheath. Then he looked at Mufeng and said, Mufeng, I'm late, are you okay? Mufeng nodded and said, I'm fine. After speaking, Mufeng looked at the ninjas and said, I know you are not convinced, but it is the first thing that your Uchiha family provokes. Those children are also inferior to others. If it weren't what they were looking for, how could I? Maybe hit them. Hearing Mufeng's words, all the ninjas were taken aback. Mufeng's meaning is very clear, his side is reasonable. What can the Uchiha family do if they are not convinced? At this time, Third Hokage also rushed over. Now in the middle, he said in a deep voice, don't fight anymore. Don't be angry. No matter how powerful the Uchiha family is, they dare not provoke third Hokage. In Konoha, Hokage's strength is the strongest ceiling, there is no dispute. They must obey. They can only endure it. Uchiha Ming's face was full of hideousness. Mufeng looked at Uchiha Ming and asked, "Say, what do you want to do? If this is the case, then I will suppress you with seniority. If you can beat our Uchiha family's children again when you leave the exam early, I won't be held accountable anymore," Uchiha said calmly. However, White Fang knew that Uchiha, the old fox, must be ill-intentioned, and stepped forward. "This is impossible. Graduating early means that Mufeng will face talents a year older than him, even Uchiha's true geniuses. In the upper grades. You old fox, you just want to kill Mufeng." Hearing what White Fang said, Mufeng was still not afraid, and signaled White Fang not to worry. Third Hokage asked Mufeng, "What are your thoughts? Do you want to participate? It's up to your wishes." Mufeng's eyes were firm, and he answered straightforwardly. "Good. I take the graduation exam. I will let you know what despair is. You have to fight against our Uchiha family, don't blame me." Uchiha looked at Mufeng's eyes, and there was a glimmer of coldness in his eyes. Mufeng looked at Uchiha and said, "Haha, don't be proud." Hearing Mufeng's words, Uchiha Ming's eyes were cold. He turned and left. "Let's go. I will take the graduation exam in advance," Mufeng said coldly. Although his voice is not loud, he is still a child, but with a kind of majesty. Everyone in the Uchiha family is shocked, and there is a trace of fear. Mufeng looked at White Fang, and White Fang nodded to him. Mufeng breathed a sigh of relief. Mufeng's physical exertion was too great. "Mufeng, we are leaving," White Fang said. Mufeng looked at White Fang and nodded lightly. The two turned and walked in the other direction. "Mufeng, I don't know where your courage comes from, but I still want to tell you one thing: don't underestimate the opponents of the Uchiha family. People in their family, especially Uchiha Ming who can't put sand in his eyes, will treat you as an enemy. He will kill you by all means. In addition, you had a lot of geniuses last year," White Fang said to Mufeng. Mufeng smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't underestimate him. Since he dares to provoke me, then I will give him a good return." White Fang shook his head and laughed. "Mufeng, you and Kakashi still have a long way to go, and you have to pay attention to the people around you. They weren't like ninjas like Uchiha Fang in the last session," White Fang reminded. "I know." White Fang continued, "Uchiha Fang can be said to be a genius in your class, but your overall strength is much worse than the previous one. Especially the strength of Uchiha Fang's brother is very terrifying. Although your strength is very strong, you only have elementary ninjutsu now, and you have to learn a lot more ninjutsu. This time I also let Kakashi participate. You two will go together individually. Then, you will have a lot of ninjutsu. Cooperate, don't be distracted as it is now, and help each other," White Fang said earnestly. Mufeng nodded solemnly. For the sake of Mufeng, White Fang asked his son to participate as well, which is the emphasis on Mufeng. He also hopes that Mufeng and Kakashi can become real brothers. If he is gone in the future, they will have a caregiver. Mufeng returned to the room. He lay on the bed. As soon as he closed his eyes, he thought of those Uchiha ninjas. The expressions of those ninjas are still fresh in his memory. Mufeng sighed. Ugh. These Uchiha ninjas are indeed very powerful and strong, and they are all direct descendants of the Uchiha family. The descendants of the Uchiha family all have very tyrannical combat experience. Moreover, the strength of those Uchiha ninjas is not weak. Take Uchiha Ming as an example. He is a Kage level and a half, but he has Sunin level strength, which is terribly powerful. And his own strength is not on the same level as them. And their ninjutsu is also very weird. I still need to learn more. This time, I will try my best to make me stronger in the shortest possible time. Mufang said to himself in his heart. Suddenly Mufang felt a cold feeling, as if there was a lion majesty staring at him. Mufang opened his eyes and looked around, but found nothing. But the coldness did not disappear. Mufang frowned slightly. He didn't believe that he would have an illusion, so he carefully inspected his body again. However, there is really nothing in the body. Mufang looked at the contents of the room suspiciously, and he didn't notice anything unusual. At this moment, a thought suddenly emerged from his mind. This thought, Mufang knew who it was without even thinking about it. He looked at the door, and sure enough, a man was hiding in the woods in the distance. The man was wearing a black robe and couldn't see his face. However, Mufang knew this man at a glance. He was a member of the Uchiha family, and they were still watching. Uchiha Ming's strength has already made Mufang feel a deep jealousy. Mufang didn't expect the Uchiha family to be so powerful. Not only did they send people to watch him, but even his every move was also a master. This person is too terrifying. Uchiha Ming? I will let you know how terrifying my Mufang is. Mufang said with a flash of cold light in his eyes. Since this Uchiha Ming dared to take action against himself, he must pay the price. Just let the Uchiha family arrogant for a few days. Mufang stayed in his room for a whole day, until the next day, he and Kakashi, White Fang, left Konoha together and practiced in the distance. He can't lose in this exam. He must also let Uchiha know that he is not so bully. Chapter 10 Fighting Kakashi. A jungle on the border of Konoha. The two figures were attacking each other, fighting fiercely. One of them kept attacking the other with a wooden knife in one hand, while the other raised the wooden knife in his hand to stab at that person, but the speed of the two was so fast that the wooden knife could not pierce his body at all. One attack is extremely fast, and the other sword technique is extremely weird. Neither of them can take advantage of anyone. Boom! The wooden knife stabbed the tree, and a few branches fell from the tree. The wooden sword in the hands of another person slammed into the handle of the wooden knife. At this time, the boy with the wooden sword was repulsed, but he did not fall down, but still insisted on standing. The other person retreated far away. Mufang, your current sword technique is getting faster and faster. Kakashi said. This man named Mufang is the boy who was forced to retreat by Kakashi before. Kakashi, I still can't. The knife is still not fast enough. Mufang said with a faint smile on his face. Kakashi was a little curious, and asked, then how fast do you want to be? Fast as lightning, that is the result I want. Mufang replied. Hee, this is a huge difficulty, don't think about it too simple. The speed that is as fast as ultimate is super destructive. Kakashi teased Mufang. Mufang smiled and did not answer. The two of them have been training here for several days, just for the graduation exam. As long as Mufang's sword and body skills are fast enough, no one can catch him. Shall we compete again? Mufang said. Kakashi nodded and agreed with Mufang's proposal. Good. Mufang's strength is equal to that of Kakashi, and even some suppresses Kakashi. If Mufang's sword technique was twice as fast, there would be no way to fight. Immediately Mufang and Kakashi started fighting again. The two fought faster and faster. Mufang moved one after another, one knife after another, and the knife became faster and faster. And Kakashi kept avoiding. The distance between the two is slowly getting closer. Mufang saw that Kakashi's dodge speed was getting slower and slower, and he knew that Kakashi's knife skills were very strange. That is why Kakashi's dodge speed is getting slower and slower, and he is also fully capable of blocking Mufang's attack. Mufang made a move, Kakashi resolved it. There is no way. Mufang was also very helpless. He was able to fight with two people because of the impractical ninjutsu. The fight between the two was compared with Chunin's strength in the later stage. Mufengji on swordsmanship has no effect on Kakashi. Mufeng's speed gradually increased, and the distance between the two gradually narrowed. After Mufeng's speed gradually increased, suddenly Mufeng's knife slammed directly at Kakashi. The speed of the wooden knife was very fast, mixed with the sound of breaking through the air. It can be seen that an ordinary wooden knife can exert such a powerful force. If Third Hokage sees it, he knows how powerful Mufeng's talent is. Too frightening. These two people are not like 6 or 7-year-old children at all, but like ninjas experiencing war. Mufeng's eyes also became sharp. He knew that his speed had reached the limit. But he felt that it was still not fast enough. If in the eyes of others, it was not speed at all. That's the speed of light. He is about to use the most powerful sword technique. Huh! The knife in Mufeng's hand drew a beautiful arc. There was a flash of knife light, and a flash of light flashed. The wooden knife slashed across Kakashi's shoulder. The powerful chakra carried on the wooden knife cut many holes in the muscles near Kakashi's shoulders. Kakashi snorted after eating pain. However, his ninja sword is just a stroke. Huh! Another scar was left on his arm. At this time, Kakashi's wooden knife finally touched the wooden knife. Boom! Two wooden knives collided together. Two strong chakras collided on the wooden knife. The wooden knife was stunned by the strong rebound force. Mufeng's knife was also shaken back by the powerful chakra. Mufeng was shocked and backed up again and again, but instead of stopping, he increased his speed and ran forward. Haha, so cool! Mufeng shouted happily, and then rushed to Kakashi again. The wooden knife in Mufeng's hand slashed at Kakashi's body continuously. Kakashi's steps were really weird. Whhhhhhhhhh. There was a continuous sound. Mufeng's sword was fierce and fierce, but Kakashi's figure remained unhurried, as if playing a game with his wooden sword. Call. The light of the knife flashed again, and the wooden knife in Mufeng's hand was also shaken off. Mufeng was also shocked by the powerful chakra and backed 5 meters away. Seeing this scene, Kakashi's face showed a satisfied smile. Yes, not bad. It seems that you have made a lot of progress. You can practice the knife to such an extent. Kakashi praised. Come again, it's not fast enough. Mufeng said again, and then rushed towards Kakashi again. Mufeng's speed is very fast. A knife light was left on Mufeng's body. Kakashi dodged and said with a smile, isn't it fast enough? Then I'll be faster. Finished. Kakashi's eyes became serious, and his speed increased again. Mufeng's knife also fell through again. At this time Mufeng didn't dare to despise Kakashi. After all, Kakashi was the strongest person in their class. He knew that he was definitely not Kakashi's opponent. Mufeng's body is fast, but not as fast as Kakashi. Mufeng's speed is fast, and Kakashi's speed is also fast. No matter how fast Mufeng's swordsmanship is, it is not as fast as Kakashi's. Swish! A black figure appeared in front of Kakashi and punched Kakashi. Kakashi's speed was very fast, and he flashed the attack on one side. This attack landed on a boulder next to it. The boulder fell apart in an instant. This scene stunned White Fang present. White Fang has been observing the fighting between the two of them. Although his strength is not as strong as Kakashi. However, White Fang can clearly determine how fast Mufeng's sword technique is, and the aura he exudes is very powerful. I didn't expect Mufeng to grow so fast. White Fang even thinks that Mufeng can beat Kakashi. In the end, Mufeng was defeated by Kakashi. Mufeng, lose this time. When Mufeng heard Kakashi's words, he laughed, his face flushed. But Mufeng was still a little unwilling. Although your swordsmanship is powerful, it is not suitable for you. Don't waste your body chakra anymore. Let's end the battle soon. Kakashi avoided Mufeng's knife attack. A scornful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Mufeng heard what Kakashi said, but didn't feel it. Because he opened the 8th gate, chakra in his body recovered very quickly. It just took a little longer. Mufeng rushed to Kakashi again, swiping the wooden knife in his hand, bringing out bursts of blades. Kakashi kept avoiding Mufeng's knife skills. Mufeng's attacks were so intense that Kakashi couldn't hide. At this moment, Mufeng slashed down and attacked Kakashi. Huh! The light of the knife slashed through the air, with a strong sound of breaking wind. Mufeng's wooden knife exudes a sharp knife intent. Mufeng's sword technique was faster than the one just now, and it was better than every attempt. Kakashi's ninja sword also became sharper and sharper. Huh! The knife in Mufeng's hand also made a bright white light. The two blade lights collided together. Boom! There was an explosion, and the surrounding trees all collapsed. The light of Mufeng and Kakashi's swords also disappeared in the air. However, the trees here were cut off by two knife lights. Such an offensive force, but so. Kakashi said lightly, his voice just finished. Mufeng's wooden sword had already arrived in front of Kakashi. Kakashi's face changed drastically. He knew that Mufeng's swordsmanship was very powerful, so he took it very seriously. At this time, Kakashi's figure flashed rapidly. Mufeng's knife kept waving. Kakashi dodged while attacking. Mufeng's attack was not only fierce, but also faster. Most people can't handle it. But Kakashi was not worried at all. Although Mufeng's body technique is very fast, this is the benefit of the 8 inner gates technique. After avoiding Mufeng's attack, Kakashi rushed towards Mufeng again. But Mufeng's body is much faster than Kakashi. Kakashi hasn't rushed to Mufeng. Mufeng had already hit on the other side of Kakashi. Before Kakashi's knife hit Mufeng, the wooden knife in Mufeng's hand stabbed Kakashi's left shoulder again. Kakashi stepped away again. This time, Mufeng did not stab Kakashi again, but turned and rushed to Kakashi's right shoulder again. At this time, Kakashi's ninja sword struck Mufeng's chest. Boom! The two got a stab again. Mufeng and Kakashi each took a few dozen steps back. At this moment, Mufeng brandished the wooden knife again and stabbed towards Kakashi. This time, Kakashi didn't dodge anymore. Because Kakashi has identified the opportunity. He knows that avoidance cannot be avoided. So just fight with Mufeng. This time Kakashi didn't dodge anymore, but swung the knife and slashed at Mufeng's wooden knife. The two knives slammed into each other in mid-air. Chang! Symphonies resounded across the sky. Mufeng and Kakashi both stepped back at the same time. Then the two stopped at the same time. Mufeng's arms were numb, and Kakashi's arms were also numb. The two unanimously let go of the wooden knife. At this time, Mufeng's wooden knife was also pulled out of Kakashi's hand. Huh! 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 Mufeng swung dozens of wooden swords continuously. Each wooden sword contained tyrannical power and attacked Kakashi. Mufeng's wooden knife is indeed very powerful. Kakashi's wooden knife is also very hard. But when the two knives collided, the two knives also produced violent fluctuations. The chakra on the wooden knife kept stirring. The two were playing very hot. You chased me, no one would give up first. The figures of two people are constantly moving in the air. The two people kept colliding, and both of them were seriously injured. However, the battle between the two did not end. Mufeng's eyes lightened brighter and brighter. He can feel that Kakashi's strength has improved a lot. It was at this time. White Fang stood up and smiled slightly. Don't fight, today's training is over. Hear what White Fang said. Both Mufeng and Kakashi stopped fighting. After Mufeng and Kakashi stopped fighting, both faces showed a tired expression. Mufeng and Kakashi panted hard at the same time, sweat on their faces. Chapter 11 Fast Progress. At this time, seeing that Kakashi and Mufeng stopped fighting, White Fang stepped forward, picked up a towel and handed it to Mufeng's hand. Mufeng reached out to take the towel and wiped the sweat from his forehead, then threw the towel on the ground. They are too tired. You are all tired. Go and rest. If you keep fighting, not only will you not be able to improve your combat effectiveness, it may also be bad for your health. White Fang opened his mouth and explained to the two people that White Fang was like this before. At that time, White Fang was crazier than them. At that time, White Fang was keen on swordsmanship, and he believed that nothing could be solved without a single sword. Now that he saw Mufeng like this, he remembered that year. Yes. Kakashi and Mufeng said in unison. Mufeng was very. Then the two people walked towards the resting place. The footsteps of the two people were a little staggering, and there were beads of sweat on their faces. They had consumed too much physical strength in the battle just now, and both of them consumed a lot of energy. Especially their physical strength, although Mufeng recovered very quickly, it couldn't keep up with the consumption. White Fang looked at the back of them leaving and smiled. These two men looked like him so much that he made up his mind to protect them. He imagined the rise of these two geniuses. Kakashi and Mufeng's progress, of course, he saw in his eyes and was very happy. But they still have to continue to work hard. This kind of growth is the most important. Call. Kakashi and Mufeng finally stopped, and they sat on the ground. Your strength has improved a lot. Now that you have ordinary strength, it is no problem to graduate smoothly, but for you, if you are from the Uchiha family, your chances of graduation will be greatly reduced. Mufeng's sword technique is fast, but its destructive power is not good. If you add Kakashi's weird steps and sword techniques, it will be invincible against them. White Fang said. Well, the results of our training during this period of time are very obvious, and there are some gains, otherwise, it will not reach the current strength. Mufeng nodded. He also knew his own shortcomings. But Mufeng likes this kind of knife technique, because for him, speed is the first, followed by destructive power. At least you can't beat it, you must run fast. Mufeng knew that what White Fang said was not unreasonable. Pursuing one too much would have fatal shortcomings, and it would still be fatal. Mufeng thought about increasing the speed, and his destructive power would naturally rise. The key is that his current body is still small, and he can't stand the powerful chakra. If you give him a few years, it is estimated that he will definitely become stronger. You have to take the graduation exam in 1 week. Your eyes should be on the senior graduation exam. Well, we are ready. Mufeng and Kakashi nodded and said. In the past few days, Mufeng's strength has been greatly improved. The physical skills of the two of you are progressing so fast. Hey. Mufeng and Kakashi smiled at the same time. Two people lowered their heads at the same time. This kind of strength is far from enough. In fact, they all know how great the training during this period of time has helped them both. If it weren't for their improved knife skills, it would be impossible for them to increase the speed of such a big improvement in a short period of time. Take a good rest and continue training later. Time is waiting for no one. White Fang waved his hand and motioned for the two of them to step back. Yes. Mufeng and Kakashi stood up and said respectfully. Afterwards, Mufeng and Kakashi leaned against a big tree to rest, closing their eyes and resting. They had been fighting for so long just now, and they were tired enough. The two must rest for a while. After a few minutes, Kakashi opened his eyes slowly. A pair of black pupils shot out a bright light, and the whole person seemed to be full of murderous air. Kakashi realized this feeling. Kakashi's killing air radiated out, and Mufeng had to be shocked. Now Kakashi is different from what you see in anime. He also has his own friendship, just like a normal child. It's a pity that it was a manslaughter. Mufeng secretly decided in his heart that the manslaughter must be stopped, otherwise, the world would really mess up. Mufeng, I feel that your strength has improved a lot during this period. Your fighting skills and reactions are very quick. I guess the power of your swordsmanship should match your swordsmanship. Kakashi opened his eyes suddenly and spoke. Well, I feel the power of my swordsmanship has increased a lot. Mufeng replied. It's hard for me to imagine how you trained. The speed of your progress has surprised me. Now you and I have to work hard to suppress you. I found out now that you are the real genius, much better than me. Kakashi said. Mufeng's strength and the improvement of his swordsmanship really shocked him. He knew that Mufeng's ability to have such strength during this period of time was definitely not luck, but his strength had improved a lot, otherwise, his strength would not have changed so much. Kakashi did not expect that Mufeng would have improved so much during this period. Mufeng's strength increased so quickly, completely beyond his expectations. Mufeng and Kakashi played for so long, neither of them took advantage, and no one could do anything about it. Both of them know how powerful each other is. Kakashi, your strength is also very good. During this period of time I feel that my progress is also very fast. Mufeng smiled slightly, looked at Kakashi and said. Both of them know very well that the progress of the two of them is equal. It's just that their progress is different. Well, both of us are not bad in strength, we are both geniuses. Kakashi smiled slightly, then spoke. Neither of them were talking about anything. They were all sitting there quietly. There is also an unspeakable feeling in their hearts. Both of them sighed, this kind of thing is really unbelievable, but it is so real. Neither of them spoke, but looked at each other silently. The eyes of the two of them were filled with thick smiles, they both knew what the other was thinking, and their hearts were filled with deep joy. They all have an indescribable sense of accomplishment, and their strength has been greatly improved. This feeling is really refreshing. At this time. Ding ding ding. The system is out. Ding. Congratulations, host, fighting with Kakashi is not at a disadvantage, contributing 500. Ding. Congratulations to host, physical proficiency increased by 100. Ding. Congratulations to host, for having White Fang's Haytake knife technique, 500 contribution points will be increased. What? 500, 500. So good. Mufeng showed an excited expression, very excited, and has 500 contribution points. This time, we can no longer draw a lottery, otherwise the 500 contribution value is not enough for the teeth. Mufeng kept it well and used it when needed. Ding. Host's next task is to graduate early. Ding. Mission difficulty level B. Ding. Mission rewards 1000 contribution points. You can learn 5A ninjutsu. Damn it. So good. When is the system so generous? Chapter 12 Mufeng's character. The system is okay. Mufeng showed an expression of excitement, very excited, and another 1000 contribution points. There is no more lottery this time, otherwise the 1000 contribution value is not enough to squeeze the teeth. Mufeng kept it well and used it when needed. Ding. Host's next task is to graduate early. Ding. Mission difficulty level B. Ding. Mission rewards 1000 contribution points. You can learn 5A ninjutsu. Damn it. So good. Mufeng felt a little unbelievable, for the first time that the system was so generous. However, the difficulty level of the mission is B, which means that it is difficult to complete. When I think about Uchiha's inevitable look, Mufeng feels a little melancholy. Name, Mufeng. Attribute, fire. Wind. Thunder. Earth. Water. Grade, D. Chakra, 100+. Physique, permanent 8 gate 100 plus. Illusion, 0. Ninjutsu skills, fire style Yanlong bullet, primary stage. Contribution points, 1100. Looking at his template, Mufeng didn't expect the increase in physical skills, he felt that his strength increased, not just strength. His eyes are now looking into the distance, they can see very clearly, even the bark on the trees is magnified. Mufeng was even more excited and increased confidence in the graduation exam. Although Kakashi followed him to take the graduation exam is not that simple. The strongest profession in a country is a ninja, and there are too few people who become ninjas, let alone Konoha. And Mufeng also knew that Konoha's ninja school exam was very, very difficult, and the elimination rate was generally 80%. That is, only 20% of people can graduate. Out of 100 people, 20 graduates are considered not bad. Later, third Hokage changed to a 3-person graduation, and that situation was better. Not everyone wants to be a ninja, it is also something that requires talent and hard work. Mufeng knew that there were so many people in the Uchiha family in the upper grades, and it would be extremely difficult at that time. But has he been afraid? Mufeng wanted to be afraid of a hammer. Come and fight one by one. If the Uchiha family can make progress again, Mufeng will simply abolish them. Now he is most worried about whether he will be chased by others if he offends the Uchiha family to death. After all, the Uchiha family is a behemoth with hundreds of ninjas. Although Uchiha Madara is dead, it cannot be ignored. These people are certainly not easy to mess with. Talents from the Uchiha family are coming out in large numbers. Moreover, in this case, he is not necessarily the opponent of that group of people. If it were that group of people, he would be in danger. But if you don't go, what can you do? The Uchiha family will never give up easily, and Mufeng knows that he must go. But he still needs to find a reason to prevent the Uchiha family from pestering him anymore. He is not afraid of revenge from the Uchiha family, as long as he does not retaliate against his friends. Then he doesn't care, if Uchiha Ming retaliates against his friends, then he doesn't mind destroying the entire Uchiha family. With such a powerful force, Mufeng believed that he had the strength to do it. He is not that kind of impulsive person. He will choose a suitable opportunity. Mufeng wondered how to solve this matter. His current strength is not enough and it is indeed too low. Even if he has talent and hard work, he is still too weak to fight against hundreds of behemoths like the Uchiha family. However, the most important thing for him now is to improve his strength. Now his strength has reached the ninja Chunin last period. Kakashi's strength is now higher than him, and he thinks that Chunin is about the middle level. At the current rate of progress, it is estimated that Chunin will be broken in a few months. But there is a very long gap between Chunin and the ninja, and it is very difficult to cross this barrier. Mufeng didn't have much hope of breaking through Chunin. What he has to do is to increase his cultivation speed as soon as possible, and strive to break through Chunin's strength as soon as possible. At this moment, Mufeng finally understood why many ninjas paid any price to break through Chunin. Because only after reaching the realm of Chunin can you obtain ninjutsu and have enough chakra. As long as there is enough chakra, then ninjutsu can truly be released. In terms of ninjutsu, ninjas have more chakra than other ninjas of the same level. And the richness of chakra far exceeds that of other ninjas of the same level. But it is not easy for a ninja of the same level to defeat Chunin. Because Chunin has too much ninjutsu, Mufeng wants to learn S-level ninjutsu. Mufeng is now going to learn White Fang's swordsmanship, and then learn his ninjutsu and skills. He wants to use White Fang's sword skills to enhance his strength. Mufeng never thought that White Fang's swordsmanship was the entire strength of White Fang. White Fang's strength is too strong. I can't see through at all. He didn't know how many hole cards White Fang was hiding. The strength of White Fang is not something he can guess now. White Fang's sword skills were learned by Mufeng from White Fang. White Fang also has unique insights on swordsmanship. Mu Feng is like a student now, and White Fang teaches him how to use his weapons. Mu Feng's talent in swordsmanship surprised White Fang. The potential of this kid is terrifying. White Fang couldn't guarantee that he could teach this kid in the short term. But what he can guarantee is that before he dies, he will pass on all the moves to this kid so that he can make a difference in the future. His sword skills have been practiced to the point of perfection, but he has never been able to exert its maximum power. This is his flaw. He must find a suitable method so that he can give full play to his strength. Mu Feng's talents are good, but he is a little slow in terms of swordsmanship. Mu Feng belongs to the kind of person who has the ultimate talent in swordsmanship. But Mu Feng didn't care, because he believed that one day, he would be able to master his ninjutsu. He has become stronger and stronger in the future, but his mentality has never changed. He has always retained his original character. Such people are often unable to go far, because you never know what you will do next. Therefore, they often only reinforce the original foundation and ignore corrections. Mu Feng is an exception, but his character cannot be changed casually. Therefore, he will still stick to this belief until the moment of success comes. The longer he stayed in the academy, the more Mu Feng felt his insignificance. If you don't work hard to improve your own strength, even if you die in the future, his friends will not be spared. Mu Feng knew that he was not a good person, but he did not want his friends to be his victims. Mu Feng's character determines that he cannot be a kind person. Because kindness will not be exchanged for others to be ninjas, not everyone wants to be, that is also something that requires talent and hard work. Chapter 13 White Fang's Sword Technique. There are 13 moves in White Fang's swordsmanship. At this time, they are superimposed, and one move is more powerful than one. White Fang explained to Mu Feng and Kakashi, the first trick is called flowing water. It's like drawing a knife and flowing water, simple and straightforward. White Fang condensed the chakra of his whole body on the blade, and then waved his wrist to the left. The blade slashed through the air, mixed with the sound of breaking wind, which was very sharp and unstoppable. White Fang's right foot took a step to the left, and the blades went up together, flowing like water. While doing the action, White Fang said in a deep voice to Mu Feng and the two of them, when this move goes out, as long as the enemy resists, then the second move will come. White Fang's knife skills have been tempered through too many life and death battles over the years. Every move and every style contains killing intent. Once it is stabbed by White Fang's knife, it will not die or be seriously injured. Mu Feng and Kakashi nodded at the same time hearing White Fang's words. After Mu Feng saw that White Fang used the flowing water style, it was like a human sword combined into one. The whole person seemed to be transformed into a sharp long sword, attacking him. Such moves are White Fang's best tricks. He called this kind of move sword go slant. This is the second type. The enemy would never have thought that when he resisted, he would take a step back and stabbed with the knife again. This kind of move is extremely powerful, but it is also very physically demanding, so most people will not easily use it. This knife brought the chakra gathered by White Fang, and even White Fang's mental thoughts. The combination of the two is extremely powerful. White Fang shouted at them, "Here!" The blade had already stabbed in front of him, and Mu Feng immediately drew away to the left. However, Mu Feng's speed was still half a beat, and the blade brushed Mu Feng's ears. Although he didn't sting Mu Feng, he cut off the hair around Mu Feng's ears. The pain from the scalp made Mu Feng sober, and at the same time he cursed in his heart that White Fang's move was indeed a sword move. This move is not only aimed at the frontal enemy, even if the neighboring enemy is not cautious, it is estimated that they will be locked by White Fang. Mu Feng looked at Kakashi and saw that Kakashi was also shocked. Obviously he was also frightened by White Fang's move, but Mu Feng did not give up resisting, instead rushed to White Fang. Kakashi didn't dare to neglect, and hurriedly followed behind Mu Feng, and walk side by side with Mu Feng. White Fang only used the second move, so he used the third move directly. The third type is called sweeping the army. This is specifically to deal with group enemies. The sound of the tip of the knife across the air was accompanied by the sound of breaking through the air. The power of the third move has reached an extremely terrifying level, just like the friction sound of a knife splitting the air. The power of such a knife is so great that Mu Feng and Kakashi can hardly resist it. With such a move, the surrounding trees were all cut off. It can be seen that the superimposed power is too terrifying. Mu Feng and Kakashi also had to avoid them, and at the same time dodge to both sides. Mu Feng's figure rolled on the ground a few times before he stopped. White Fang's move is really powerful. At this moment, Mu Feng felt a little worried. The White Fang's sword technique was too weird and powerful. This reminded him of what he saw in a novel on the earth. Some people who practice the sword technique, use the sword technique terribly fast, and the power of the sword technique is more than that. Now, Mu Feng finally knew how terrible the White Fang's sword technique was. This is the sword technique, no matter what the move, as long as you use it in the right place, then it will exert great power. After White Fang made the third move, he continued to attack Mu Feng and Kakashi. His speed is getting faster and faster, and every knife is like breaking a human body into pieces. The knife was cut directly. Mu Feng and Kakashi could only avoid them as much as possible. This is the fourth type of Thunder Slash. White Fang just trained the two of them, and didn't exert all his strength, otherwise, Mu Feng and Kakashi would definitely not be opponents. White Fang kept attacking Mu Feng and the two of them, and from time to time he also swung a knife. The power of this knife was really terrifying, and both Kakashi and Mu Feng felt scared. After White Fang shook them back, the fifth move appeared again. This move is a sword, light, and sword shadow. There was a cold light, which was many times more powerful than the knife just now, because it was transformed by White Fang's mental thoughts. When the light of the sword fell into Mu Feng's eyes, he only felt as if he had entered another space, one after another. Wrapping Mu Feng at this moment, making Mu Feng unable to move or move at all. This is the spirit of White Fang. The memory of mental power suddenly appeared in Mu Feng's mind. Mu Feng knew that this was White Fang's sixth trick. White Fang explained, these 6 types are called Phantom Fear. Dao Mang became more and more intense in Mu Feng's eyes. In the end, Mu Feng's vision became blurred, and only a bloody color was left in front of him. Mu Feng's eyes were full of fear. Is this the 6th trick? This White Fang is too powerful. No loss is able to deter men from the 5 nations. Mu Feng felt that he could hardly hold it anymore. However, Mu Feng still refused to give up, because this was a test for both Mu Feng and Kakashi. Both of them must hold on. Mu Feng clenched his teeth and held on. This was their test. 2 words gradually appeared in Mu Feng's eyes, kill. Immediately, Mu Feng's eyes suddenly widened. Mu Feng's eyes became extremely bloody red, and the tear mole at the corner of his eye also turned red at this moment. His body exudes an extremely domineering aura, like a demon crawling out of hell. White Fang's face changed, it was a very dangerous aura. This is Mu Feng's use of his mental thoughts. At this moment, White Fang knows his talent. White Fang's pupils shrank suddenly, and then he smiled slightly, the effect of training. Yes, this young man has already realized the spiritual will, and his spiritual power should have reached a very high level. White Fang withdrew the short sword from his hand. He knew that this move was enough to kill Mu Feng. In front of Mu Feng's eyes, the shadow of White Fang's sword appeared. Dao Ying continued to expand and soon enveloped Mu Feng's body. Looking at this Dao Ying, Mu Feng felt helpless. He has nowhere to escape. This is the power of this trick created by White Fang, and Mu Feng knows that this is something he cannot resist. This is the true strength of White Fang, capable of crushing Konoha Sunin. This is Mu Feng's evaluation of White Fang. It's horrible. Mufeng and Kakashi really saw the strength of White Fang. It is estimated that when Bai Yi trained us just now, they were only 30% of their skills. It was also the first time that Mufeng saw White Fang resort to the sword technique he created. Chapter 14 Danger. In the beginning, Mufeng and Kakashi only trained the basic swordsmanship of the Hatake family. White Fang said at that time, the simplest knife technique is also the most difficult. The simpler things, make things ultimate, so that you can practice effective things. What Mufeng cares about is the speed of his sword technique. In his opinion, the sword technique must become faster and faster, so as to cause effective destructive power to the enemy. White Fang retracted his short sword, looked at Mufeng and Kakashi who were breathing, and smiled slightly, thinking that they are still too young, plus chakra is not enough, and now they can only learn these 6 moves. If Mufeng and Kakashi really learn these 6 moves, it is estimated that they have the strength to fight against the real genius of the Uchiha family. Especially Mufeng, now Mufeng's physical skills are better than Kakashi's back then. White Fang admired Mufeng more and more. White Fang is also very strict with his son, which is also a protection for him. Father's love is silent. White Fang looked at them and said, "You have a few days left now, and all your training is focused on knife skills." Mufeng and Kakashi nodded, and then began to practice. White Fang looked at the 2 children and said, "Mufeng and Kakashi, although their actual combat experience is a bit worse, I believe you will reach the height I expected. This is a good martial arts, I hope you can make good use of it, and don't disappoint my expectations, I am waiting for that day." White Fang looked at them, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. White Fang left. He wanted to find something interesting to see. He hadn't seen anything interesting for a long time. In the next few days, Mufeng and Kakashi began to do various exercises. Mufeng and Kakashi were already very good in shape, but now they have started to practice again, and they look stronger, so that their efficiency in practicing the knife is also higher. Mufeng practiced his own sword technique. On the other hand, Kakashi practiced another sword technique. Mufeng's attack method was completely opposite to Kakashi's. Kakashi practiced both offense and defense, while Mufeng practiced speed. White Fang looked at these with a smile at the corner of his mouth. "Mufeng, you are a good seed, I am waiting for you to grow." White Fang thinks this Mufeng is more suitable for Zixiao to teach. Guide him, because Zixiao is faster. He also wanted to see how Zixiao taught Mufeng. Zixiao is also his brother. White Fang felt that he should talk to Zixiao. Zixiao has been with Umbu for a long time. His experience is much richer than that of him, and he might be able to help Mufeng improve his strength. Thinking of this, White Fang went out and looked for Zixiao. Let Kakashi and Mufeng train here first. Kakashi is now familiar with Mufeng, and is now playing against Mufeng, and Mufeng's current strength, and Kakashi's strength, can be considered to be between the best. Mufeng is pursuing the feeling of ultimate speed. Explosive, so the training speed here is faster, and he also knows one thing, that is, the amount of training between him and Kakashi has also increased a lot. This training method can be said to be what Mufeng needs most. With this kind of training, Mufeng's speed is even faster. Mufeng also discovered his own advantages, which also strengthened Mufeng's determination to make him faster, because he felt that as long as he could improve his speed faster, his winning percentage would increase a lot. He wants to become stronger and stronger while protecting the people around him. This is why first Hokage was called a god in that era, and his family can become the top power. The reason is that first Hokage is the strongest Hokage. Therefore, the original ninja village had such rules. If you want to protect the family, you must have stronger strength. Only in this way can you be qualified to protect your loved ones. At this time, a few people with black masks in the big tree in the distance jumped up. These people are the men of the man in black just now. While these people were jumping, they didn't forget to glance at Mu Feng. A trace of murderous aura flashed in the eyes of these people. "Is he Mu Feng?" the headed man asked. "Yeah," said a person beside him. The headed man wearing the red mask snorted coldly, "Well, no matter who it is, as long as someone pays us, he will die." The people around him also nodded. "These people are here to kill Mu Feng. These people are the killers of Ninja Village. They are both the third-ranked killer organization in the killer organization. For the mission this time, the organization sent 30 killers, and they were selected from the entire organization. Their strength was also above Chunin, and their goal was only one, that is, just kill Mu Feng. Mu Feng is still not clear yet. Behind him, there are already 30 killers staring at him. These people are the killers in the killer organization." Mu Feng continued to wield the knife. He had practiced to a crazy level. He hadn't practiced the knife like this for a long time. Such a state. Mu Feng has forgotten the time. He even felt that only in this way would he not be eliminated. At this moment, Kakashi, who had been standing next to Mu Feng, suddenly shouted, "Mu Feng, it's not good, I feel someone is staring at us." After hearing Kakashi's words, Mu Feng stopped his movements and looked at Kakashi. He also noticed it. His face suddenly became serious. Mu Feng said to Kakashi, "Kakashi, wait for me here." Kakashi glanced at Mu Feng and nodded. The person in the red mask secretly said that it was not good. They didn't expect Kakashi to notice it. They underestimated this genius, and the man in the red mask whispered, "Action." After the red mask man finished speaking, dozens of killers rushed out instantly. 2 shurikens were thrown at Mu Feng and the others. Mu Feng immediately turned to avoid him. He felt that at least 24 were Chunin, and there were even 2 Jonin. Damn it! Don't think about it, this must be the Uchiha family. Mu Feng cursed in his heart. It seems that the Uchiha family has been eyeing him. He is still too weak now, he can't even beat Jonin now. This hatred, Mu Feng will definitely retaliate back. However, all he has to do now is to run away quickly. Mu Feng shouted at Kakashi, "Go, run away." When Kakashi heard Mu Feng's words, he immediately followed Mu Feng's back. Kakashi's speed is very fast. His pace is also much faster than Mu Feng. Mu Feng's speed was not much different from that of Kakashi, and the two fled one after another. Dozens of celebrities were chasing the two of them, but no matter how they used secret techniques to speed up, they just couldn't keep up with them. This is very evil. Chapter 15 Outbreak. They are more than a dozen people with Chunin's strength, chasing two people who have not graduated. He couldn't catch up. If this is spread, it will not be a shame. Who will look for them to do business in the future? Mu Feng shuttled in the jungle, like lightning, possessing the power brought by the 8 gate, which made him more comfortable. Mu Feng's speed was more than twice as fast as before, and now the effect of training is finally reflected. Mu Feng just thought, I ran, they couldn't catch up. There are tall trees in the forest next to Konoha, which can just block their figure and get rid of them easily. Ha 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 ha. I just run. Kakashi followed Mu Feng closely behind them, and behind them were those wearing masks. The person in the red mask directly nodded his hands and shouted, Earth style, Earth flow wall. In an instant, a tall wall appeared in front of Mu Feng, abruptly blocking them. But Mu Feng and Kakashi didn't panic at all, their faces were even more calm. Since you don't run away, do it? Mu Feng slowly turned around and said coldly to those wearing masks, you think it's blocking our way, can this kill us? I will take you today. Mu Feng's big eyes were full of fighting spirit, and his aura changed. The voice just fell. Mu Feng held the wooden knife in his hand, and his right foot violently hit the ground like a sharp arrow. Kakashi followed closely behind. Just now White Fang called their trick, the first formula, to cut off the water. Chakra is condensed around the wooden knife in Mu Feng's hand, which is very sharp. His wooden knife passed by, mixed with the sound of breaking through the air. Mu Feng's speed was very fast. He reached the target in only a second, and the wooden knife accurately pierced the chest of the person in front. Then Mu Feng pulled up the wooden knife, blood gushing out from the wound. One move, it's dead. Mu Feng has memorized White Fang's knife skills by heart. Uxin, he knows how to kill the enemy. These people have no resistance at all. They died with a single blow. They had no chance to resist. Mu Feng only needed to kill them in the simplest way. Mu Feng did not pause at all, and pierced into the chest of another man in the red mask. Mu Feng drew the long sword from his chest again and pierced the chest of another man in the mask again. The remaining dozens of people were stunned. But they still reacted and raised their weapons one after another. They attacked Mu Feng. Kakashi also rushed over, sprinting while sealing. Mu Feng didn't stop. Cut off the head of one of them with a single knife. Kakashi directly added lightning style to the wooden knife. The blade of the wooden knife became extremely sharp. In an instant, the head of a man with a black mask was cut off, blood rushed, and Kakashi continued to rush forward. Another masked man fell to the ground. At this moment, Mu Feng suddenly heard a voice behind him. "Be careful behind." Mu Feng hurriedly rolled. Avoided the attack from the rear. At this time, Kakashi's wooden knife also chopped off the head of another masked person. "Boy, don't run." Dozens of people behind were furious. Mu Feng did not answer them, but continued to sprint and ran towards the forest in front of him. At this time, Kakashi's offensive became more and more fierce. Dozens of them are getting more and more fierce. Mu Feng knew that his situation was very dangerous. This state only lasts a few minutes. I must be suspicious. Now I can only delay time, hoping to wait for White Fang to arrive. Mu Feng's figure keeps disappearing, but he has been running towards the mountains and forests all the time. Because his body is too strong now, he is still very fast even without using any ninjutsu. Moreover, Mu Feng's speed is also quite rapid, maintaining the best speed all the time. The person in the red mask is the strongest person in it, the only person who can barely keep up with Mu Feng's speed. Because the earth element here is rich, he can use the earth element to improve his speed. Kakashi was also desperate from behind. He is very fast now. He could hardly see Mu Feng's trail, but he still followed Mu Feng's closely, which allowed him to have a wider range of attacks. The battle between Kakashi and the mask was fierce. The attacks of a few of them also caused the trees to fly wildly. Mu Feng still came back because Kakashi was here. "No, I can't delay any longer. I have to deal with these people," Kakashi said in his heart. He can no longer waste time like this, and if he drags on like this, he will suffer. The enemy this time is not simple, and his wooden sword cannot last. If it continues like this, he will definitely suffer. He must end the battle as soon as possible and get rid of these people. These people are indeed tyrannical. Kakashi's chakra was almost consumed just now, and he must recover as soon as possible. "Boy, are you just running like this? We haven't had enough fun yet." A man in a red mask stood up. Kakashi's offensive is getting stronger and stronger. Mu Feng was not to be outdone either. Kakashi's speed is very fast. Mu Feng's figure is also moving extremely fast. This time, Mu Feng retracted the wooden knife into the sheath, and then printed on both hands, "Fire style, Yanlong bullet." Yanlong bullet is ninjutsu, but it is not a normal ninjutsu, but a super ninjutsu in fire style. Mu Feng's current strength can be said to have been able to display the full power of the Yanlong bullet, which is extremely powerful. The surrounding trees and vegetation burned instantly, and Mu Feng flew out into the distance in the flames of the explosion. The red mask ninja also took a breath. This is ninjutsu, and the power of this ninjutsu is really powerful. This type of ninjutsu can only be used by the elite Chunin, which shows that the talents in front of them are so terrifying. These two children are only a few years old, and they did not expect to be so powerful. These people didn't dare to be careless, they also used ninjutsu one after another. Kakashi was not idle either. The wooden knife in his hand applied lightning style again. Lightning style was fire ninjutsu. The wooden knife in Kakashi's hand turned into a thunder snake, and it drew at these dozens of people fiercely. Ah ah ah! Screamed again and again. Where the wooden sword passed, the ninja's clothes and pants were all burned to ashes, revealing the skin inside. Kakashi did not hesitate. Kiin was once again, and the thunder sword slashed towards the other ninja. The ninja was split in half. The strength that Kakashi exploded was also the level of the elite Chunin, but it was a pity that the two of them did not have enough chakra. Mufeng and Kakashi simultaneously unleash the strongest ninjutsu at this moment. Fire style and earth style. One red and one brown. These two different types of ninjutsu show completely different effects here. What Mufeng releases is fire style technique. Kakashi released earth style. This is a ninjutsu produced by the blending of earth and fire, and its power is very powerful. Mufeng and Kakashi both broke out their strongest combat effectiveness. They have no retreat. Chapter 16 Fear. The fire burned the entire forest, and the flames were hot and violent. Holding the wooden knife in his hand, Mufeng rushed forward like a rocket, and the long knife in his hand slashed at the red-masked person in front of him. The eyes of the man in the red mask were slightly narrowed. He looked at the rushing Mufeng, a sneer flashed in his eyes, and the ninjutsu in his hand was immediately displayed. Boom rumble. Two huge pillars of fire formed in an instant, rushing straight into the sky. The man in the red mask stood there without any movement. He just raised his arm and lightly knocked the two fire pillars apart with his right hand. But at this time, Mufeng had already arrived in front of the man in the red mask. He held the wooden knife in his hand and slashed it fiercely. A burst of red sword energy shot out from the wooden sword instantly, bringing up a burst of dazzling sparks. The wooden knife in Mufeng's hand was severely chopped down, and the strong chakra contained on the wooden knife directly turned into a wave of fire and rose into the sky. Boom! With a loud noise, the fire wave instantly hit the man in the red mask in front of him. However, it was blocked by the protective cover on the man in the red mask, which could not hurt him at all, and the protective cover was still changing colors and shapes. He was already good at earth style, but at this time he even improved his protection to ultimate. Mufeng's wooden knife slashed on the protective cover and let out a muffled snort, and then disappeared. Mufeng was knocked back several steps by the rebounding force. Ha ha ha! You can't do it yet. The man in the red mask looked at Mufeng, who had been knocked back, with a smile on his lips. His ninjutsu is more than that. He only saw his feet tap the ground and moved quickly backward with the help of this force. His speed was faster than before, and he had come to Mufeng almost in the blink of an eye. Kiwa directly pierced Mufeng's head. Ding! There was a crisp sound. This Kiwa was blocked, and it didn't pierce Mufeng's head, just tore through the clothes in front of Mufeng, but this scene was enough to make Mufeng vigilant. Fortunately, Kakashi reacted quickly, otherwise Mufeng would really be injured. It's dangerous. Swish swish swish. At this time, Kakashi's figure appeared next to Mufeng, holding a thunderbolt wooden knife in his hand. He waved quickly and flew towards the man with the red mask in front of him. The man in the red mask saw the wooden knife attack and hurriedly avoided. Kakashi's wooden knife pierced the ground, then turned around in the air, and a green light beam instantly shot at the feet of the man in the red mask. This green beam exploded directly on the ground, exploding a deep hole. The figure of the man in the red mask also stayed for a second. His defensive shield was destroyed, his speed was slower, and he had not escaped in time. Kakashi seized this opportunity, the blue light on his body spread out instantly, and the thunder and lightning wooden knife in his hand waved again. Mufeng also attacked and left, not giving the person in the red mask a chance to react. Boom! The wooden knife collided with Kiwu, sparks flew everywhere. Mufeng flew 3 meters away. The man in the red mask was stupefied by Kakashi's sudden attack, and he remained motionless. Kakashi's lightning attribute is fully functional here, not only can make the ninja smoke and burn, but also can cause damage to them. This kind of injury can even paralyze them, slowing down their actions. Mufeng took the opportunity to rush and attack again, but this time Kakashi didn't fight him recklessly as before, but chose to dodge. He knew that his ninjutsu couldn't help the guy in front of him, so he simply chose to avoid it. Kakashi avoided, and Mufeng followed suit. The two chased and fled in the jungle like this. Although Mufeng couldn't hurt the man in the red mask, Kakashi's strength was much worse after all. He quickly fell into a disadvantage and was suppressed by the man in the red mask in front of him. Mufeng knew that this situation was wrong, and if this went on, he would definitely lose to the opponent's hands. And he also knew that if he didn't think about anything, he would really die here. There is only one way to survive. That is to kill the man in the red mask in front of him. He must kill the man in the red mask, otherwise he will only have to wait for his fate to die. Mufeng gritted his teeth, his heart filled with anger and hatred. His eyes were red, and his body exuded a strong killing intent. At this moment, he was as horrible as a devil, making people stop by. Kakashi was shocked when he saw Mufeng in this state. He knew that at this time Mufeng had already fallen into a certain crazy state. Once he entered the crazy state, what crazy behavior Mufeng would make, he didn't even dare to confirm. Mufeng in this state can be said to be the most difficult enemy, but it is precisely because of Mufeng in this state that it is even more difficult to deal with. Mufeng used all his contribution value to develop the potential of 8 inner gates, but the potential of 8 inner gates has not been opened up. He is still in the most ordinary state. But he knew that this state could not last long. Because the state continues, it means that he will be killed by the enemy in front of him, and now, he is his only target. As long as you get rid of the man in the red mask in front of him, he will be able to win. Thinking of this, his offensive became more and more fierce. When the man in the red mask saw this scene, the expression on his face finally became serious. Damn, how can you become so powerful as a kid? The man in the red mask snarled, chakra broke into ultimate, and his aura has changed. This is definitely not the strength of ordinary people. Go to hell. A cold and merciless voice sounded. The wooden knife in Mufeng's hand suddenly pierced out. Kakashi spotted this. At this opportunity, the thunder and lightning wooden knife in his hand suddenly pierced out, the wooden knife collided with the kunao, and the wooden knife instantly shattered, but the blade of the wooden knife was cut on the kunao. When a crisp voice sounded. Crack. A fine crack appeared in Kiwashang, but it was not broken. How can it be? How can this person have such a strong defense? Kakashi exclaimed, his eyes full of disbelief. At this time, Mufeng held the wooden knife, sharp, and his whole body. His aura also changed drastically at this moment, and the chakra fluctuations on his body became stronger and stronger. The whole person seemed to be wrapped in a blazing flame, making it impossible to see what he was like. A destructive force erupted in Mufeng's body, and this force seemed to destroy everything, tear everything, and destroy everything. The person in the red mask felt the kind of power coming from Mufeng's body, and felt his blood start to boil. This is the first time he has seen this kind of power. This is a force that makes his heart palpitations. This is a sense of fear from the depths of the soul. A Jonin has a sense of fear. This is simply incredible. No, what secret technique did you use? If you are completely mad, you are just a lunatic. The face of the man in the red mask changed drastically. This person is definitely a lunatic. If you don't get rid of him right away, he will definitely bring me a huge disaster. Chapter 17 Mufeng's Strength. This thought flashed through the mind of the man in the red mask. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate anymore, his figure suddenly violent, and the kunai in his hand stabbed out again. The attack he performed this time turned out to be the move that he used to deal with that ninja just now. He had to strike first to be strong, and let Mufeng kill Mufeng with a single blow, so that he would not have to worry that Mufeng would bring him danger, and it would also make him less worried. Mufeng's attack also stabbed the man in the red mask. He wants to use his most powerful moves to kill this terrible enemy. Huh! The kiwi-thorn in the hands of the man in the red mask was on Mufeng's arm, and the blood flew away, but there was a touch of joy on the face of the man in the red mask. He knew that Mufeng was already injured. Puff! Boom! Two muffled noises sounded one after another. Mufeng shook his wrist, and the wooden knife slammed into the shoulder of the man in the red mask. At the same time, the wooden knife slid down the arm of the man in the red mask. A smile flashed across Mufeng's face. Humph! Just with this, I will win you. Let you taste my greatness, let you taste my greatness. He stabbed it again with all his strength and took the man in the red mask directly to the throat. The man in the red mask was taken aback. He didn't expect that Mufeng's attack could be changed again, which was unbelievable. He had to give up resistance, and his figure suddenly retreated. Boom! The wooden knife pierced the man's chest with the red mask, pierced his skin directly, leaving a deep bone hole in his chest, and blood spewed out. What? The man in the red mask let out a scream, he clutched his bleeding chest, his body shook, and almost fell to the ground. He didn't expect that he would actually lose in the battle just now. He never thought that he would lose to a genin within one move. Puff! Swish! A dark shadow shot out from his chest. He reached out his hand and touched his chest, only to find that the chest was empty and there was nothing left. This. The man in the red mask stared at his chest in disbelief. The boss with his mouth opened was speechless for a long while. He looked down at his chest in disbelief. How can it be? A piece of cloth fell off his chest, and a blood hole appeared in his side. He looked down, suddenly dumbfounded. His chest was pierced by a long knife, and blood gurgled out. How can this be? He stared at the hole in disbelief, his lips trembled, and he couldn't say a whole word. He couldn't believe that he would die in the hands of a genin. He even couldn't believe that he was cut off his chest with a single knife by a genin, making him lose his combat effectiveness. There was chaos in his head, and he couldn't accept all this in front of him at all, and he didn't want to believe that it was true. But the facts were before his eyes, and he couldn't help but believe it. He raised his head and looked at Mufeng, his mouth twitching and his eyes flushed. Mufeng's face was stern, his palm tightly held the wooden knife in his hand, his right index finger flicked the wooden knife lightly, the wooden knife leaped on his fingers, and a devastating breath emanated from his hand. His eyes were filled with boundless anger. Today, I must kill you. Mufeng gritted his teeth and said fiercely. Hearing Mufeng's words, the man in the red mask felt cold in his heart, his face was pale, his eyes were staring, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness and resentment. The blood on his chest still kept pouring out. He knew that he had to heal his injuries as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if he died, he wouldn't be stunned. The man in the red mask took a deep breath, and there was a hint of fierceness in his eyes. A black mist suddenly appeared on his body, covering his whole body. This black mist quickly dissipated, and the figure of the man in the red mask instantly appeared in the distance. He glanced at Mufeng, his eyes full of resentment and jealousy. Then, the man in the red mask quickly disappeared into the jungle, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Looking at the back of the man in the red mask running away, Mufeng's expression turned gloomy to ultimate. With that blow just now, he had exhausted all the strength of his whole body, and he knew that he was now at the end of the battle. But he did not choose to pursue it. He knew that even if he could catch up now, he would not be the opponent of the man in the red mask. Kakashi ran over quickly. His face was very pale, and on his left arm, there was already a bone-bearing wound, and blood was continuously flowing outside. "How are you?" Kakashi asked hurriedly. Hearing Mufang's words, a smile appeared on Mufang's face and said, "It's okay, this little injury doesn't get in the way at all, don't worry about me." There was a touch of firmness on his face, and his eyes were full of confidence. Although his shoulder was seriously injured, although his injury was very serious, although his left shoulder had been cut to pieces, his spirit was very strong. Even stronger than usual. "I can handle this small injury by myself." Mufang shook his head and said. "In that case, don't force it. Let's leave." Kakashi said immediately, seeing the pale complexion on Mufang's face. He knew that Mufang's injury must be serious and should not be delayed for too long. "Okay." Mufang responded softly and turned and rushed towards the top of the mountain. Kakashi quickly followed. Soon, the two returned to the top of the mountain. "You now need to find a place to recuperate. I will help you deal with the injury on your shoulder, and you will hurry." Seeing the hideous wound on Mufang's shoulder, Kakashi frowned and said to Mufang with an anxious look in his eyes. "Well, thank you." Mufang nodded slightly. Afterwards, he took off his clothes, revealing his coat, and saw several criss-cross blood stains on his body. "These wounds are all caused by suffering and nothingness. Those people must be killer organizations," Mufang said coldly when he saw the blood stains on his body. "What?" Kakashi's face changed abruptly when he heard this. His pupils shrank sharply, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Are these people really organized by killers? Is he really the killer of the killer organization?" "You don't have to doubt it, it was done by the killer organization. You can bandage it for me now," Mufang said lightly. His eyes were full of coldness, and his fists were slightly clenched. "Good." Without hesitation, Kakashi quickly took out the medicine box and treated Mufang's shoulder wound. There were several deep wounds on Mufang's shoulder, which looked very scary, but the wounds were not deep, just some scratches, and did not hurt the vital parts. Soon, Kakashi took care of the wound for Mufang. Looking at Mufang, he asked with concern on his face. "Your injury, doesn't it matter?" "It's okay, as long as you rest for a few days." Mufang shook his head and said. "Well, it's fine if it's fine, it's fine if it's fine." Hearing this, Kakashi let out a long sigh of relief, with a touch of relief on his face. He knew that Mufang was fine. Chapter 18: The Arrival of Zixiao. The man in the red mask is Jonin's strength. Kakashi feels terrifying even thinking about it. How could Mufang be his opponent? Kakashi also did not expect that Mufang could burst out such a powerful chakra, and force the red masked people to retreat in a row. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never believe that Mufang had such a terrifying strength. Mufang's physical strength was exhausted, and his body began to become weak. He sat on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to meditate to restore his spirit. He has used up all the contribution points just now, and his mental power is also very exhausted. The scene just now can be said to be very long. He killed more than 20 killers in total and faced death every time. In this case, if he doesn't seize the time to practice, then sooner or later he will die in the hands of the enemy. Kakashi sat silently guarding Mufang's side, motionless, for fear of disturbing Mufang. Not long after, Mufang entered the recovery state. Kakashi also leaned on the big tree, regaining his physical strength. Not long after, Mufang slowly opened his eyes, with strong hatred and killing intent in his eyes. "That group of damn guys, sooner or later, I will cut them all at once," so that they don't even have a chance to escape. Mufang clenched his fist and gritted his teeth. His current mood is very depressed. He did not expect his strength to be so weak. He feels very useless. His enemy must be Jonin, and he can't defeat them. He is helpless and aggrieved, and his heart is full of depression and depression. He very much hopes that his strength can become stronger, and he can have the strength to contend with Jonin. If he meets the man with the red mask again, he will definitely be able to kill him. Kakashi looked at Mufang's gloomy expression, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. There was a touch of bitterness on his face, and he couldn't help thinking that if someone else had suffered such a serious injury, he would have fallen to the ground and was dying. How could it be like Mufang? There is still time to be depressed here, but also full of fighting spirit. Kakashi shook his head lightly, with a touch of self-deprecating on his face. It seems that his brother is not in the category of ordinary humans. At this time, there was a sound of footsteps, and two dark shadows appeared in their sight. Kakashi's face changed slightly, and a nervous expression appeared on his face. He looked at Mufang and whispered, "Someone is coming." Mufang opened his eyes suddenly full of killing intent. The two figures swiftly passed through the jungle, and soon appeared in front of them. At first glance, it turned out to be White Fang and Teacher Zhi Xiao. Teacher Zhi Xiao glanced at Mufang. The look on his face looked particularly ugly, and the look on his face also looked a little disturbed. He didn't expect that Mufang would suffer a serious injury here. She was full of worries about how Mufang's injury was. "Mufang, you are injured." Teacher Xiao walked in front of Mufang, stretched out his hand, and placed it on Mufang's wrist. When he felt Mufang's pulse, his face changed slightly, and his face was shocked. He felt that Mufang's injury was very serious. "How could you get hurt? What is going on?" Teacher Zhi Xiao looked at Mufang with a worried expression on his face. After listening to Teacher Xiao's words, Mufang didn't conceal anything, and told Teacher Xiao the process of the matter, especially the strength of the man called the Red Mask. "So, that man is very strong," Teacher Zhi Xiao said with a solemn expression on his face. "Yes, that person's strength is very strong, and my strength can't beat him at all. He is at least Jonin level, they should be a killer organization." Mufang nodded and said. Hearing Mufang's words, Teacher Xiao's face became extremely ugly, and his heart was very angry. Someone attacked their school in Konoha. It was daring. How could his teacher Xiao's person allow them? Bully. How are you feeling now? Can you still do it? Teacher Zhi Xiao looked at Mufang and asked in a deep voice. Mufang shook his head and said, "It's not possible for the time being. I must practice for a while to recover from my injury." What Mufang said was right. He has suffered such a serious injury now, and he must cultivate quickly, otherwise, his injury can only leave hidden dangers for a lifetime and cannot be completely healed. "You can rest for a while, I'm here to watch, no one will bother you," Teacher Zhi Xiao said. He also didn't want Mufang to waste time healing here, because he was worried that the killer man with the red mask would come again. He knew very well in his heart that this red masked man would definitely reappear to assassinate Mufang. "Then you have to be more careful." Mufang looked at Teacher Zhi Xiao, and then said. Teacher Zhi Xiao winked White Fang. White Fang understood immediately, nodded, his eyes full of murderousness, and ran to the depths of the jungle. Soon, White Fang disappeared in the forest and disappeared. Mufang saw the scene and knew that White Fang must have chased it. Kakashi is also recovering quickly. Own injury. Both of them were recovering from their injuries, no one was talking, and the atmosphere seemed a bit depressed and oppressive. In a short while, White Fang and the others returned to their original place from the forest. White Fang's eyes looked around, but he didn't notice the man in the red mask. The expression on his face became a little anxious. "Why didn't you find him?" White Fang turned his head, glanced at him, and asked suspiciously. It is estimated that he has escaped. There was a hint of confusion on Teacher Zixiao's face. He didn't know where the man in the red mask had gone. He felt that there was no one else except Mufeng and Kakashi within a range of 30 kilometers from his center. Have you escaped? It's so damn it, you dare to be so arrogant. When White Fang heard these words, his face was full of anger, and he cursed angrily. White Fang's anger is not something anyone can bear, even Teacher Zixiao. There should be something covering his breath. You can look for it carefully and see if there are any other clues. Teacher Zixiao glanced around and said. Yep. When White Fang heard Teacher Zixiao's words, he nodded, turned his body, and continued to search. White Fang carefully probed the ground for any traces that might exist. Mufeng and Kakashi are on the side, quietly waiting for White Fang and the others to return. Chapter 19: The Return of Mufeng. For a long time, White Fang finally returned to the place, with a depressed expression on his face, and said to Zixiao, I searched the whole place, there is no trace of that person at all. Zixiao nodded, he had already expected such a result. Zixiao was also an UMBU staff back then. Like they performed their mission back then, once the mission failed, they would retreat as soon as possible. Therefore, he is no stranger to this kind of assassination. We will go back as soon as you recover well. This kind of place is still not safe. Teacher Zixiao stood up and said. Mufeng nodded. Behind Teacher Zixiao, he left this area. The three of them continued to move forward. Mufeng's injury was quite serious and it would take some time to fully recover. Therefore, Mufeng and Teacher Zixiao went all the way, cultivated all the way, and practiced at the same time. On the other side, the man in the red mask was galloping in the woods. He continuously released the secret technique. He was fast, and his figure was like electricity. He appeared hundreds of meters away in the blink of an eye, turning his body into a whirlwind, and constantly shuttled in the air. His face is heavy, and he can feel the powerful chakra danger approaching him, and the powerful aura is getting stronger and stronger, as if he is about to break through the shackles of space and come to this earth at any time. If that horrible breath suddenly erupts, the entire world will be destroyed. Such a terrifying breath is definitely not something Jonin can possess. This breath is definitely Konoha's strong man. If it weren't for running fast, he would definitely be spotted by that strong man. After being found his trail, he would never have the chance to escape. He knows that Konoha is now in its heyday, and that Sarutobi Hiruzen sits in Konoha, and now Sunin, Konoha 8 colors. The strength is so powerful that if he breaks into Konoha rashly, he will definitely die. However, he was not reconciled to leave here, and was not reconciled to fail this mission. However, he has no choice now. Since the organization has collected money from others, it must complete the task. He can only return to the organization now, and the information given by the organization is completely different from now. At the beginning, the task received was that Mufeng's burst of strength was also Chunin's level. However, the strength that Mufeng has exploded now is the strength of Jonin's peak, and even he is not sure that he can beat it. Now, he must go back immediately. Only when he goes back can he report to it. The man in the red mask kept accelerating and flew towards the forest. Mufeng and the others were in the jungle, recovering from their injuries, while looking for the man in red. White Fang went to search again, he wanted to wipe out this danger completely. His speed is very fast, flying through the jungle. He kept imagining the man in red in his mind, thinking about who he was and what he wanted to do. It's a pity that Zixiao is right. Such a person is so cautious that it is impossible to leave any clues. This guy is really cunning. His strength should be checked with Zixiao and me. He actually used such a secret technique to hide. He deserves to be a killer. His strength is really strong. White Fang frowned and said to himself, his face changed. It was even more ugly, his fists creaked. You said, what level of strength the man in the red mask has reached? Mu Feng raised his head, looked at teacher Zhi Xiao, and asked faintly. Hearing this, Zhi Xiao froze for a while, and immediately replied, I don't know about this, but this guy should not be lower than Jonin's peak strength, at least Jonin's first level strength, otherwise, he can't escape White Fang's tracking. Hearing the words of teachers Xiao, Mu Feng, and Kakashi looked at each other with shocked expressions in their eyes. They did not expect that the strength of the red-masked man would reach the realm of Jonin. Jonin. The realm of Jonin means that he is the top master among Jonin, a master comparable to White Fang. The current White Fang is the pinnacle of Jonin, and may also step into Kage level. This means that the man in the red mask is likely to reach the state of Jonin. If it is below Jonin, White Fang must be able to find them. Who is he? Why do you want to deal with us? Kakashi looked at Mu Feng and asked, his eyes filled with deep puzzlement. His strength should be in Jonin, otherwise, it is impossible to escape the tracking of White Fang. He should be a member of a killer organization. Mu Feng said slowly, with a serious expression on his face. Jonin? The killer of the killer organization. Kakashi's eyes widened at Mu Feng's words, and his face was full of shock. Well, I also suspect that he should be Jonin, because he doesn't have any murderous aura, nor any evil aura. On the contrary, he gave me a very familiar aura. Mu Feng nodded and said slowly. Opened his mouth and said. What? Familiar, do we know that person? Kakashi stared at Mu Feng in disbelief, and said in disbelief. There are assassins, and there are so many assassins. Although Konoha has a variety of special skills, assassins are our greatest enemy because their methods are very vicious and difficult to deal with. They kill people by any means. Launching an attack is unstoppable. I once encountered a Jonin-level assassin who used the forbidden technique when he was killing people. Teacher Zhi Xiao's face also became a little serious, his eyes darkened. There was also a worried look at the place. Obviously, he was extremely afraid of those forbidden techniques, but he was just afraid in his heart, not too worried. Zhi Xiao didn't serve as the captain of EPUB because of someone else's forbidden technique and was severely injured. These people are a bunch of lunatics. They kill people, no matter who they are or who they are. Even Jonin is like this. What's more, you newcomers and ordinary people. They just want your lives when they take action. That's why you want to. One of the reasons for choosing to hide your strength is that if you expose your strength, then, you will face the whole world. The more talented people are, the more dangerous they are when they are young. Teacher Zhi Xiao said. After Teacher Xiao finished speaking, both White Fang and Kakashi nodded. They all understand what Teacher Xiao said. If their strength is too high, they will be easily targeted by other assassins. If they are targeted, their situation will be very dangerous. White Fang looked at Mu Feng and Kakashi, and said, you two, stop practicing for now, first recover your own injuries, wait until your strength is completely stabilized, and then continue to look for the red man's traces. I believe, I can find him. After Mu Feng and Kakashi heard White Fang's words, they nodded one after another. With their current strength, they can only temporarily stop practicing and heal their injuries first. Boss, what do we do now? Both of these two people are very strong. The gap between us and them is really too big. We are not their opponents at all. If we want to leave here, we can't delay here. In the forest, a man with a cyan mask looked at a middle-aged man and spoke. Well, they are indeed very powerful. We are indeed not their opponents. This place is not safe. Let's leave. The middle-aged man nodded, his body is injured, and his current speed is not may catch up with two super powerful people, so he decided to retreat temporarily. This middle-aged man is a Red Mask chief. At that time, because there were only 2 genins, there was no need to dispatch himself. After the 2 people discussed, they immediately took action and quietly returned from the same way, preparing to retreat. The potential of Mufeng and Kakashi has made them extremely jealous. Now, they have discovered that they have been stared at by the man named in red, and they dare not stay here, they need to leave here. The 2 walked quietly to the outside of the forest, and soon came outside. After they came to the forest, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Mufeng and Kakashi are ahead of the graduation exam. Their strength is also a huge improvement. They have also benefited a lot from practicing here. Now, their strength has also reached Chunin, and they are only the last barrier away from the peak, and they can break through the peak of Chunin at any time. I can finally leave this ghost place. Kakashi stretched out and said with emotion. Mufeng's gaze also fell outside the forest. It's time to go back now, are you ready for the Uchiha family? I am back. Chapter 20 Master. At this time, Hokage's office. Third Hokage is working hard, and there is a huge pile of documents to be processed on the desk. The current Third Hokage is still young, and Chakra, with the 5 attributes of the Grand Master, is still a doctor of ninja world. This era belongs to Konoha's era. One country is not at a disadvantage in fighting against 4 countries. The current situation in the ninja world is very chaotic, and other countries are just about to move. At this time, clang clang. Third Hokage raised his head and said softly, "Come in." Squeaking sound. After the door was pushed open, Third Hokage saw that Zixiao had come, and he knew Zixiao's purpose. With a respectful look on Zixiao's face, he walked to Third Hokage and asked in a deep voice, "When is this graduation exam scheduled?" Third Hokage looked at Zixiao's eyes, his pupils contracted slightly. He read a wave of perseverance and determination from Zixiao's eyes. He knew what Zixiao wanted to do. He looked at Zixiao and said, "It will take about 2 days, just perfect the facilities." "Yeah." Zixiao nodded heavily, turned around and was about to leave. "Zixiao." Third Hokage suddenly stopped Zixiao. Hearing Third Hokage yelling, Zixiao stopped and turned to look at Third Hokage suspiciously. Third Hokage said, "Are you sure you want to go too?" "Well, Mufeng will be my disciple from now on. I don't want some families to hurt him again." Zixiao replied affirmatively again. Zixiao's words made Third Hokage's face look relieved. Third Hokage looked at Zixiao and said, "In that case, you can rest assured, no matter who hurts him, I will definitely protect him." Zixiao saw the look on Third Hokage's face. He knew that Third Hokage had identified with his disciple, so Mufeng would be safe. He nodded and said, "Okay, I believe you." Third Hokage's eyes were full of admiration. He also fancies Zixiao's potential and strength, coupled with the talents of Mufeng and Kakashi. Third Hokage must be on their side. Zixiao said, "Then I'll leave first." "Wait." Third Hokage stopped Zixiao again. "Huh?" Zixiao looked at Third Hokage suspiciously. Third Hokage looked at Zixiao and said, "You go to Mufeng now." "Yeah." Zixiao nodded heavily. Third Hokage watched Zixiao leave. After Zixiao disappeared, Third Hokage's eyes became serious. Third Hokage murmured, "You guys are so lucky. There is such a good apprentice, but don't forget your own mission." This time the graduation exam. At that time, Mufeng had already entered a battle with the Uchiha family. If Mufeng can complete the graduation exam, then the Uchiha family will no longer trouble Mufeng. Third Hokage also saw Mufeng's talent at the time, which was terrifying. Third Hokage recalled the scene when a 6-year-old child saw the people of the Uchiha family without a trace of panic. The eyes are calm and firm. It didn't look like a child at all, but the look in the eyes of a strong man. After Mufeng and Kakashi went back, they waited until their injuries were intact before they came out. As long as Mufeng's injury was due to his own consumption being too great, he was fighting with the man in the red mask. Mufeng is just desperate. Not only to fight off the killer of the red mask, but also to improve his own strength. White Fang told Mufeng and Kakashi, the first two of their last three geniuses were members of the Uchiha family. One is Uchiha Ye, who has already turned on Sharingan at the age of 7. His physical skills are stronger than Kakashi, and he is best at illusion skills. The second one is Uchiha Mountain Ghost. He is not good at illusion. He is best at physique, that kind of power type crushing. Except for Uchiha Ye being able to fight with the Mountain Ghost in physical art, the people in their class are not the opponent of the Mountain Ghost at all. And he is not only a power explosion, his speed is also very fast. After Kakashi heard it, his face was even more shocked. Although Kakashi heard about these two people, he didn't hear that they were so scary. Is the father scaring us? Kakashi thought secretly. The two of them are indeed famous in the school, and even their current strength may be Chunin's mid-level period. In terms of chakra, it is much higher than the sum of Kakashi and Mufeng. White Fang also has some concerns about the two of them. The strength of the previous session was much higher than that of Kakashi and the others. What should I do? Kakashi asked. What else can I do? Run away first. White Fang said, Mufeng, you can't run away, so hurry up and escape to a place where no one is looking. Mufeng was immediately blinded. Run away. Mufeng looked helpless. White Fang teased Mufeng and said, last time, I thought you were quite able to run. If you really can't beat them, just run. I guess few of them can catch up with you. Mufeng smiled bitterly, I can't even run this time. Forget it, fate matters. Mufeng thought that he would give it up this time, and he would graduate smoothly if he said anything. Should someone die for this kind of graduation exam? Mufeng asked, this is how the weak can eat the world, and strength is the best. But at this moment, a hand suddenly rested on Mufeng's shoulder. Don't worry, you are my disciple, and I will protect you. Mufeng turned his head when he heard the sound, and saw a familiar face, Zi Xiao. Master! Mufeng cried, shocked in his heart, and Zi Xiao regarded him as his disciple. This is what Mufeng dreams of. White Fang nodded, and then said to Zi Xiao, this kid is pleased to you. Zi Xiao looked at Mufeng and said, don't worry, I will help you take care of this child. There is an inexplicable majesty and haki in Zi Xiao's words, and Mufeng also knows that Zi Xiao is his first master. Although Zi Xiao looks a bit serious during the day, he doesn't pay attention to himself like White Fang. But Mufeng's attitude towards Zi Xiao was very respectful. This is also because he has lived in the ninja village since he was a child and has met the elders in the ninja village, so he has such an attitude towards Xiao. The day after tomorrow is the graduation exam. I hope my disciple can pass the graduation exam and become an official ninja. Zi Xiao said. I will do my best to take the exam. Mufeng replied, then looked at Zi Xiao and said, Master, what is this exam? This exam should be an exam conducted in Death Forest Valley, but this time the assessment is based on one's actual experience and actual combat ability, and anyone can pass the assessment. If you can pass this exam, then you can become a real ninja. After hearing what Zi Xiao said, Mufeng became excited. Death Forest, that is a very dangerous place. Where to experience life and death training is very difficult, can pass this exam to obtain a powerful skill. He believes that he will definitely get some benefits in Death Forest Valley, and this will be his most important experience. You should take a good rest and get ready for the exam. Chapter 21. In the Uchiha family, in a room, sitting in the upper middle is Uchiha Ming, the patriarch of the Uchiha family. Standing next to him was Uchiha Fugaku, with deep eyes, solemn expression, and his body standing straight, like a sculpture. He stood there quietly. At this time, there was a person standing in front of Uchiha Ming. His face was cold, and he looked forward with a frosty face. He was Uchiha Ye, and he looked very cold, like a god of murder. But he still looked respectful in front of Uchiha Ming, and didn't dare to be too arrogant. Next to him was a man of his own age, with black hair, a burly figure, strong muscles, and a sturdy air permeating it. This person is Uchiha Mountain Ghost. Their two youngest geniuses, even Uchiha Feng couldn't keep up with him. Patriarch, we will definitely complete the mission this time to kill Mufeng and Kakashi. Uchiha said at night, with a cold voice, like ice and snow in the 12th lunar month of winter. Yeah. Uchiha nodded clearly, his tone indifferent and not emotional. It seemed that Mufeng was doomed to die. However, he soon learned the news that the assassination of Mufeng's people had failed. Although Uchiha was extremely calm, his heart was shocked. After all, those are killer organizations that spend money first. That was a group of Chunin ninjas, with extraordinary strength. Even his son might not have been able to fight against them. I didn't expect them to fail. Although he had guessed that there might be failure, Uchiha Ming felt a little unacceptable when he heard the word failure. Uchiha Ming is not a happy person, he has a very high psychological quality. No matter how shocked in my heart, I just thought it in my heart, but didn't reveal the slightest on the face. My patriarch, don't worry, that Mufeng will definitely not escape my palm, and I will open 3 Tomo Sharinan recently. I am confident that I will catch him during the exam and make him worse off. Uchiha said in the night. A sense of arrogance spread out, as if he is the master of this world, everything is under his control. Okay. Uchiha replied lightly, without any ups and downs in his tone. How old is Uchiha to start 3 Tomo Sharinan? It really surprised him a lot. You know 3 Tomo Sharinan is a very rare pupil technique. Uchiha's strength must have improved a lot with this pupil technique, and he has another ability, so he will be even stronger. It might even become Mangekyo Sharinan. Mangekyo Sharinan is a terrifying pupil technique. It is rumored that people with Mangekyo Sharinan can greatly improve more than 3 types of chakra in a short period of time. And being able to see other people's ninjutsu and flaws is simply a plug-in. And what 3 Tomo Sharinan has is a kind of chakra, which is a pervert-like pupil technique. Uchiha Mountain Ghost is also very excited. His own brother will be a 3 Gojade, and his strength will be even stronger. My patriarch, what do you think we should do now? Uchiha asked Yet. And your Sharinan, you must be careful about this matter and don't let others know about it. You are the future heir of the Uchiha clan, and you are not allowed to be spied by others, do you understand? Uchiha said expressly. When Uchiha heard that night, he immediately responded, Yin, remember. After speaking, he turned and walked out. Uchiha Ming sat in the chair and never left. He is waiting for news. He needs to understand the detailed information of Mufeng now, as well as his identity and strength. Patriarch, this is Mufeng's latest information, please check it out. A Uchiha ninja said respectfully, and handed the documents in his hand to Uchiha Ming. Yeah. Uchiha Ming took the document and flipped through it. Mufeng, it's time to count the grievances between us. Uchiha murmured to himself. Mufeng is back. Even more shocking news, Mufeng has become Zixiao's disciple. Zixiao. This person appeared in Uchiha Ming's mind, he is even more legendary, and the man named by White Fang. Human is a very powerful ninja, and he is the mainstay of a ninja village. His strength has a place in the entire ninja world. His disciple Mufeng is even more a powerful ninja, a strong man beyond Zixiao. This person is the most powerful ninja Uchiha Ming has encountered in his life. Since Zi Xiao also came to intervene, Uchiha Ming let him see how powerful the Uchiha family is. How brilliant is the future of the Uchiha clan. This Mu Feng is nothing more than an ordinary person. What's so arrogant that he dared to fight the Uchiha clan? It was almost death. He looked at the Uchiha mountain ghost on the side and asked, "Mountain ghost, how is your injury recovered?" "Don't worry, the patriarch is almost there. I have broken through, and my strength has reached the peak of Chunin. As long as I consolidate the realm for a period of time, I will be able to break through again. Then, my strength will be even stronger." Uchiha Shangi said. "That's good." Uchiha Ming nodded slightly, his face showing relief. Uchiha Ming has high hopes for the future of his family. All his hopes rested on Uchiha Ye, and the strength of Uchiha Mountain Ghost has also improved, so his confidence is naturally stronger. His eyes fell on the trees outside the window, looking at the lush scene, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. The Uchiha family will be even stronger in the future. Mu Feng, the day of the exam is your death date. Uchiha Ming thought secretly in his heart. Then he turned his gaze away and looked out the window, his eyes revealed a sharp look, sweeping away the previous decadence. After Mu Feng returned to his room, he immediately lay down on the bed and sighed comfortably, thinking that he could rest a little in the past few days. He just closed his eyes and was about to go to sleep when his door suddenly knocked. "Who?" Mu Feng frowned and asked. Outside the door, Uchiha Ming's voice came. "It's me, Kakashi, we two have something to discuss." Hearing that it was Kakashi, Mu Feng did not hesitate and opened the door directly. Kakashi walked in, closed the door, and looked at him. "What's the matter?" Mu Feng asked. "Mu Feng, this time our exam is very dangerous. It is important, so I want you to help me. You will also teach me the fire-style Yanlong bullet technique, which is your best ninjutsu tomorrow." Kakashi looked at Mu Feng with a smile. "You can rest assured that I will teach you this." Mu Feng agreed without thinking. "Thank you." Kakashi thanked him, sincerely thanking Mu Feng. Because Mu Feng's ninjutsu is indeed very powerful, no matter what ninjutsu it is, it can instantly explode, and its power is very huge. "I taught you my lightning style, and then you taught me fire style Yanlong bomb technique, the result will be perfect. Both people know ninjutsu, and they are still very powerful ninjutsu. This is very exciting." Kakashi's heart is full of expectations. "Tomorrow I will teach you," Mu Feng said, before lying directly on the bed. Kakashi also went back to sleep. Black night, black shrouded, a night breeze blowing through the windows. Zi Xiao and White Fang were on the roof, looking into the distance, with deep gazes in their eyes. "White Fang, when are we going to attack? The bastards have already started to take action. We should take action. We can't delay." Zi Xiao asked, with a hint of anxiety in his tone. "Zi Xiao, wait a few more days." White Fang muttered for a moment, then slowly said. "Wait a few more days, those bastards have already started to act, I'm afraid of Mu Feng, he." Zi Xiao said, with some worry in his tone. He really wanted to kill all the ninjas of the Uchiha family at once, but he also had to worry about Mu Feng's situation. You have to believe in Mu Feng, he must have a way to deal with the Uchiha family. Moreover, our task is to protect him. As long as we leave, the Uchiha family will definitely find other ways to deal with him. Moreover, the Uchiha family is our worst enemy. Chapter 22 The Last Day. No one would know the agreement between White Fang and Zi Xiao. They looked at the sky outside the window. When they were full of spirits, it was so terrible. Especially during the Second Ninja World War, White Fang made his name. White Fang turned to look at Zi Xiao, and said proudly, "When you were Captain Umbu, who was not convinced, a small team played against hundreds of people. Furthermore, All those hundreds of people were there. White Fang thinks about the bloody scene. At that time, the ground was full of blood, full of blood. The jungle is full of corpses. At that time, White Fang knew the feeling of the corpses everywhere, when he saw Zixiao standing there alone. Without any expression, he held a knife in his hand, and his body was full of blood. It was like a killing god, harvesting the life of a ninja. At that time, White Fang completely admired Zixiao. At the beginning of that mission, Zixiao was also seriously injured, so he withdrew from Umbu. Later, Zixiao became a teacher. Yes, it's okay. Zixiao said briefly, apparently perfunctory White Fang. White Fang knew that Zixiao obviously didn't want to bring up this matter. But White Fang most wants to know who hurt Zixiao and who is it. He wanted to avenge Zixiao, this is his brother of life and death. After so many years, White Fang has not forgotten this matter, and Zixiao has not forgotten either. White Fang knew that Zixiao had the answer in his heart, but he just didn't want to say it. Zixiao didn't want White Fang to be involved, the matter was very complicated. After drinking a little wine, the two of them were silent. White Fang understood him in his heart, so he stopped talking. Now all of Zixiao's thoughts will be spent on his apprentice, Mu Fang. This is the last time White Fang asked Zixiao's opinion. What White Fang didn't expect was that Zixiao agreed without thinking. The last day. This time, in addition to learning some ordinary ninjutsu, he also practiced some advanced ninjutsu. His physical skills and lightning ninjutsu have improved a bit, and he has also learned some new ninjutsu, including lightning strike. Lightning style thunderbolt. Kakashi let out a low growl, then punched directly. Hundreds of thunder snakes appeared on his arm. These thunder snakes rushed forward, carrying a strong electric current, and shining brightly all around. Boom! This punch blasted, and there was a violent tremor in the air, a strong storm appeared from the air, and then spread in all directions. The power of this punch is really strong. If the power of fire-style Yanlong bullet technique is added, I am afraid that even some junior Chunin will have to retreat. Mu Feng exclaimed in his heart. Yes, this trick is indeed very powerful. Mu Feng nodded. Mu Feng, your ninjutsu is really too powerful, stronger than my lightning style and ninjutsu. Haha. Mu Feng smiled indifferently, without saying anything. What is the name of this lightning style ninjutsu? Mu Feng asked. Lightning style thunderbolt. Kakashi replied. Good name, I like it. Mu Feng nodded, he was very satisfied with Kakashi's name. Almost all of Kakashi's strongest ninjutsu are on lightning style. When Kakashi heard Mu Feng praise his ninjutsu, he was very happy, with a bright smile on his face. The satisfaction in Kakashi's eyes is very satisfied with the ninjutsu he created. Kakashi said softly, Mu Feng, I have never used lightning style in school. This time I will use all the whole cards to increase our success rate. Mu Feng nodded, agreeing with his thoughts. Mu Feng taught Kakashi ninjutsu early this morning. Kakashi's physique is also a physique with 5 attributes. This also has to make Mu Feng lament that Kakashi's talent is exploding. Mu Feng taught him the fire-style Flame Dragon Ball. Kakashi learned it after learning it for a while without gaining popularity. This also reminds Mu Feng of the future Kakashi is called a copy ninja. But that is something that has gone through the Third World War. Mu Feng made up his mind that such a situation would never happen, otherwise the world would really go away with the plot that Mu Feng had seen. This is also the last day, this time. Mu Feng has already strengthened his fire-style ninjutsu, especially his fire-style Flame Dragon Ball technique, which is already at a high level of proficiency. Mu Feng's eyes were extremely firm, he must crush the Uchiha family this time for the graduation exam. No matter how strong the Uchiha family is, Mu Feng is not afraid. As long as they dare to come, there is absolutely no good fruit to eat? Kakashi looked at Mufeng's expression and knew that Mufeng was thinking about the kind of graduation exam. He knew that the two of them took the exam just for that appointment. Now Konoha. All the ninjas in the village are preparing for graduation exams. Once the graduation exam is successful, it means that they have grown up. It's like a college graduate who wants to work in society. Only then will they experience real wars and accept those tasks. Especially genin, once they accept the real sea-level or higher task, they will be in danger. This world is more cruel than the earth. In an era of war, there will always be sacrifices. Although Mufeng looks like a child now, he is a traverser, with the mindset of a college student. In addition, on the earth before, it was the kind of way that you didn't think about your own war at all when you were peaceful. But now is different, he must think about tomorrow, how to take the road in the future, in order to be the safest. Otherwise, he doesn't know why he didn't. This is the case in a world where the weak and the strong eat. Mufeng's current strength is around the middle stage of Chunin, and now there is too little chakra. The biggest hole card is his 8 gate. It is now conservatively estimated that once the 8 gate is fully opened, Mufeng was able to display at least 80% of his strength, and there was no problem dealing with Jonin. Although I heard what White Fang said about the genius of the Uchiha family, Uchiha has already opened the Ergojade Sharingan. But he doesn't care about Mufeng. He has 8 gate. To deal with Sharingan of the Uchiha family, he needs 8 gate. The ultimate ninjutsu. The bursting power and speed cannot be countered by Sharingan alone. Especially Might Guy, who specializes in physical skills, is not afraid of Sharingan at all. Mufeng felt that his hole cards were too few, otherwise, except for Kakashi, he would want to single out the entire previous student. He wanted all the ninjas in Konoha to watch the true birth of a genius. That's him, Mufeng. Mufeng retracted his gaze, a smile appeared on his face. Kakashi, who was sitting next to him, looked at Mufeng in a daze, feeling that Mufeng was very strange now. It seems that Mufeng didn't worry about the graduation exam at all. Kakashi knew that Mufeng had a bet with the Uchiha family patriarch at the time, and he was really afraid of breaking it. Mufeng is purely looking for death, but the last time Mufeng played against the man in the red mask, Kakashi felt the horror of Mufeng's strength. This year's genius is not Kakashi, but Mufeng. Although no one would believe it, this is a fact that Kakashi has to admit. Kakashi felt that Mufeng would show his own potential in this exam. There is no one before and no one to come after. This is also the last day. Chapter 23 Examination. This day will soon pass. Mufeng was also a little tired. After training for a day of physical skills, he was constantly developing his potential. Ding! Congratulations, Host's 8 inner gates technique has been developed to 70%. Mufeng didn't have any excitement, thinking about the system. Haha! If I hadn't used all the contribution value, how could there be such a potential? The current Mufeng's body is very strong, much stronger than the average genin. Even Mufeng could fight genin with physical skills, not at all disadvantaged. System, I don't have any contribution value now. How do you finish the graduation exam and get the first place? Mufeng smiled at the system. Ding! Don't think I don't know what host is thinking? This is impossible. Moment. Mufeng changed his face, this system is really not easy to deceive. In the past, Mufeng remembered other people's systems in his novels and gave unlimited rewards to host. Why is my family's system completely irrelevant to my life and death? Ugh. Mufeng was lying on the bed, melancholy, and now Mufeng wanted to come to this ninja world, and he could be as powerful as the protagonists in other novels. I didn't expect that I was the real ant, and there was no product. No money, no strength, no background. In addition, I was bullied by the Uchiha family as soon as I arrived in the ninja world, and now it looks like an enemy on my birthday. When Mufang thought of the Uchiha family, his eyes became extremely cold. It is only now that I know why the Uchiha family will be annihilated, and this is also their own reason. It is estimated that after the 3 world wars, the Uchiha family will be annihilated. Mufang didn't hate the Uchiha family in particular, but only for those who were proud of the Uchiha family and were invincible. Really want to beat them. Because the Uchiha family is even more powerful in Konoha, Mufang thinks that he will be able to subdue them in the future. In this way he can have a huge power. As long as the strength is strong, it can affect the trend of the plot. When Mufang thought of this, his head hurt a little. Turning over on the bed, he muttered to himself, "I don't want to, take one step at a time. After making my own strength strong, I was thinking about some of these and none." Grumbling. Soon, Mufang fell asleep. Just now, a man appeared in Mufang's room, and when he saw Mufang sound asleep, his serious face became a little gentle. He walked over slowly, gently covering Mufang with a quilt, fearing that Mufang would catch a cold. Then he said softly to Mufang, "Don't worry, the master will protect you. No one will touch you, you will be my disciple in the future. Get a good night's sleep." After he covered Mufang with a quilt. Whoosh! I passed by and reached Konoha's Hokage rock, where there was a hat that took the 3rd Hokage away, standing there, looking at Konoha at night. So quiet. Konoha under the moonlight is so artistic. Xiao appeared behind him, half-kneeled to face him, and respectfully said, "Master Hokage, everything is ready." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, and the exam was ready. Turning around, he said to Xiao, "What is the Uchiha family doing now?" "No, their security is very strict now. Now I can't get in at all. A ninja as powerful as Xiao didn't even enter, let alone others. Unless White Fang's strength, but White Fang is not doing assassination. So Sarutobi Hiruzen sent Xiao to do this task." Sarutobi Hiruzen seems to have known this situation a long time ago. I thought, "Uchiha Ming, you are still so cautious. Well, from today, you don't have to observe them in secret." Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "They had already noticed it. But everything is in Sarutobi Hiruzen's master." Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "You go down first. Get ready for tomorrow, and our plan has begun." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked to the sky, and everything he did was for Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered to himself, "Uchiha Ming, I hope you can look back quickly. Otherwise..." Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were instantly full of murderous aura, and any factors that were unfavorable to Konoha would be eliminated. Waiting for their arrival now, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Konoha's night, not knowing what he was thinking. In the morning, the sun shines on the earth. The scene of Konoha's prosperity makes Mufang nostalgic here. Mufang and Kakashi are walking on the street, they are going to school. They are ready. Not only the two of them, but also those parents who took their children to school. Today is a big day, and some students will graduate from school this year. Those graduates are full of expectations, and they hope they can be as powerful as 3rd Hokage. Guarding the village, guarding their homes. Mufang walked on the street, feeling a sense of home. In Mufang's heart, Ao secretly swore that he didn't want the future Pen and the others to destroy the village. After they arrived at the school, Mufang suddenly saw a group of children in Uchiha family clothes gathered together. When they saw Mufang's arrival, their eyes were full of hatred. Mufang just looked at them quietly. Big eye to small eye. As if to say more. "Why are you looking at me?" "Oh, I just looked at you, what?" Mufang smiled slightly, these people are not his opponents at all. If they dare to come over, Mufang will definitely let them know how powerful Mufang's fist is. A group of people stood on the school playground, waiting for their exams. Kakashi stood beside Mufeng, as if guarding Mufeng's safety. Kakashi looked at Mufeng and said lightly, "Konoha's graduation exam is different every year, and it varies from person to person. It will increase the difficulty for those who are genius, and it will decrease the difficulty for those who are simple. Is Konoha's previous graduation rate particularly high?" Mufeng asked curiously. Kakashi shook his head and sighed, "It's not high, but very low. I heard my father say that the graduation exams are all based on their weaknesses and their weaknesses. Therefore, the graduation rate for graduation exams every year is very low. However, this doesn't matter to us." Mufeng smiled. Kakashi looked at Mufeng in surprise. This guy is now more and more confident. Mufeng patted Kakashi on the shoulder, and comforted, "Don't worry. We are brothers. Nothing can beat us." Mufeng's gaze was extremely firm, staring at Kakashi. As if to say again, "Don't be afraid, I am here." At this time, Third Hokage walked slowly, and the students looked in awe. Suddenly, the audience fell silent. Third Hokage faced everyone and said with a smile, "This year's graduation exam is about survival in the wild. Everyone can form a team at will. Everyone has a black scroll in his hand, which represents your life. Once the scroll is taken, it also means that you will be eliminated." Hush! All the audience booed, and the faces of the students were very heavy. The difficulty of this kind of exam is like the Chunin exam. I didn't expect it to start now. Mufeng and Kakashi didn't expect it to be such an exam. Chapter 24, Dead Forest. Mufeng knew about such an exam before, but it was the difficulty of Naruto and Sasuke's time. I don't know how difficult it is now. The expressions of the students were in a trance. They did not expect that this year would be so difficult for them. Third Hokage looked calm, looked at the students, smiled slightly, and comforted, "Don't worry, we will have Jonin to protect you. You not only have a black reel, you also have a signal flare. If your life is in danger, please be sure to fire the signal flare. In this way, we will send someone to rescue you as soon as possible." Third Hokage's eyes were full of anticipation, and he expected them to have more students than ever before. He turned his gaze to Mufeng. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. The child's eyes were so calm and clear. Mufeng didn't care about such things at all. His task was to complete the graduation exam. There is also the Uchiha family. Just now. Whoosh whoosh. Hoo hoo. The breeze blew, and the fallen leaves drifted by. Third Hokage saw the scene and smiled helplessly. These guys. One by one, the figures came instantly. The first figure is now to the left of Third Hokage, Zi Xiao. Immediately, the second figure landed on the right of Third Hokage. With silver hair and short sword behind him, this is Konoha's White Fang. Immediately afterwards, a third figure appeared, with yellow hair, a handsome face, suave, and Yusha facing the wind. Mufeng's eyes lit up. This is Namikaze Minato, the future fourth Hokage. Then one after another figure appeared. Blood red pepper, orange water, green sprouts, blue beasts, red sunset. Wow, that's White Fang. And Teacher Xiao, wow. It's all Jonin, wow, so many Jonin. The audience was excited and cheered. They have never encountered such a scene. Mufeng looked at these Jonin. Each of them was very strong. They have not yet exuded their own murderous aura. This is invisible and gives people a kind of pressure. Mufeng felt the pressure from the strong, but his eyes became firmer. Standing in the middle of them, Third Hokage took a step forward and said slowly, "These teachers are here to protect your safety. Now you are free to form a team freely." The voice just fell. The students hurried to find their teammates. Everyone wanted a strong teammate. This will reduce the difficulty of their exams. However, Mufeng and Kakashi are a bit miserable. The two of them were there motionless, No one paid any attention to them. Mufeng disapproved, so he watched quietly. 2 of them are enough. When the students in this class knew that Mufeng and Kakashi took the graduation exams in advance, everyone laughed. Xiao Mufeng and Kakashi are arrogant. And they also know that Mufeng has a gambling agreement with the Uchiha family. Mufeng has offended the Uchiha family, and those in the Uchiha family will definitely look for Mufeng and Kakashi in the Death Forest. Ordinary students who are okay to trouble themselves. I wish to stay away from these 2 people. Kakashi was aside, with a cold look on his face, keeping strangers away. Just like a sculpture, motionless. Uchiha Ming also arrived. They were behind 3rd Hokage, and they didn't show up too much. His eyes were always on Mufeng and Kakashi. The 2 of them did not speak or move. This makes Uchiha Ming a little weird. Uchiha Ming has an ominous premonition in his heart. Now Uchiha is with Uchiha Mountain Ghost, plus their current Uchiha family students. They formed a huge strength. All the students know that the Uchiha family is expected to be number 1. This is definitely not something to think about. After a while, all people find their teammates. There are 2 people, 3 people, and 4 people. The most is the Uchiha family force, 5 people. 3 of them are among the top 5 in this year. In addition to the first Uchiha Knight, Mountain Ghost, there is also a woman who is Uchiha Mizuo. At this time, Kakashi saw that Uchiha Water Black, with blue hair, eyes different from others, blue eyes. Fair skin, cold face. Kakashi touched Mufeng's shoulder and said softly to Mufeng, "Did you see the girl next to Uchiha Mountain Ghost?" Mufeng retracted his gaze and turned to the Uchiha family, looking at the girl in the Uchiha family. Also at this time, the girl turned around and looked back at Mufeng. Similarly, Mufeng was also watching him. The 2 people looked at each other like this. Mufeng had some familiar feelings, and he was even more shocked. How could he have such feelings when he traveled here? Mufeng didn't know either. Mufeng felt her hostility, such a powerful breath. Even stronger than Uchiha's strength. How can this be? Kakashi said to the stunned Mufeng, "She is the most gifted girl in the Uchiha family, and what she is best at is illusion. Once you are hit by her illusion, you probably won't be able to get out. You better be careful." Kakashi is a little worried about Mufeng, because Kakashi doesn't have any information about this girl. I only remember that she shot once and caused Jonin's people to be illusioned for 5 minutes. What is that concept? A true genius, generally speaking, can solve a battle in 5 minutes. 3rd Hokage saw that they had all found the group, and then said to everyone, "Now each of you come over to pick up a reel and flare." Each student lined up, leading their own scrolls and flare. Some children feel a little heavy, and some look forward to showing their abilities before the exam. This exam is not just to show their own abilities, they know it is also a selection. These jonin not only protect their safety, but also the students who choose them. 3rd Hokage also started from this moment when the students became a 3-person team system. Each team is led by a jonin, which also allows these children to grow up quickly. The jonin took them to train and guide them. Short time. This will allow them to increase their strength. After each student receives it, they will find their teammates to the Death Forest. They will go to the Death Forest from different directions. The Death Forest is too big. The Death Forest is next to Konoha. This exam is on the periphery of the Death Forest. But it is also very broad. When Mufeng received the scroll, 3rd Hokage smiled at him and said, "Come on, kid." Mufeng nodded. He knew that 3rd Hokage had a different attitude towards him now. After leading the scroll, Mufeng found Kakashi and entered the Death Forest from the southeast. There are huge trees in the forest, 10 times taller than them. Mufeng looked at the forest and felt that this was the terrifying breath of the dead forest. Chapter 25 Group Fight. Konoha's largest forest is also the most dangerous place. Standing there, Mufeng felt the terror of nature in his pupils. At this time, Mufeng looked up at the huge tree, thinking in his heart. How could it be so big? So tall? Is this a tree? This is almost a tree spirit. Kakashi felt the shocked look of Mufeng beside Kakashi, no wonder. Regardless of Mufeng, Kakashi took a step forward and said to Mufeng behind him, "Come on. It's all started now. Yin. Here comes." Mufeng followed closely. Now, all the students in this year went to the Death Forest. Third Hokage and those elite Jonin stood on a huge tall building, watching them. This tall building is very conspicuous. It is at least a few hundred meters high, and you can see it very clearly when standing in front. What's more, they are Jonin-level ninjas, their facial features are several times stronger than ordinary people. Uchiha Ming is on the top of this tall building. Looking from a distance, he has seen the skinny Mufeng and Kakashi enter the Death Forest. Once you enter the Death Forest, it means the beginning of the exam. Third Hokage turned around, facing Uchiha Ming next to him, and slowly said, "Ming, who do you think will be the first in the graduation exam this time?" Uchiha Ming faced Third Hokage, bowed, very respectful, smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth, and said, "Master Hokage, I think those people in my family will be the first." "Oh. Is it Uchiha Knight?" Uchiha Ming looked over with his hands and smiled slightly and said, "Master Hokage's guess is accurate. I value Uchiha Na boy more. Whether it is ninjutsu, physique, or mind, it is better than anyone." Uchiha Ming said with a firm tone. Haki said, "Uchiha is his son, not to mention Uchiha is the genius of this year. The first is naturally an indisputable thing." Suddenly, a voice came out. "I don't think so, Uchiha is too rigid, no matter how powerful physique and ninjutsu are, it is better to have a brain." Xiao glanced at Uchiha Ming and said lightly, "Even if it is Konoha's number one power, Xiao is not afraid." He didn't even look at the expressions of the Uchiha family. "This is Xiao, Haki as always." At this time, Uchiha Ming's face was a little ugly. Third Hokage is here, and he doesn't dare to be presumptuous. Uchiha Ming took a deep breath and asked Xiao, "Then who do you think will be the number one this time?" Xiao kept looking at Mufeng after hearing Uchiha Ming's question. Considered for a moment. 2 words were spoken. "Mufeng." "Who, Mufeng?" "It's the child of the next class, the child who is said to have defeated Uchiha Kaze. He is so young, taking the graduation exam." Everyone was even talking about it. They also didn't expect Xiao to think that Mufeng would be the first. Everyone was a little shocked. How could that child be number one? Minato's blue eyes began to look for the shadows of Mufeng and Kakashi. He also didn't expect Senior Xiao to think that Mufeng was the first. Isn't it a bit? At this moment, only White Fang and Third Hokage smiled slightly. Uchiha Ming looks into the distance, his eyes are very firm, he knows Uchiha will live up to his expectations. He slowly said, "Then let's wait and see." Third Hokage is also looking forward to their performance to see what kind of strength the children in this class have. At this time, Mufeng and Kakashi walked slowly, they were very cautious. When they looked at the tall buildings in the distance, they knew that they were 3 days away this time. They must not only protect their scrolls, but also reach the tall building safely. Mufeng looked at the huge tall building, and he suddenly remembered the Iron Tower in another world. Extremely strong. Within 3 days, you must reach that place. Otherwise, you are at your own risk. Mufeng's current strength has almost recovered. Kakashi asked curiously, "Are we going to go to the Uchiha family for fun now?" The Uchiha family and Mufeng are at odds. Mufeng shook his head and signaled that he did not need to look for them. No, they will definitely come to us. Mufang said confidently. He believed that the Uchiha Knight and the Uchiha Mizuno must be back. Kakashi nodded, not asking further. He believed what Mufang said, just like last time, Kakashi believed that Mufang could defeat those people. At that time, Mufang felt that the strength of the session was indeed a bit strong. Some people have no bottom in his heart. Last time, since the battle with that killer, the system never showed any rewards. Moreover, it is impossible for Mufang to explode with the kind of powerful combat power like last time. Don't ask anything else. The system pitted him. Now his contribution value is gone. Mufang doesn't have too many whole cards. The system told him that as long as he gets the first place in this exam, there will be more rewards. Mufang gave him a blank look at the time, and thought in his heart that only ghosts believe you. Mufang and Kakashi moved forward quickly. Mufang looked a little dizzy at the tall building, with a strange feeling. Mufang didn't know exactly what it felt like. Mufang muttered to himself, "Is this an illusion? Impossible." Kakashi followed closely, just to hurry. As fast as possible, as fast as possible. Third Hokage told them, the first is not only to get to the tall building in a short time, but also to have more scrolls. Mufang had an idea just now and discussed with Kakashi to go to the tall building first. Mufang also revealed his plan. Did he know that people used to play like this in novels? It's in the high-rise building, hidden. Everyone will grab someone. This is not only fast, but also more reels. But Kakashi couldn't help but worry, Mufang, if that happens, we will really offend everyone in this session. Mufang knew that he would have to endure the anger of those people at that time. When I think about it, my head is a little big. Mufang still had a firm gaze, facing Kakashi, and said in a deep voice, "Go ahead, hold on to the courageous, starve to death the cowardly." After listening, Kakashi nodded. Looking forward, his face changed. Kakashi stopped quickly and froze in place. Motionless, looking ahead. Mufang didn't know what was wrong with Kakashi, so he walked up to Kakashi to see what was wrong with Kakashi. "What's the situation?" Mufang asked. "What's wrong, Kakashi, what's wrong with your face?" Kakashi swallowed, eyes staring straight ahead with a serious expression. With a trembling finger, pointing to the front, Kakashi slowly said, "Mufang, you turn back, go, look ahead." "What's the matter?" Mufang asked impatiently. Just when Mufang turned and looked back, his eyes were huge. "Damn it! Dead." The front group of people, all the students are here, they all seem to have a tacit understanding, gathered together. Their eyes are like staring at a prey, touching the iron stick in their hands. Looking at the two Mufang with a smile. This is a gang fight? Chapter 26 Ultimate Attack. Mufang smiled at them and said, "Big buddies, this is a mistake. I don't know if you believe it or not." Mufang looked helpless, he really wanted to say that he didn't say it on purpose. "It's a big game." The fat man in the front of them narrowed his eyes into a thin slit. Looking at Mufang and Kakashi with a look of ill intentions. Kakashi was also shocked. Mufang wanted to scold even more in his heart, "We are so small, you dare to start. You wait for me." Mufang and Kakashi stepped back step by step. Give them smiley faces. The more so. They are holding iron sticks or something, and there is Kunao. They are already ninjas, it is normal to have weapons. But Mufang didn't even expect them to have those iron sticks. That's iron. Mufang is only 6 years old now, so he can't stand the blast of an iron rod. Mufang put his hands together and prayed to these people, "I was just talking about nonsense, elder brothers, please. Haha. Oh, this is our next genius. The tone is crazy enough. You are not here to stop us all, Come on. We are here now, you have been here. Everyone stared at Mu Feng's appearance, mocking them at Mu Feng. Brother, we were really wrong. Mu Feng was about to cry, but he didn't expect these people to be so shameless. Mu Feng looked around for a week, and at least 50 or 60 of them were here. How to fight this? And also a member of Uchiha's family. Could it be that Mu Feng and Kakashi singled them out, or they bullied the two of us? I'll count 1, 2, 3, and we'll run. Mu Feng turned his head slightly and whispered to Kakashi. Kakashi nodded, not forgetting to say. Mu Feng said, "This is all a good idea from you." Okay, okay. Mu Feng was a little impatient, and said quickly, "Let's get out of danger first." I'm convinced by you. Mu Feng and Kakashi, 1 step, 2 steps. The pace of the devil slowly moved back. The fat man in front, watching Mu Feng and their movements, naturally knew what Mu Feng and the others wanted to do. The fat man said to everyone, "These two boys are going to run, let's grab them quickly." At this time, Third Hokage and them were also taken aback. They didn't expect that everyone in the session would target Kakashi and Mu Feng. Maybe these two people are too jealous. Seeing such a scene, Zai Xiao looked at Uchiha Ming's proud look and snorted coldly. This is obviously dissatisfaction with Uchiha Ming's approach. Uchiha Ming said to Zai Xiao, "I can't do this. Your apprentice is too powerful. Such a challenge should be no problem for him." Zai Xiao is not looking at him anymore, he knows the situation now. In all likelihood, Mu Feng and Kakashi will be eliminated. No one will escape this situation. 2 6-year-old children face 50 or 60 people. How can Mu Feng and Kakashi fight? Beat. Make a woolen thread. 1, 2, 3. Mu Feng shouted, "Go, go quickly." It's too late to say, then it's fast. Mu Feng and Kakashi turned around and ran away. The fat man took a look and threw the sword in his hand directly. Not just the fat man, everyone present threw the kunao and Kakashi at Mu Feng and Kakashi in their hands. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Fortunately, Mu Feng and Kakashi ran fast. Suddenly, the place where Mu Feng was at the beginning exploded in an instant. Otherwise, Mu Feng and Kakashi will be finished long ago. Mu Feng and Kakashi just want to be like a cheetah, walking through the jungle. The speed is too fast. A boy with yellow hair, Jain directly, facing Mu Feng in front, said, "Wind style, breaking wind technique." Hoo hoo. The loud sound of breaking wind. Mu Feng and Kakashi were running, and the huge wind greeted Mu Feng and them. Damn it! Damn it! Such a strong wind! Gradually, Mu Feng and Kakashi struggled. They run against the wind. This is also a run of wool. Mu Feng and Kakashi looked at each other. Very tacit understanding. Mu Feng and Kakashi turned directly to face them. Mu Feng's eyes became deep, staring at them coldly. The people stopped suddenly, and Mu Feng and Kakashi stopped unexpectedly. The Uchiha family is behind, watching quietly, wondering what they too want to do. Mu Feng said coldly, "You are all forcing me, so don't blame me then." Kakashi drew his wooden knife behind, and directly sealed with one hand, lightning style, thunder flash technique. Suddenly, the blade of the wooden knife was covered with lightning. Blue rays. Vigorous and sharp. Zi zi zi. Mu Feng shouted at them, "Don't you seem to want to hit us? We are here." Roared. "Come." Hammered his chest with his right hand, Haki shouted. "Come on, come here. A bunch of cowards." Mu Feng didn't care at all, he looked very casual. Mu Feng looked at them with firm eyes. In an instant. Go. 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 The fat man took the lead and shouted that he least liked being called a coward. The fat man was very angry. It wasn't just the fat guy, but Mu Feng completely angered them this time. Fatty and a group of people threw their shurikens at Mu Feng and the others again. One by one, Mu Feng and Kakashi were angry. They also exude a strong aura, they are a year older than Mu Feng, and they can't be ashamed. In addition, this kid Mu Feng is so arrogant, he must teach them well. They are 10 meters apart. It is a long-range attack on Mu Feng. Hundreds of shurikens were thrown out and swept across the sky, pouring out like a waterfall. The scene was like 10,000 arrows piercing the heart, coming towards Mu Feng and Kakashi. Kakashi held the thunder knife tightly, exuding a frightening air. The whole body was filled with blue light, and chakra was exposed, forming an armor. This is his latest defense technique. Mu Feng's pupils shrank slightly, and he held a knife in his right hand. In the shuriken, when falling. At this time, there were no dead ends. If Mu Feng and the others didn't evade, they would definitely be disabled. Mu Feng held the knife and jumped up. Immediately afterwards, Kakashi also flew over. Pause time. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Knife light staggered. Mu Feng's sword was so fast that he couldn't see the shadow of Mu Feng's sword at all. Kakashi's side is even more weird. The wooden sword collided with the shuriken. Only a ding-dong was heard. The shuriken was directly cut off. Although the wooden sword was made of wood, the chakra released by Mu Feng was very powerful. These shurikens can't get close to them at all. Bang bang bang. Those shurikens directly fell heavily on the ground. Too fast. It's almost ultimate. With a slash, the shuriken was directly torn apart. The speed is too fast. This is Mu Feng Ultimate's offense. Not only the students of this year, but also third Hokage. Their eyes were full of shock. Is this the strength of Mu Feng and Kakashi? Third Hokage glanced at White Fang, intending to inquire. Then I thought about it. Did not ask. Isn't this the White Fang's sword technique? Mu Feng actually learned it? Chapter 27, full of killing intent. Third Hokage stared at Mu Feng's movements. Mu Feng's sword technique. Simple and unpretentious. The sword technique is almost ultimate, the purple light of the sword. Almost all of those ninjas were directly cut off by Mu Feng. They threw at least a few hundred shurikens. I never thought that their strength was very strong. Is this a 6-year-old child? How can this be? Huh. They all stared at Mu Feng and Kakashi with their eyes. Mu Feng directly inserted the knife into the ground. The purple light was evident. Kakashi was one step behind him. Obviously, Kakashi has regarded Mu Feng as the boss. Mu Feng smiled slightly. Take a step earlier. Come. You are all here. At this time, naked irony. One person can be worth 100 people. That violent breath. Extremely domineering. Not only them, but even the Uchiha family behind them. His pupils shrink slightly. No one thought that Mu Feng and Kakashi were particularly strong. Mu Feng looked at them. Since you are not coming, then I will pass. Seeing Mu Feng's strength just now, who would dare to go up now? How to fight this? The fat man at the front also trembles with his hands. He thought Mu Feng and Kakashi were just two people, who would have thought that these two people were monsters? He wanted to find a place to sew in, it was too shameful. That's hundreds of ninjas. Even he couldn't hide. In an instant, Mu Feng touched the ground with his right foot and shot out, and the ground broke directly. Sprinting from the left. With the huge sound of breaking the wind, the state of the whole person has changed. Kakashi shot from the right. The two of them, one from the left and the other, shot at the group of people. One purple and one blue, flashing past. The speed is almost ultimate. Suddenly, Mu Feng directly pointed at the person in front of him, went over, jumped up, and stayed in the air for a while, holding a knife in both hands. "Die to me!" Mufeng shouted loudly. The man hurriedly grabbed the iron stick and swung his hand to resist Mufeng's wooden knife. Click! All of a sudden, the iron rod was in two halves. "Damn it! This FK is a human?" That one was stunned, his eyes showed deep fear, more of fear. Puff! The wooden knife slashed directly to their shoulders. At this time, the blood was dripping and burst out directly. Splashing on Mufeng's face, Mufeng didn't have any expression. The man fell directly on the ground, his eyes full of fear, looking at Mufeng. "It hurts, I give up. Don't kill me, I am persecuted." The man yelled, "It's all Uchiha who forced us to do this." After Mufeng heard it, his eyes exuded a terrible breath. The surroundings are even more silent. Quiet and terrible. Mufeng raised his head slightly and looked at Uchiha. Uchiha looked indifferent. Even if Mufeng knew it, what would happen? Uchiha is not to be outdone at night. The two looked at each other. Uchiha saw the killing intent in Mufeng's eyes. "But how can this be?" Uchiha said coldly. "If you can't catch up with me now, you probably won't catch up with me in this life." "Can't catch up with you?" He smiled. "Oh, is it? Then let's take a look," Mufeng said. The voice just fell. Mufeng looked at the man who fell on the ground, his whole body trembling. Mufeng held the knife and slowly lifted it up. He was like this, as if he was going to cut the man who fell on the ground. His name is Handa, and he really feels the breath of death at this time. Third Hokage warned, not to kill. He was even more afraid that Mufeng would break the rules. Mufeng directly raised the knife high. Huh! He closed his eyes in an instant, tears streaming down uncontrollably. The tip of the knife directly touched the ground, and a large pit appeared. "It's next to Handa." Handa closed his eyes, feeling that he didn't feel the pain on his body. He slowly opened his eyes, and Mufeng stepped over in front of him. It's so arrogant. He was so scared that Mufeng was like this now. From now on, it is estimated that Mufeng will become a shadow in his heart. Become his demon. If he can't break through, it will be considered as a waste. Keep going back. Mufeng is not that stupid, he is now equivalent to third Hokage and they are still ants. If he breaks the rules, he believes that his master may not be able to keep him. At that time, he was completely finished. At this time, Uchiha, who was standing in the big tree, watched Mufeng's movements just now. With a solemn look. Mufeng's performance in mind, ninjutsu, and physical skills is now perfect. Now all his thoughts are to knock them down. He wants to be number one. Kakashi was even colder and didn't say a word. He didn't give them a chance to react, and directly shot the knife. The sword technique is so weird, and he inherited his father's sword technique. Moment. Mufeng and Kakashi, two men who were approaching ultimate, broke through the first line of defense. No one can stop them. Someone shouted, "Use ninjutsu collectively and use wind style to slow them down." 11 or 2 people stood directly in a row. Both hands are knotted. Zi, ugly. Wind style, gale technique. Wind style, wind blade technique. Moment. A gust of wind blew in front of them. Hoo-hoo. Moment. The ground was lifted up, and there was another. These big trees are curved. The wind is too strong. He rushed towards Mufeng and Kakashi who rushed over. And the countless wind blades, mixed with the sound of breaking through the air. It's like the blades of a curved bow, except that those wind blades are made of chakra. Those wind blades are also extremely sharp. Once touched, it will definitely be seriously injured. Kakashi also got serious, and immediately came in front of Mufeng. Instant seals. 6 seals per second. Earth style, earth flow wall technique. Kakashi whispered, and then pressed his hands to the ground. A huge wall of earth broke out of the ground and stood in front of them abruptly. The countless wind blades hit the wall directly. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The wall was cratered for an instant, and they were all hit by the wind blade. They see that this is very effective, so that they can restrain the distance between Mufeng and them. No matter how powerful Mufeng's sword technique is, no matter how fast it is. If you are not close, there will be no harm at all. They then used wind-style technique and blasted past the wall. Direct bombing. There are hundreds of wind blades, breaking the wall little by little. Dang dang. Hearing such a voice, they knew that this wall would not last long. At this time. Boom boom boom. Under the bombardment of countless wind blades, this soil wall simply couldn't hold on, and it collapsed. Suddenly. A puff of dust came up, a cloud of smoke, and they tried to open their eyes wide to see. When the smoke cleared, there was no one. People. How could there be no one? Even Uchiha was shocked. He kept staring there, so he might not be able to see it. This is really weird. Are you looking for me again? A cold voice. Just when he turned his head. The man was behind him, Mufeng. Just when he was shocked, Mufeng kicked it. The momentum is heavy. No one fancy moves? A simple kick, absolute speed, absolute strength. Uchiha flew directly more than 20 meters away at night. Mufeng was full of murderous intent towards him. Chapter 28. You are here. It is now that Mufeng has the absolute upper hand. No one can stop Mufeng and Kakashi except the Uchiha family. Mufeng's eyes were extremely sharp, staring at the people of the Uchiha family. Sudden. The sound of breaking wind. Uchiha Mountain Ghost came instantaneously. He kicked directly at Mufeng, and Mufeng hurriedly put his hands across his chest. Bang bang bang. Mufeng took a few steps back. His hands trembled a little, and he didn't think of the Uchiha family. People like them are still a bit powerful. Shangui looked at Mufeng with a sense of war, and it was not easy to meet a strong opponent. The mountain ghost said to Mufeng, "The strength is not bad. Hee, this is just the beginning." Mufeng smiled slightly. Uchiha Mountain Ghost is a physical skill that specializes in, and it is still possible. His strength is equal to Mufeng. Kakashi attacked the students on the other side. Kakashi alone is enough to deal with those people. As long as there are no people from the Uchiha family, no one can defend their attack. Kakashi was like lightning, with blue light passing through the crowd. The speed is as fast as ultimate. Uchiha stood up slowly and raised his head slightly. "Very well, you have completely irritated me," Uchiha said with a ferocious face and murderous eyes in the night. After Mufeng heard it, his eyes focused even more. Began to get serious. He faced these two geniuses. This makes him feel a little dangerous. Is Mufeng really good? Or the two Uchiha? Whirring. A gust of wind blows, and large tracts of fallen leaves in the woods fly up. Moment. Haha. Uchiha and Shangi shot directly. Bang bang bang. Short pawns collided. Uchiha holds Konao in his hand and stabs towards Mufeng. Just now. Uchiha even opened the Urgujade directly. His eyes were full of blood red, and those two Tomo were very conspicuous. He believed that under the effect of the blood will eyes, no matter how fast Mufeng moved, he would not be his opponent. Mufeng was also not afraid of Uchiha's blood will eyes. He knew that blood will eyes were in possession of chakra and could be used all the time. And the chakra used by the blood will eye is very much. Back then, Kakashi was pulled down by the blood will eyes. If Kakashi had no blood will eyes, he might surpass his father. Mufeng is not only going to fight Uchiha, He also uses his peripheral vision to observe the movements of Uchiha Mountain Ghost. The Mountain Ghost attacked Mufeng directly, like a beast, that kind of primitive aura. The body has infinite power. The Mountain Ghost is not like Uchiha, because he doesn't bother to use it. His fists are his best weapon. The body has not arrived, the potential has arrived. This made Mufeng feel a little depressed when he retreated. Blasted directly at Mufeng's chest. Mufeng used all his strength and directly slashed it with a wooden knife. Damn it! See if your fist is hard or my knife is hard. The Mountain Ghost snorted coldly. A broken wooden knife, see how I break it for you. He is even more confident. The wooden knife against the fist is ridiculous. Bang bang bang. At that moment, Mufeng was about to slash the past with a wooden knife, but he turned into legs and kicked the Mountain Ghost. No matter what, the legs are still longer than the hands. The Mountain Ghost's fist hadn't come to meet Mufeng. Mufeng kicked it. Bang bang bang. 1 foot, 2 feet. The Mountain Ghost fell directly to the ground. Puff. The Mountain Ghost spit out blood directly, which didn't react at all. Mufeng hit him in the abdomen. He never thought that Mufeng, who was younger than him, was even more sophisticated than him. Those eyes turned blood red, which also directly opened the blood will eyes, staring at Mufeng firmly. Damn it, I lost. No, I haven't lost yet. Uchiha Shangi said unwillingly. He tried to get himself up and get up slowly. Suddenly, when he was halfway through, his legs trembled slightly, and he panicked a little. Can't stand up unexpectedly. Ouch. He vomited blood again, and went straight down without strength. He didn't know how Mufeng did it, or how many feet he did, which made him like this. It hadn't been a few minutes before the two played against each other. The Mountain Ghost was beaten down and couldn't get up at all. Uchiha was furious when he saw such a scene at night. Mufeng Jiaguang observed Uchiha, and then rushed towards Uchiha with a wooden knife in his hand. He wants to overwhelm Uchiha with absolute strength. What happened to the blood will I? With that thing, you can't beat me. A purple cold light passed by Mufeng, the speed was very fast, and it was almost ultimate. Mufeng used his fastest speed to meet Uchiha Knight. Bang bang bang. Uchiha Yeshiwa directly touched Mufeng's wooden knife. Bang bang bang. At this moment, they directly made a dozen moves. The two shots were too fast. Sharinan of Uchiha Knight turned quickly, capturing the trajectory of Mufeng wooden sword. Can't see clearly. This is not clear at all. Mufeng's attack was as fast as lightning, and his purple chakra was extremely domineering. In a moment, Uchiha's body had a few bloody mouths, and he felt the pain in his body. Especially those of the remaining Uchiha family, and some students were even more stunned. The strength of the two people is not at the same level as them. They are one level, and these two people are one level. One is purple and the other is red. Fuchsia interlaced. The two of them kept fighting, and their eyes became fierce. Mufeng is extremely domineering. The body method is getting faster and faster, and he suddenly appears behind Uchiha. Appeared behind Uchiha Knight again. Uchiha was a little panicked, even with Sharinan, he couldn't see Mufeng's body skills clearly. Too fast. Pass by one stroke. The strength is getting bigger and bigger, and it keeps on blessing. Bang bang bang. Uchiha was directly hit by Mufeng and fell heavily on the ground. In an instant, a big pit was hit on the ground. Uchiha's face became very ugly. This is simply suppression. Naked blow. Uchiha also didn't expect his strength to be automatically terrifying. I really underestimated him. Uchiha stepped back a few steps, watching Mufeng. Mufeng fell on the branch, holding the purple wooden knife in one hand, and stood slightly. With a calm gaze, he looked at Uchiha. The two people looked at each other like this, and neither of them found a bargain. Uchiha Knight coldly snorted, "I really underestimated you." Mufeng didn't speak, but with the knife in his hand, he rushed towards Uchiha again. Although Mufeng's knife was still a wooden knife, Uchiha knew that the wooden knife was not an ordinary wooden knife. The knife itself contained a powerful chakra. And this wooden knife is spiritual. Just now when Uchiha was about to pierce Mufeng's chest, the wooden knife directly became soft, and it was crossed on Mufeng's chest and resisted abruptly. Mufeng himself was a tyrannical defense, especially his purple armor. This makes Uchiha unable to break his defense at all. How do you fight this? Although Uchiha can see Mufeng's movements clearly, his speed is a bit slower than Mufeng's. Sharingan is also useless at this time. This makes Uchiha Knight very depressed. Mufeng has been suppressing Uchiha, the blade has not arrived, but the wooden sword itself is extremely sharp. See how you fight me? Mufeng laughed at Uchiha Knight and said, "That's it? You are still the strongest genius of this year. Is there no one in this year? A child who knows nothing will fight me here, haha. Your strength this year is not so good." This is not just a mockery of Uchiha, what Mufeng is talking about is this class of students. This made Mufeng sigh, a little disappointed. He hasn't used the knife technique taught him by White Fang yet, they just can't do it. Ugh. Are you here? Chapter 29 Uchiha Rebellion. At this time, everyone present had heard it, and their eyes were all focused on Mufeng. Mufeng was dressed in black, eyes full of determination, looking down at them. As majestic as in the sky, looking down on the earth. All this seems so natural. Uchiha knelt on the ground in the middle of the night, staring at Mufeng. He actually failed. He actually lost. This time I really lost completely. This makes everyone weird, their genius actually lost. They couldn't bear this fact in their hearts. If Uchiha's people can't stop him, then no one can stop Mufeng. Mufeng was like a god of war, dazzling, shining purple light, irresistible. It's like in his field, any power is crushing. Mufeng is in front and Kakashi is in the back half of his body. Two wooden knives were inserted diagonally on the ground, emitting light. Purple light, blue light fruit shining with people. Everyone stopped one after another, they didn't dare to go forward and fight Mufeng. Uchiha clearly looked at the scene at this time, and his pupils shrank slightly, and he made up his mind that this person could not stay. His hands clenched tightly to suppress the anger in his heart. As long as this exam is over, then it will be Mufeng's death. The plan has to be advanced again. But it's the old fox Uchiha Ming. His expression flashed by just now, but he was caught by Zi Xiao and White Fang. Zi Xiao knew that this time, the fox's tail was about to be exposed. Mufeng really surprised everyone. I thought that Mufeng and Uchiha and Shangi would be a fierce battle. The strength of Mufeng and Kakashi is above the Chunin level. Seeing his son, White Fang actually hid his strength, stood with his hands holding hands, and smiled slightly. It really exceeded his expectations. White Fang was even more pleased to see these changes in Kakashi. If Kakashi has been indifferent and wants to improve his strength, he will have no feelings. White Fang wants Kakashi to live in an emotional life. Now, after this period of change, Mufeng has changed him. Third Hokage's eyes were full of shock. The child grew up too fast. All Jonin present were dumbfounded. When they were in that grade, their strength was not so strong. What is going on with the children now? Is talent so terrible? Do they need a question mark in their minds? Some people slowly walked behind Uchiha and stood respectfully. Mufeng was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. This should be Uchiha's attendant, and they add up to 7 or 8 people. Mufeng wants to see what waves they can make. At this time, all standing in a row, Uchiha was still not reconciled at night. Slowly got up and took out the scroll. Not only him, everyone in the session took out the scrolls. That scroll is not like the scroll that third Hokage gave them. At this time, Mufeng had a premonition of anxiety. He didn't know what it was. He knew that this premonition was very strong, and his heartbeat kept accelerating. Mufeng looked at the people in Uchiha. Yet, is it because of them? The scroll looked a little old, and it didn't look like a ninjutsu scroll at all. Rows of scrolls, neat scrolls, stood in front of them. Everyone's hands were printed, and the actions were exactly the same. They muttered silently, "Teleport technique, solution. Untie. Untie. Untie." They slashed a blood stain in their hands and pressed their hands directly on the scroll. Moment. The sky became densely clouded and black. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. A group of figures appeared in front of them one after another. When Mufeng saw them, his eyes were full of anger. Kakashi is also severely cold. That familiar dress, familiar figure. This made Mufeng's life unforgettable. It was these killer organizations that assassinated them. If it weren't for Mufeng's outbreak, it is estimated that they would have died there. Mufeng is watching all this now. After a group of figures appeared, they rushed towards the students. Passed by in a flash. Holding a black knife in his hand, he chopped it over. Mufeng saw this scene. That student is the fat man, and the fat man is even more terrified. He didn't react, and a big knife appeared on his head. He, who had never experienced a war, was immediately scared to pee. He was just a child, and closed his eyes tightly. He still panicked, not knowing that he was a ninja at all. Just when the knife fell on his head. With a bang. There was a loud noise. He didn't feel the pain, which made him a little puzzled. He slowly opened his eyes. Mufeng. The purple light gleamed all over, and Mufeng blocked it with a wooden knife. That person was even slightly taken aback. The other blue figure is as fast as lightning. Whoosh whoosh. Came directly instantaneously. Kakashi jumped straight up, holding a knife in both hands, and thrusting it straight into his back. Puff. The wooden knife pierced his back directly, and blood drifted across. This person didn't react at all, his eyes widened, and there was no life in an instant. Looking at these two people, I don't know how they have such a delicate cooperation. Boom. The man fell directly to the ground heavily. This is just one person. It only came out for a few seconds. It was directly killed by Mufeng and Kakashi in seconds. People keep appearing on the scroll. One after another, a steady stream. As long as they come out, they will kill this class of students. Not everyone is like Fatty, saved by Mufeng and Kakashi. Run quickly, let's get out of here. After killing this person, Mufeng said hurriedly. Now the situation has changed even more. He looked back at Uchiha, no surprise. They should have rebelled. Mufeng's gaze then shifted to the tall building. What third Hokage saw was very angry. Just about to rush out. Moment. From the east, west, south and north, black barriers appeared. Enclosing the entire tall building directly, third Hokage saw the scene at this time. The face is hard to see ultimate. Unexpectedly, third Hokage looked directly at Uchiha Ming. Uchiha Ming looked calm and looked at third Hokage. Uchiha Ming took a step back. Not only him, but even Uchiha Fugaku behind him took a step back slightly. There were also some elite jonin who came to Uchiha Ming in an instant. Zi Xiao, White Fang, Namikaze Minato are standing behind third Hokage. They knew that Uchiha Ming should have rebelled. As expected, Uchiha Ming still rebelled. Third Hokage kept his eyes fixed on Uchiha Ming, and slowly said, "You really made your choice. I am not only for the Uchiha family, but also for Konoha. Uchiha said awe-inspiringly. Chapter 30, Subtle Cooperation. Obviously, Uchiha clearly made a betrayal. Uchiha stared at Third Hokage. He knew that Third Hokage's strength was terrifying. That's the title known as Dr. Ninja. An ordinary person, without any bloodline boundaries, stands at the top of the ninja world. This requires much effort. And Third Hokage is such a man, a position that all ordinary people look up to. At this time Third Hokage is still young, not when he was old. Third Hokage took a step forward and said, "Then fight." For a time, Zi Xiao and White Fang rushed over in an instant, fighting with the guards of the Uchiha family. Namikaze Minato passed by immediately and fought with Uchiha Fugaku. The two were of equal strength. Now, the two sides fought directly and fought for a while. For those who are harmful to Konoha, kill them all. Not to mention the people of the Uchiha family. He needs to kill the chickens and curse the monkeys. Third Hokage didn't take a shot, but stood up with a negative hand, and said indifferently, "Uchiha Ming, you have to bear the path you choose by yourself." Moment. With a bang. In a cloud of smoke, Third Hokage was directly replaced by black armor. There was an extra long headband on the helmet, and his eyes were full of determination. He rushed directly to Uchiha Ming. Whoosh whoosh. Third Hokage was too fast, and appeared behind Uchiha Ming at the speed like lightning. Boom boom boom. The hands were printed directly, and the hands were on the lips. Third Hokage said, "Fire style, great fireball technique." For a time, a huge fireball appeared directly from his mouth, more than 10 meters in size. The fireball was surrounded by scorching heat, and it was released to Uchiha. Uchiha Ming also uses fire style and great fireball technique. The action is exactly the same. Bang bang bang. The two huge fireballs collided and exuded heat. Boom boom boom. Sure enough, the strong is the strong. Unlike the novice, the battle is different. This tall building is fighting fiercely. At this time, Mufeng and Kakashi, plus the fat man. There were chasing soldiers behind, and the three of them swiftly shuttled through the grass. The three of them were gasping for breath, they were really tired. Especially that fat guy, when will he be hunted down like this? Fatty looked at Mufeng's back, his eyes full of gratitude. He really can't run anymore, his legs are trembling, and he didn't react to the scene just now. Seeing that the fat man was not running, Mufeng looked back at the fat man and asked quickly, "What's the matter?" "Fatty." The fat man was gasping for breath, patronizing his breath, he couldn't speak at all. He waved his hand and said, "Or you just leave me alone, I can't do it anymore." Kakashi looked at him lightly, not knowing what was thinking in his heart. Mufeng patted the fat man on the shoulder, and smiled, "What are you going to run away? Wait a minute, just knock them down." The fat man stared straight at him, a little weird. Those people are not like these students, they are at least Chunin level strength. Down directly? Bragging. Fatty didn't have any low in his heart, and suddenly weak asked Mufeng, "We are only 3 of us, how can we fight this?" Just 3 of us are enough." Mufeng looked into the distance, thinking, he was waiting for them to arrive. They hid behind a big tree, and Mufeng said to the fat man, "I will give you some explosive charms, and you will throw them directly at me when the time comes." The fat man nodded. Mufeng took out a lot of explosive charms directly from behind and gave them directly to the fat man. The fat man saw these explosive charms in Mufeng's hands. Is it called something? The fat man was stunned for an instant. Are these some explosive charms? Damn it! This is the robbery. If it wasn't for the fat man to see these explosive symbols, he thought about it. If those people didn't show up, it is estimated that Mufeng would use these explosive charms on them. The fat man shook his head vigorously, not daring to think further. Mufeng told the fat man, When they came, Kakashi and I rushed over, attracting firepower. Pointing to the big tree next to him, he said to the fat man, "You hide it there. As long as we withdraw back, I will ask you to use an explosive. Don't be too wasteful of exploding charms, give me all of them to use." "Not enough, I still have it." Mufang smiled at the fat man. Fatty's brains are even more crazy, not enough, and still more. How many explosions does this Mufang have? Then the fat man ran directly under the big tree and hid. He leaned on the big tree, watching Mufang and them here, waiting for Mufang's signal. Now they are a camp, no matter how they civil war, they are Konoha people. As long as those who cause damage to Konoha, they must kill. Fatty didn't even think that Uchiha and Sangui would rebel. This completely ruined the image of the two of them in their hearts. Mufang felt that the thousands of explosive charms weren't too many. They were all pitted from the system, but they were worn out. At that moment, Mufang doesn't have many whole cards anymore, thinking of the explosive charm is a good thing. He directly pitted the system and took thousands of explosive symbols. If it weren't for Mufang to completely suppress them, then he would just use the explosive charm. He felt terrible when he thought about it. Once these thousands of explosive symbols explode, the entire forest will be blown up in half. Mufang felt a little excited when he thought about it. Now, Mufang wanted to use thousands of explosive symbols on those assassins. When fighting Uchiha just now, Mufang was hardly injured and unscathed. He still retains all his combat power. As long as he does not exceed his limit, Mufang will definitely retain 1/3 of his strength. At this time, clang clang clang, a group of figures appeared in front. They scanned the front. Mufang and Kaka stood opposite them, very natural. They have already seen this kind of scene, and it is no surprise. Mufang held the wooden knife in his hand, with a solemn expression, bragging. "So many people. Damn it. Forget it, fight it." Whizzing. Kakashi's figure appeared directly in front of them, holding a wooden knife, and rushed directly. Passed by in a flash. They didn't expect that it was not just Mufang's fast speed, they ignored Kakashi's speed. He is also a genius, but Mufang's current light is too dazzling. Mufang also appeared in mid-air, with both hands directly imprinted, fire style, Yanlong bullet. A huge fire dragon appeared in the sky, terrifying real fire. The dragon opened its mouth directly, spitting out fire bullets. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The fire dragon bomb slammed into them directly. Some people hadn't reacted directly, and were instantly hit by a fire dragon bomb, and the whole person was burned. Not even bones. Those who were busy avoiding, for a time, flashes of swords flashed past. Kakashi is like lightning, harvesting their lives. The combination of Kakashi and Mufang is even more subtle. Chapter 31. Kakashi made a seal with both hands directly. Suddenly, Zizi's voice. Razors appeared under Kakashi's hand. Razors rushed directly to the people in black. They flashed like thunder, directly shocking them. When they came into contact with Razor, they even made noises. There was pain all over the body. Ah! Screamed in pain. Mufang stood on it and scanned them. Those people from Uchiha hadn't come yet, and Mufang was also a little heavy. I don't know how Zixiao and White Fang are doing. Regardless, solve these people first. Immediately, Mufang flew in front of them. Pass by one stroke. Several figures and Mufang fought fiercely. Mufang's sword skills exudes a strong aura, not to mention a wooden sword, it is really tough. It's really a genius to have a wooden knife so slipped by Mufang's play. When Mufang does things, as long as he recognizes one thing, he will make it ultimate. When someone appeared behind Mufang, he was about to make a sneak attack. Kakashi, who was fighting beside him, saw it from the sidelines. Quickly shouted, "Mufeng, beware of the sneak attack from behind." As soon as the voice fell, the man's face was grim, and his eyes were full of triumph. Holding Kobo in his hand, looking at Mufeng's back, he stabbed fiercely without any hesitation. Boom! Mufeng directly changed a wooden stake, and Kobo stabbed on the wooden stake. This makes people's eyes widened. At this time, the wooden knife appeared on his neck, with a purple chakra on the knife, which was only 1 centimeter away from his neck. Mufeng appeared behind him and said coldly, "Do you think you can kill me?" The man was sweating profusely. As long as he was not far from death, he was about to speak. Whoosh whoosh. The wooden knife slashed directly. A purple light flashed, and then blood burst out. It caused an uproar around and invisibly gave them a kind of pressure. They did not expect that these two children were stronger than them. Mufeng held the wooden knife and shot it directly. Shuttle in the enemy, no one can stop Mufeng's attack. This is only a while. Under the combination of Mufeng and Kakashi, they were directly killed by more than half. This made them very angry, and they would lose to these two children. For a time, a few people stood in a row, nodded their hands, and read in unison, "Water style, water dragon bomb." All of a sudden, huge high-pressure water appeared on this ground, forming water dragons. The ninjutsu they used together was even more powerful. One by one, the water dragons directly moved towards Mufeng. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Mufeng and Kakashi kept avoiding, and the water dragon bomb sprayed by the water dragon blasted on the big tree. Suddenly, the tree fell abruptly. Not only the big trees, but also some plants and trees, were all bombarded by the water dragon. In this situation, Mufeng and Kakashi couldn't get close to them at all. Those who were on alert looked at Mufeng and Kakashi's embarrassed look and laughed. Two mice, both ran very fast. "When Grandpa catches you, you will kill them all," they kept saying. "Isn't it still pretty good just now?" "Why? Nothing." Listening to Mufeng's words, there was no anger at all. Those people clearly irritated Mufeng and Kakashi. However, Mufeng and Kakashi are not fools, they both hide quietly in the grass. Mufeng observed the surrounding situation, thinking about the current situation, calmly analyzing the situation. When those people saw that Mufeng and Kakashi hadn't come out in front of them, their expressions were a little unhappy, and they looked down upon these two children. The person in front is called Shanteng, an elite genin. Now he must catch these two children. Yamato said to the person behind, "Throw me the shuriken, add explosive charms to the shuriken, and blast them out for me." He only knew that the only way to get these two boys out. Suddenly, the people behind Yamato took out a handful of kunao or shuriken from the ninja's pocket. Then they added an explosion charm to the kunao, and smiled gloomily. "This time, how do you hide?" They prepared Kobo and shuriken, and directly shot towards Mufeng and the others. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Their projectile speed is extremely fast, and all of them are kunao and shurikens in the air. Mufeng suddenly raised his head, seeing it later. "Damn it! Why are there so many?" Immediately he grabbed Kakashi's arm and rushed out. Ran back and hurried out. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The explosion sounded constantly. Where they were hiding in Mufeng, a radius of more than 20 meters was directly bombed into disarray. Shanteng thought in his heart, "You guys came out at noon." His eyes were full of bloodthirsty. Looking at the two of them, he turned to the person behind and whispered, "Catch me." Whoosh whoosh. A group of figures shuttled among the trees. Mufeng and Kakashi have already come out, they must hunt them down. A person appeared behind Mufeng, holding Kiwa directly behind Mufeng. He used his greatest strength, and Kunao carried his chakra in his hand. His sneak attack method is very correct. Ordinary people will definitely be killed if this is the case. It's just a pity. What he faced was Mufeng, a genius even stronger than Kakashi. His perception is dozens of times stronger than others. How could he not know that someone behind attacked him? Just when Kiwa hit him, Mufeng suddenly turned around and kicked it, sinking vigorously. Boom! A kick hit that person's abdomen, and Kiwa didn't even get close to Mufeng's body. The man was kicked into the air, and then Kakashi threw a handful of kunao directly at the man. And it also carries an explosive symbol. Sudden. What? The man screamed directly. Boom! A huge explosion sounded. The man was directly killed, and his body was directly blown into several segments. This person instantly lost his life, and the person who was still chasing Mufeng saw such a scene. Their speed is a little slow, and they are a little scared. When Shan Teng saw it, he was even more angry. He didn't believe it. Couldn't the remaining dozen of them catch these two boys? When they were fighting with Mufeng, they had not completely gained the upper hand at all. All came with Mufeng's rhythm, which made him feel very strange. Mufeng ran forward, and he saw the position of little fatty. Mufeng and Kakashi glanced at each other as they were running, and nodded at each other. They all know what the other person is thinking. Mufeng wanted to give them a big gift this time, muttering to himself, "I hope you can survive." Chapter 32 Annihilation of the Army. Mufeng and Kakashi hurried to the fat man's position. At this time, Shan Teng and the others followed closely, and this time he wanted to see if Mufeng and the others had any tricks. A group of children, no matter how strong they are, it is impossible to kill these people. In front of them were large trees, and their vision was somewhat blocking them. Mufeng made good use of the location of the death forest, creating obstacles to their vision, so that they could be confused. Shan Teng sneered at Mufeng in front of him, "You should surrender obediently. You have no backup. If you don't surrender, I'm not welcome." Although Mufeng's strength was beyond his expectations, it was also under his control. Yamato also had to sigh that Konoha's genius was really too much, and he did not expect that their children, who were only a few years old, would have such attainments in mind, ninjutsu, and physical skills. The future is even more limitless. This also made Yamato a murderous heart. They must kill Mufeng and Kakashi. When Mufeng heard what Shan Teng said, he smiled, and thought to himself, "If you are proud of it for a while, you will feel better." They ran faster, and now they are waiting for a signal to the fat man. That side. The fat man squatted quietly behind the big tree, because he was wearing brown clothes that blended with the color of the big tree. If they didn't look carefully, they would definitely not find the fat man by the big tree. At this time, the fat man saw two figures galloping over quickly. His eyes widened, and his head stretched forward vigorously, wanting to recognize who the two figures are, and take a closer look. That is Mufeng and Kakashi. Mufeng and Kakashi rushed over quickly. Mufeng looked back, and they were still following closely. Really? They probably want to kill them, and they must catch Mufeng and Kakashi. The surroundings are very quiet, and the leaves are slowly falling. Zi. Mufeng and Kakashi ran to the front and stopped directly. Under the shining of the sun, Mufeng and Kakashi radiated dazzling light. Mufeng quietly waited for the assassins to arrive there. His eyes became sharp, and the wooden knife was directly inserted into the ground. The assassins came one by one, standing in a row, looking at Mufeng and them. The atmosphere is a bit solemn. They were a little surprised. This time Mufeng and the others were not running away. Are they tired? Those assassins became a little excited. These two little sheep can really run, and this kind of physical strength can definitely catch up with Chunin's level. All their eyes are focused on Mufeng. Shanteng stood 10 meters away in front of Mufeng and them, his face was a little dignified, looking at Mufeng and them. They actually stopped. At this time, Mufeng fired a flare at the sky. With a bang, a firework appeared in the sky, bright. Here! The fat man shouted even more and appeared next to them. Whoosh whoosh! Fatty and Mufeng, Kakashi appeared in their 3 different directions at the same time, and at the same time Ji Yin appeared in black barriers from 3 different directions, completely enclosing them here. Now, Shanteng and the others were stunned, and before they escaped, they surrounded these people themselves. The fat man said fiercely, "Go to hell." For a time, the fat man threw the explosive talisman directly into it, and kept throwing it. The exploding symbols were thrown in by the fat man, and the fat man's hand speed became faster and faster. In the beginning, it was thrown one by one. The farther back, they are thrown in packs. There are too many explosions. For a time, the barrier directly exploded inside. Boom boom boom. There was a huge explosion. This makes them simply unable to avoid. Explosive symbols fall in the air, and the sky is full of explosive symbols. This makes Yamato a very headache. He stared at Mufeng fiercely, and Mufeng gave him a smile. It seems to say that this time you are dead. He kept evading in a blink of an eye, and after images passed by. This is Yamato's speed, but his subordinates are not so lucky. The explosion talisman directly fell on them and exploded directly. Some people were directly broken their arms, screaming in pain. Some people were killed directly, and even the bodies were not left behind. The look in their eyes became frightened, they were scared. In the face of death, they are also afraid, and they don't want to die yet. These thousands of explosive charms are enough for these killers to drink a pot, because they can't escape at all. What they face is death. He could be even more cruel. He didn't expect to fall into the hands of a child. This is not their fault. Anyone who does not know Mufeng and their situation will make this mistake. This is the result of carelessness to the enemy, and details always determine success or failure. Mufeng watched such a scene quietly. This was the first time he saw so many people die. This is the ninja world, and death is inevitable. If you don't have strong strength, you will be in danger. This made Mufeng once again strengthened his confidence and said that I must become stronger to change the world. Ding! Congratulations to host for killing these killers and getting 1,000 contribution points. Ding! Host also has 2 free lucky draws. Do you want to use host now? No, not yet. Mufeng refused. He wanted to watch these killers die completely. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The ground was bursting badly, all of them were pits, and they were still more than 10 meters deep. It can be seen how powerful these thousands of explosive symbols are. At this time, the corpses were everywhere in rivers, all in bright red color, and a bloody breath came from tiredness. Looking at this expression, the fat man hurriedly covered his mouth, trying to spit out the bloody smell. Mufeng saw that no one could stand up, and they all became corpses. Mufeng motioned to Kakashi and Fatty to end the sealing technique. This is the triangular seal that Mufeng taught them. Once they touched this barrier, they were directly burned to death, which was formed by the real fire of shamisen. The barrier gradually disappeared, and Mufeng scanned all this. No one can still live. The fat man said, "This scene is too bloody." Kakashi also nodded. It was the first time he saw such a scene, but he was better than the fat man. Mufeng didn't speak, he was observing whether these people were completely dead. I thought to myself, do you want to make up for them now? Mufeng was afraid that some people would pretend to be dead and give him a sneak attack from behind. This would be a great loss. At this time, A pair of eyes opened slowly and saw Kakashi's back. Move your hand slowly, holding Kunao. Moment. Just got up and rushed towards Kakashi. When the fat man saw it, he shouted directly, Kakashi, be careful. Mufang stepped out directly, and his figure swiftly passed by, slashing at the person with a sound of breaking wind. One pass. He blocked the front with Kiwu. Only a loud bang was heard. Kumo was directly in two halves, and his whole body was cut in half and died. This time, all of them were wiped out. Chapter 33 The Power of Third Hokage. Mufang looked at all this without any expression, very indifferent. This is war, which is extremely tragic. When the sky fell, everything returned. The fat man looked at Mufang and asked slowly, Mufang, what shall we do now? Leave here quickly or go to that tall building. After speaking, the fat man looked at the tall building, and he could feel the fierce battle from such a distance. The fat man's eyes were fixed on Mufang and Kakashi. He wanted to follow Mufang and Kakashi closely. Only by the side of Mufang and Kakashi can he feel safe. Mufang also looked at the tall buildings. He was a little worried about Zixiao and White Fang. He hasn't followed the plot yet, and he doesn't know what is going on. The only thing he was sure of was that it had something to do with the Uchiha family. Mufang thought to himself, take a rest now, observe the situation first, and then make a decision. After all, Kakashi's physical strength was exhausted, and the fat man couldn't count on it. You can only rely on Mufang and Kakashi. Upstairs. Uchiha stepped back and looked at Third Hokage Haki, with a hint of hatred in his eyes. He didn't think that Third Hokage was still strong, just when he was young, in a heyday. Third Hokage walked over slowly, step by step towards Uchiha, with a somewhat helpless tone, and said, advise you to turn around. If you don't, then don't blame me. From the moment I started to betray. I don't belong here anymore, and I don't need your poor Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha snorted coldly. In this case, I will clear the door for Konoha. Third Hokage shouted. Taking a step directly before, the floor suddenly burst, unable to withstand the power of Third Hokage. The black armor of Third Hokage exudes an astonishing murderous aura. On weekdays, the kind Third Hokage is just like Grandpa, gentle. Now, the whole person exploded with killing intent and aimed at Uchiha. At this time, Uchiha eyes turned directly into Mangekyo, and his right eye was overused, and blood was flowing straight down. After a moment, Third Hokage appeared in front of him. Just when Uchiha wanted to use illusion on Third Hokage, he saw that Third Hokage closed his eyes. At this time, Mangekyo Sharinan has no effect on Third Hokage. Uchiha gang is about to take seals and wants to use ninjutsu against him. However, in an instant, there was a plop. Third Hokage stretched out his right leg and kicked him out. Boom boom boom. Uchiha was kicked out by the absolute power of Third Hokage, and the wall of the tall building was directly knocked down. Whoosh. Third Hokage kicked again and sent Uchiha to hell directly. If you fall, you will definitely be thrown to death. Third Hokage also rushed down immediately, constantly beating Uchiha, as if he wanted to vent all his hatred. One heavy punch hit Uchiha chest directly. Click. Uchiha showed an expression of pain, and Third Hokage's strength was far beyond his expectations. There was no chance to resist, letting Third Hokage bombard. Uchiha didn't just feel the pain, he was covered in cold sweat. His eyes were full of fear of Third Hokage. Third Hokage can't control so much. Since he has betrayed Konoha, he should be treated as an enemy. Boom boom boom. Uchiha clearly fell down heavily, and a large pit several meters deep appeared on the ground. It's a few hundred meters high, and if you don't fall to death, you will definitely be seriously injured. This moment, Third Hokage stood on Uchiha, and a powerful force leaked from him. At this time, Uchiha Ming was full of blood and looked embarrassed. He felt the killing intent of Third Hokage, the breath of death. Uchiha's mouth was full of blood, and he looked at Third Hokage in despair. He regretted it a bit, and he had not played a few rounds with Third Hokage, and was directly beaten by Third Hokage. It was a brutal beating. Third Hokage, with a sudden tone, said coldly, "Who is planning this thing behind the scenes?" "No. No one." Uchiha Ming, looking at Third Hokage's cold eyes, said intermittently. Third generation once again, stepped on him. Puff. What? Uchiha Ming directly vomited blood, painful, and screamed. With this kick, Third Hokage obviously exhausted all his strength. "Don't say yes, okay," Third Hokage said impatiently. Crack. 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 The sound of fractured bones broke continuously. Uchiha gritted his teeth in pain. He wants to die now, not wanting to be tortured by Third Hokage like this. "You still refuse to say, are you?" Third Hokage said lightly. He waited patiently for Uchiha Ming to answer. His eyes were extremely firm. He believed Uchiha Ming would definitely say it. Don't fight. I say." Uchiha Ming gave in. If Third Hokage makes another kick, Uchiha will definitely die. "Oh, did you agree?" Third Hokage looked at him and asked again. N. Uchiha nodded clearly. At this time, the sharpness in Third Hokage's eyes slowly faded. He squatted down and leaned Uchiha Ming up. This time it was made by people from the land, and there are some killer organizations. Uchiha Ming said slowly. Third Hokage, as soon as he heard that there was a killer organization, he grabbed its collar and said, "What the hell is going on?" Third Hokage, I advise you to hurry up and save those children. Otherwise, those children will be killed. Uchiha Ming smiled sullenly and said, "What happened to the kids this year? I'm telling you, Uchiha knows those children. If anyone suffers a little bit of harm, I will smash you into pieces." Third Hokage was even more angry at this time, saying every word. He didn't want these children to be hurt at all. They were Konoha's hope in the future. If they are not there, Konoha's manpower supply will be far from insufficient. The consequences are serious, and this is also something that Third Hokage is worried about. Whizzing. Zi Xiao and White Fang appeared behind Third Hokage, squatting, waiting for instructions. Whoosh whoosh. A flash came, and Namikaze Minato also arrived. "Uchiha Fugaku, I am here." When Uchiha saw them, his heart was even more desperate. After seeing Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Ming's eyes were full of anger. It turned out that he was an undercover agent. Those people are probably dead. All resolved. All are resolved, no one can escape. Zi Xiao said respectfully. Third Hokage ordered them, "You now go to the southeast and save those children." Yes. 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 A group of figures flashed past, disappeared in the same place, and went to support them. Chapter 34 Challenge Jonin. Mufeng and Kakashi have to go back because there are still many students who haven't escaped. At this time, Uchiha stood there tightly. All the students in this year except those from Uchiha's family were arrested. They are Uchiha Knight and the umbrella of these killers. Uchiha knows Mufeng and they will definitely come back. He will fight Mufeng again. He doesn't want to lose. He is the genius of this year. No one can really fight him, but Mufeng broke his undefeated record. Moreover, the strength that Mufeng had exploded was simply crushing him. He was unwilling to believe that Mufeng could defeat him again. Mufeng's figure flew by, disappearing directly into the place, and a beam of ultimate light passed through the jungle. Whoosh whoosh. Kakashi followed Mufeng closely. Where is Mufeng? Where is Kakashi? They ran side by side, 2 meters apart, keeping this speed. The fat man behind, panting with big mouths, followed Mufeng and them vigorously. Fatty knows the gap between Mufeng, Kakashi, and him, and their physique skills are several times stronger than that of Fatty. This is simply the existence that the fat man looked up to. The mountains and forests are extremely silent. At this time, Mufeng's expression became a little solemn, and they hadn't encountered a single person after so long. This is weird. Boom. 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 Mufeng and Kakashi landed on a huge tree, their eyes scanned ahead. Mufeng squatted halfway, sensing the front. He felt a strong breath. Yep. Surprise appeared in Mufeng's eyes, and then flashed past, replaced by anger. Gaze at the front. The familiar breath turned out to be that person. That was definitely Jonin's level, and Mufeng felt that he was stronger than before. Kakashi noticed that Mufeng's expression was a little solemn, and asked, "What's wrong?" "Mufeng. Is that person here?" Mufeng still closed his eyes, perceiving, and muttered to himself. "Which person? Who did you say is here?" Kakashi didn't know what else Mufeng said. "It's him, that masked man," Mufeng said in a low voice. "What?" Kakashi's eyes widened, filled with inconceivability. "Here, he is the man in the red mask," Kakashi said. Kakashi didn't expect that person would come, his pupils shrank slightly, and that person's strength was very terrifying. The fat man looked dumbfounded, and he didn't even know what Mufeng and Kakashi were talking about. Not in a channel at all, but the fat guy can conclude that they have encountered a powerful enemy. What should I do now? Kakashi looked a little bad, but he didn't show it intentionally. Mufeng slowly opened his eyes, a strong breath exuded from his body, which made the fat man feel a little overwhelmed. "Since it's here, then leave them all. Kill them all," Mufeng said firmly. His revenge with Kakashi must be reported. Especially the man in the red mask led so many people to chase Mufeng and Kakashi, which is already a feud. In addition, they also violated Konoha, and their sins are unforgivable. "Let's go," Mufeng said, his figure disappeared in the same place instantly, and he rushed forward. Kakashi followed closely behind. Flashes are flying there too. It was Zixiao and White Fang, who dealt with the people in the tall buildings, and they hurried over. Zixiao ran, while making seals with one hand, using secret techniques to increase his own speed. His face was even more anxious, he knew that Mufeng must be in danger now. "White Fang, Minato, hurry up," Zixiao said anxiously, wishing to get to Mufeng quickly. "Okay, Zixiao, don't worry, calm down, these emotions will affect your battle." White Fang cared about Zixiao. He was afraid that Zixiao would lose his mind because of excessive worrying about Mufeng's safety. They are advancing fast. A group of people wearing masks surrounded the students, and they looked at these students. Some of these students were seriously injured, and some were covered with blood. There was a look of horror on their faces, which was already very cruel to them who had never experienced the battlefield. And some students have witnessed the death of their best friend by their swords, but they can't do anything about it. All their eyes are on the Uchiha family, their eyes hate. These people are traitors. There are 5 of them, headed by Uchiha yet. The man in the red mask stood in the middle of them, observing the surrounding environment. He even more hoped that the 2 children would come back so that he could kill them with his own hands. He has already received punishment for his last mistake. He recorded all these punishments and resentments on Mufeng and Kakashi. Now he is more powerful. He didn't believe that he was repelled by Mufeng. Just while he was observing. For a time. A strong hurricane passed by, and the surrounding leaves drifted by. He stood there, watching the falling leaves drifting past him. He looked at these fallen leaves with a strange feeling in his heart. Suddenly his eyes noticed a white spot under the fallen leaves. The pupils in his eyes shrank slightly, it was an explosion. Suddenly, Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The loud explosion sounded continuously. The places where the fallen leaves drifted by in the wind exploded directly, huge flames. When some of the guards hadn't noticed, they were directly blown to ashes. When the students watched, shocked eyes appeared even more. The man in the red mask yelled, "Be on your guard, someone will attack you." Sudden smoke bombs fell among them in the sky. The smoke is full of smoke, all around it. A strong purple light flew by. The purple blade is directly in front of the person has not yet reacted, and the body separates from the head. There was also a blue light, purple and blue intertwined, wherever it passed, no grass grew, and all the enemies fell. The two of them shuttled, a purple light flashed, and there would be blood falling. Not only did the enemy fall, but the ground exploded directly. Mufeng opened the 8th gate directly just now, and chakras skyrocketed rapidly. The man in the red mask couldn't see the purple light at all, leaving only those heavy trails. Some cold sweat broke out behind him, and he did not expect that these two talents had not seen each other for a few days, and their strength had grown so fast. These two people will definitely be Konoha's mainstays, absolute geniuses. The smoke cleared, leaving Mufeng and Kakashi standing upright there, surrounded by dead bodies. There was some blood on their bodies, but their eyes were full of fighting spirit. The two of them wanted to challenge the man in the red mask, this Jonin. Chapter 35 Massacre. A violent chakra appeared on Mufeng's wooden knife, and a purple haki leaked sideways, revealing a powerful aura. Mufeng looked at him, his expression was very calm, his physical strength directly opened the 8 inner gates, wounded the door, and opened. There are hurricanes all around, and fallen leaves on the trees follow the wind. The eyes of the man in the red mask were a little surprised, but they flashed past. Kakashi caught the change of the man in the red mask, and smiled randomly, completely indifferent. Because they want to use absolute strength to completely overwhelm them. The man in the red mask first spoke, "We met again, it's a fate. I'm afraid you won't be exploding that kind of power this time." The power that Mufeng had exploded at that time was the power obtained by opening the Jingmen. Mufeng showed that he didn't care, he stuck the wooden knife on the ground, lowered his hands naturally, and said faintly, "It's a coincidence that I met you again. This time, I will never let you run away again." Mufeng looked firmly at the man in the red mask. "Then see if you have that strength." The man in the red mask snorted coldly. "For a time. The war is about to start." Mufeng glanced coldly and bowed slightly. Boom. The ground broke directly, leaving scars. This was Mufeng's strength. Pulling out the wooden knife, the figure flew by, sprinting with all strength. I only saw the purple figure, the speed was almost ultimate, and I didn't worry about coming over. Mufeng appeared directly in front of the man in the red mask. He concentrated all the chakra on the wooden knife and twisted his right wrist. It swept across, and suddenly the purple chakra gathered the blades and hit the man in the red mask. Flowing style, the action is very simple, as smooth as a knife cut off the water. If White Fang sees Mufeng's sword technique, his eyes will be shocked. This is really a genius. This knife is completely gathering the right time, the right place and the right people. Human beings and swords are one, and it has only been a long time before they have attained such a realm. The moment he met the man in the red mask, it turned into a wooden stake. Body replacement technique. Mufeng knew that it was impossible to kill this Jonin directly. The masked man was suddenly in mid-air, took out Kiwu from his body, threw it at random, and shot it at Mufeng. Mufeng jumped up, facing the Kiwu, without using a knife to stop it, he slashed directly. Click. Kiwu broke in half directly. The masked man was very angry when he saw that Kiwu was broken. At this time the wooden knife? Is this really made of wood? There is a question mark of need in my heart. At the moment when the masked man was stunned, Mufeng's figure burst in front of him. Next, Mufeng smiled at the man in the red mask. Just wait for my brutal beating. Today I don't believe you can't die. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The wooden knife collided with Kiwu, and sparks ignited between the electric light and flint. A knife passed, and the terrifying speed of swinging the knife made the people in the red mask panic. Not only the man in the red mask, but also everyone present. They thought that Mufeng's upper limit was Chunin, but they didn't expect it. At this time, Mufeng and Jonin were not at a disadvantage. The red masked man had no power to defend himself, passively defending, resisting Mufeng's attack. Absolute power, the purple chakra released outside is breathtaking. They knew that if Mufeng had won this battle, it meant that Mufeng had no one to take. That couldn't stop it at all. There was no time to hit his link, and he vomited blood. The man in the red mask can't perform ninjutsu, which makes him very helpless. He has never been beaten so aggrieved. And it's still a few years old. Mufeng keeps recovering chakra. Chakra has been in a full state, and can't be used up at all. He added all the chakras to the wooden knife, which made the wooden knife extremely powerful. Mufeng held the wooden knife in both hands and shouted in a low voice, "Give me to die." In the midair, Mufeng's figure was like a full moon with a bow and a purple chakra wrapped him, as if he was a god of war, dazzling and irresistible. There was a boom. The man in the red mask resisted with Kiwu, and directly vomited blood. This power was several times stronger than before, and he directly fell heavily on the ground at an extremely fast speed. The ground was directly smashed into a human-shaped pit. The dust was flying and spreading. Mufeng landed on the ground, and did not move closer to look. After seeing this scene, all eyes were on Mufeng. "Are you sure? Mufeng is 1 term younger than us. For such a strong strength, it's fortunate that I didn't make a ruthless move just now. This strength is too terrifying." The students of this year whispered that they were also surprised by Mufeng's strength. None of them thought that in the end Mufeng and Kakashi, who were 1 term younger than them, would rescue them in the end. This made them feel a little guilty. They misunderstood Uchiha's words and played against Kakashi and Mufeng. Fortunately, there was no ruthless hand, otherwise Mufeng was angry, they would definitely be dead. It is impossible to offend this person in the future. For a while, the dust was gone, and the man in the red mask lay quietly there, motionless, completely devoid of vitality. His eyes were full of incredible. He did not expect that he would die in the hands of a child. There was a huge wound in his heart, which was stabbed by Mufeng with a wooden knife. That was White Fang's second move. It seemed to cut the red mask man just now, but the real action was to stab him. All the assassins present were silent, looking at Mufeng. Mufeng looked around coldly, and whispered, "Since you attack Konoha, it means opposing Konoha. You are our enemy. You must die." In an instant, the figure flew by, rushing towards them at an extremely fast speed. Kakashi also rushed towards Uchiha with the wooden knife. Mufeng fights the killer, and Kakashi fights Uchiha. Kakashi's eyes became more indifferent, and he slashed at Uchiha. When Uchiha saw it, he held Kunao in his hand and greeted Kakashi's attack. Court death. Uchiha had a grim face and shouted loudly, "Since you want to die, I will fulfill you." Kakashi let out a colder cry, and 3 avatars appeared in an instant, and at the same time they slashed towards Uchiha. Uchiha is naturally not to be negligent, turning the Goyu in his eyes. At this time, he broke through, Sangoyu, his bloody eyes fixed on Kakashi. Boom! The knives and lights intertwined, a huge collision figure. The coldness in Kakashi's eyes remained undiminished, and he knew Sharinan could see through his movements. However, Kakashi closed his eyes directly, and fought Uchiha Knight with his own perception. Uchiha Knight got even more angry, but he didn't expect that this would still not be able to suppress Kakashi. On the other side, Mu Feng's speed was faster, and no one could limit his speed. The strongest man in the red mask is completely dead. Mu Feng is all about massacre. The corpses were everywhere, dripping with blood. Chapter 36, Incomparably Domineering. Mu Feng was standing there now, blood stains on the black ninja clothes. He had never killed so many people before, and his heart was beating, and the smell of blood enveloped him, which made Mu Feng a little uncomfortable. Kakashi continued to attack Uchiha Knight, leaving him no chance of counterattack. Uchiha Yat's eyes were even more resentful. He never thought that Kakashi was so powerful. In the next edition, not only will there be a Mu Feng, but also a Kakashi. Two geniuses are enough to support this generation. It turns out that Uchiha Yat is the real clown, and his Sharingan has no effect on Kakashi. Kakashi is fighting with his eyes closed. Uchiha Yat constantly resisted Kakashi's crit. Are these two children? Depend on. It's really embarrassing to be crushed and beaten. Uchiha wanted to resist, but he didn't have the strength at all. Mu Feng stood by the side of their fight, ready to fight at any time. He didn't want Kakashi to be in any danger. In the past, Mu Feng regarded Kakashi as his idol. Kakashi killed Lin by mistake at the time, and his heart was very painful. After staying in Umbu for a long time, Kakashi walked out. His Sharingan keeps turning, and the pair of Sharingan is even more red, which is shocking. Kakashi used body flicker technique continuously and appeared in front of Uchiha Yat. In the next second, Uchiha Yat felt incredible, and passed away. The blue slash flashed past. Boom boom boom. Uchiha Yat's eyes were full of solemnity, and he couldn't dodge such an attack. Damn it! Boom. A ravine tens of meters long appeared on the ground, and everything around it was completely destroyed. At this time, Uchiha Yat's clothes were in dilapidated condition, his body was scarred and blood was flowing. He half-kneeled on the ground, his hands trembled slightly, and his eyes were even more frightened. Kakashi's strength is unfathomable. Worthy of being White Fang's son, the cut just now looked like his father. White Fang's swordsmanship is even more famous in the ninja world, and it was already unique during World War II. The knife technique is simpler and unpretentious. Only he himself can play the biggest role in his knife skills. Kakashi was not attacking, standing there, his eyes still cold. Uchiha vomited blood at night, apparently seriously injured. Watching such a scene, Mu Feng turned his gaze to Uchiha Yat, and said, "Since you have betrayed Konoha, naturally I can't keep you. Don't be proud, someone will seek revenge from you sooner or later." Uchiha gave a cold snort, knowing that he would definitely not survive. However, death has to be a backstop. Uchiha glanced around at night, saw the little fat man, and sneered. Suddenly, Uchiha Yoruaki strode out, stabbing out like a sharp sword. The little fat man looked at Uchiha Yat, who rushed over in horror. Suddenly, a little at a loss. Not good. Mu Feng directly exploded and shot Uchiha Yat back with a blow. At Uchiha Knight, there was still 1 meter away from the little fat man. Bang bang bang. Mu Feng slashed directly at his back, and blood flowed out from behind. Rays of light shone past, and I couldn't see the speed of Mu Feng's wooden sword. That suffocating aura enveloped this forest. Uchiha Yat stood in front of the fat man, his eyes widened, his face full of unwillingness. Mu Feng directly gave him a few knives, but he didn't expect him to end like this. At this time, all the people present were silent. Mu Feng is now their god. Mu Feng looked at the Uchiha family members and said lightly, "You should surrender, otherwise, your ending will be like Uchiha Yoruaki." Kakashi also took a step forward. Those who follow prosper, those who contradict perish. Kakashi's eyes were full of murderousness. If they didn't surrender in the first place, it will definitely sprint towards them and kill them at the first time. If it hadn't been for Mu Feng to see that they didn't do much, otherwise, Mu Feng would kill them completely. When the mountain ghosts looked at Mu Feng, there was fear in their eyes. Their strength gap is too great. If they don't surrender, they know their consequences. The mountain ghost bowed his head towards Mu Feng and said, "We surrendered, we don't know this happened. I hope you don't kill us all." Mu Feng nodded, guessing that all the reasons are Uchiha Ming. His ambition is even greater, peaking at Hokage's position. Third Hokage is not a fool, he must know his ambitions. Mu Feng looked at the smoke from the tall building. It should be the end of the battle. It won't be long. It's time for Third Hokage to come and support them. These children are Konoha's hope. He must send Jonin here. At this time, a group of figures descended around the place where Mu Feng was located, one by one exuding a powerful aura. Everyone wore a red mask, their eyes focused on Mu Feng. They did not expect that this child would break their plan. They were all observing all the moments when Mu Feng shot just now, and they realized even more that these two people must die. No matter what the price is, it must be killed. If you give them a few more years of growth, they will be Konoha's future, the top ninja. Just like Konoha's White Fang and Konoha's Sunin, guarding Konoha. Mu Feng's face was a bit heavy, holding the wooden knife tightly, ready to fight at any time. They turned kunai on their fingers, without any expressions. This time, Mu Feng couldn't escape. All the students are here, and they are full of hatred. They will never show mercy to those who violated their village. These are the people of the killer organization. Mu Feng shouted at them, "Hurry up and hide behind me." If it was Mu Feng and Kakashi, it would be fine, but now they have these students, they have to be distracted to protect them. Although they were a bit unkind to Mu Feng just now, they just didn't understand it yet. Today, everyone regards Mu Feng as the real boss. He believed that Mu Feng could lead them to break through the siege. For a while, everyone stood behind Mu Feng, holding Kobo in their hands. At present, the enemy must have a commander, and that is Mu Feng. Mu Feng was not fighting alone, but everyone. One of them had dark skin, and said to Mu Feng, "Now you are the boss of all of us. What do you want to do?" "Yes, Brother Feng, we fight as you say you want to fight." Another one touched his fist, more like he was inspired to fight, and couldn't wait. "Yes, we all listen to you, Brother Feng." Everyone knew that if there was no Mu Feng this time, they would definitely die completely. A strange light flashed in Mu Feng's eyes. Holding a wooden knife in his hand, facing those people, Haki said, "None of you can leave today. Take a step forward." Boom. Very overbearing. Chapter 37, Support arrives. Mu Feng didn't hide his aura in any way, and in front of such a strong man, he must explode with all his strength. The legs were slightly bent, and the power on the legs burst out, bursting away. The ground where Mu Feng was located was torn apart, cracks, and huge pits appeared. These people are all Jonin, and he feels that these people are vaguely stronger than the person in the red mask just now. Not only is it twice as powerful, but also several times as powerful. Mu Feng held the wooden knife with a shocking purple light. They felt a terrifying power, so that the eyes of those wearing the mask were full of shock. As expected to be Konoha's genius, in a few years, it is estimated that there will be other cage-level strengths. He was the most terrible at that time. Now, Mu Feng glanced around them, eyes full of indifference, and said to Kakashi next to him, "Take care of everyone." As soon as the voice fell, he rushed directly to the person closest to him, and the blade was not the distance between them. The wooden knife mingled with the sound of breaking through the air, resounding through the forest. The people in the red mask saw that Mu Feng was the first to attack, smiled slightly, and whispered, "I haven't seen such a fierce young man for a long time, besides, he is still a child." There is a trace of appreciation for Mu Feng. The person in the front looked at him quietly. The wooden knife seemed to be a purple flash, flashing past. The wooden knife contained the power of destruction. Mufeng added chakra with 5 attributes to the wooden knife. He didn't believe it, he couldn't hurt these people. The man suddenly disappeared when he saw the wooden knife about to stab him. Mufeng's knife pierced the huge tree directly. There was a bang. The tree exploded directly and was pierced by Mufeng's wooden knife, leaving a huge black hole. At this moment, things around seemed to be still. All eyes were focused on the place where Mufeng attacked. That kind of terrifying power, I don't know how Mufeng broke out. The students in this class have even more admiration for Mufeng when they see such a scene. Mufeng is the eternal god. Had it not been for that person's quick response, he would have been seriously injured. After seeing the attacks of these people, the masked people present were slightly taken aback. This kind of attack was comparable to Jonin's ninjutsu. It's horrible. Stabbed empty. Mufeng didn't care about this result. This was the difference in strength between Jonin and Chunin, and Mufeng couldn't make up for it. However, Mufeng has the 8 inner gates technique. 8 inner gates technique is definitely a very forbidden technique in the ninja world. Back then, Might Guy was the one who almost killed someone like Uchiha Madara, and 8 inner gates was already the pinnacle of physical skills. Not only the ninjutsu that Mufeng looked up to, but also the top forbidden technique in the ninja world. However, once the person who casts 8 inner gates opens to the 8th gate, it is estimated that the person will die after he casts the 8th gate. This is at the cost of life. Mufeng waved his knife at the man again and left. They looked at how powerful Mufeng was, and wanted to see where his potential was. They quietly watched the battle between Mufeng and that masked man. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the two sides fought a dozen moves. That person obviously didn't use his full strength, his coercion was overwhelming Mufeng. Although Mufeng couldn't help him, his attacks failed. His attack power was not good, and Mufeng's speed was really fast, almost unbelievable. The person looked down at Mufeng in the air, with a calm tone, and said, "You have such a powerful strength now. It can be said that you are Konoha's most powerful genius. I appreciate you very much. Why don't you come to my organization?" He somewhat cherishes talents, and there are not many talents like Xiang Mufeng, which is rare in a century. Mufeng stared at him, with some disdain in his eyes, with some indifferent voices, and said, "Impossible, I will hold you back today when I die." When he heard this, he was a little angry, and the child really didn't know what was good or bad. "Since you don't surrender, then you must die today." He knew that if such a person could not be kept, it would be to kill him, angrily said. The man suddenly appeared in front of the man who was attacked with the red mask. He was the only one without a mask. Wearing this grey ninja hat, coupled with the very old mask, has a sense of age. Mufeng's eyes stared at him, his eyes full of incredible. Why does this person appear here? Mufeng was really at a loss. This person is Kakuzu, who lived in the period of the first generation of Hokage. His strength is another cage-level existence, possessing the 5 chakra properties of thunder, wind, fire, earth, and water, and he has performed the mission of assassinating first Hokage. Mufeng doesn't know what he thinks. Was the brain kicked by the donkey and went to assassinate first Hokage? It was really wireless to kill him. Mufeng remembered that Kakuzu was about to be beaten to death by first Hokage. If it weren't for first Hokage's kindness, I would not have seen Kakuzu at this time. It was also from that time that Kakuzu betrayed his existence, slaughtered the entire upper level, stole the forbidden technique and ran away. Mufeng said softly, "Kakuzu." N. Kakuzu's eyes were full of shock. How could he know his real name is Kakuzu? What is going on with this kid? How do you know my name? Kakuzu asked curiously. Because since the assassination of first Hokage, Kakuzu has never been to Konoha and hardly anyone knows him. However, the child suddenly called out his name, which surprised him very much. Mufeng laughed and said nothing. Carrying the knife, the tip of the knife pointed to Kakuzu. There is nothing to say now, that is war. Kakuzu looked at him with countless questions in his heart. In the beginning of the battle, Kakuzu could feel Mufeng's heart with strong vitality. He grabbed Mufeng's heart and exchanged it for his other heart. Nothing matters anymore, just kill him, change the heart, there is nothing to care about. Suddenly, two heads appeared on his shoulders, one with the fire attribute and the other with the wind attribute. They looked like 3 heads and 6 arms, and they looked very oozing. Mufeng's face was a bit solemn, knowing that these were Kakuzu's 2 hearts. He was not fighting alone, but 3 people. Kakuzu ordered to the person next to him, "Go down, I'll take care of this person." His eyes became cold, and his eyes were full of killing intent. Suddenly, his black hair became extremely long, and he rushed towards Mufeng. The 2 masked monsters attacked Mufeng. A huge fireball rushed towards Mufeng, like a huge meteorite, surrounded by flames, smashing towards Mufeng. The fireball was about to hit Mufeng's place, and Mufeng couldn't help but step back a few steps, frightened. He used the 8 inner gates technique just now, and he has consumed chakra. He couldn't stop an attack of this level. Just then, an aura of destruction swept across. There was a boom. A purple slash in the past was stronger than Mufeng's slash. The dazzling light shone on the whole earth, and everyone covered their eyes with their hands, which was too dazzling. But when the light dissipated, familiar figures stood in front of Mufeng and them. Zixiao, White Fang, Minato, and some Jonin. They knew that their support had arrived. Chapter 38 Stay All. Where Zixiao stood, his eyes fixed on Kakuzu in front of him, the aura that Kakuzu showed was too strong. However, Konoha's Jonin is not a vegetarian. One after another, like a stalwart mountain, standing in front of Mufeng and the others, they blocked the attack just now. The atmosphere in the entire forest is a bit quiet, no one is talking, they are all looking at each other. Now, he has stretched his right hand to his back, holding short sword. He was listening to Zixiao's order. Once Zixiao ordered an attack, when he was out of the sheath, the killing began. After seeing that Kakashi had suffered some injuries, White Fang's eyes were filled with tenderness, and he softly said to Kakashi and Mufeng, "You two have nothing to do, right?" Mufeng shook his head, saying that he had nothing to do. Kakashi is the same. The two of them were not injured at all, at most they had scratched their skins. White Fang thought to himself, "That's good. He wants to keep all these people here, as long as they are the offenders of Konoha, they must die. The war is on the verge of breaking out." He was afraid of accidents between Mufeng and Kakashi. If Mufeng and Kakashi really had something to do, he will never let them go. These 2 children are the most important people in his life, and he must protect them. Zixiao took a step forward slowly. Obviously Zixiao was the captain inside, and White Fang was behind him. "You are Kakuzu, S-rank wanted person." Kakuzu doesn't have any expressions. He can feel that the strength of this man without any expressions is about the same as him, maybe even above him. He easily resolved his moves just now, and it was so natural. This is not something ordinary Jonin says can be done. Kakuzu's tone was a little cold, and said, "Yes, you should be Zixiao. The Shura back then. Oh, it's incredible that there are still people who know me." Zixiao said in surprise. "Since you already know who I am, then you still don't leave. Let's go, the matter is not finished yet, take people's money and help them eliminate disasters." Kakuzu said lightly, and he took Mufeng away. Mufeng's heart is too suitable for him, and he can't miss this opportunity. If you wait a few more years, it is estimated that Kakuzu will not be able to deal with Mufeng. Since you won't leave, then go to death. Zi Xiao's eyes suddenly burst with murderous intent, and the figure disappeared instantly. Whoosh! Zi Xiao appeared in front of Kakozu and hit him with a heavy punch. Boom boom boom. Kakozu hadn't reacted yet, his entire face was distorted, and his body flew out all of a sudden, connecting and knocking down several big trees. Horrible! White Fang also moved, facing the person on Zi Xiao's left, and immediately passed by. The short sword was unsheathed directly, and a white light flashed. The dazzling light pierced the mask next to him and couldn't open his eyes. With a slash, a blood-red knife mark appeared on the masked man's neck. Ouch! The blood burst out and flowed down. That person didn't even think that his knife speed was really fast, and it was really almost ultimate. When White Fang sprinted with all his strength, his speed was exactly a flash of lightning, and he could only see his after-image. Konoha's other Jonin find their own opponents, and Namikaze Minato has the same speed as White Fang. A raised non appeared in Namikaze Minato's hand and hit the masked man in the chest. The man was immortal and was seriously injured. Soon. Those masked men are not Konoha Jonin's opponents at all, and the gap between the two is too great. Some people quickly ended the battle. Especially Zixiao suppressed Kakozu fiercely and beat him violently. The mask on his shoulder was directly destroyed by Zi Xiao. Purely broken physique, hit Kakozu with a punch. No matter what ninjutsu he used, Zi Xiao seemed to perceive it in advance, and he hit in an instant. Zixiao joked at Kakozu, "Your speed is too slow, and ninjutsu is fast enough." With a roar, he started beating Kakozu violently again. This makes Kakozu extremely depressed. Can't resist at all. His heart trembled, his eyes were now bloodshot, and he regretted coming to Konoha. "I really regret receiving this task." Fortunately, Kakozu is a person with 5 hearts, otherwise this is not enough for Zixiao. Konoha is really in its heyday now, and he doesn't put any country in his eyes at all. And they are adding Konoha's Sunin and Konoha's 8-color ninja. A few of them are cage level other strengths. Other countries have 1 or 2 cage level strengths, but Konoha has 4 or 5. This is where Konoha's heritage lies. Mufeng's eyes were always staring at Zi Xiao, and there was even more excitement in his eyes. Zi Xiao's style of play was what Mufeng wanted. He has been learning Zixiao's style of play all the time, and changing this rhythm is simply ignoring the distance of space, that is, the speed is fast, simple and rude. I really sighed his strength. As expected of Konoha's Shura. In addition, the person next to him should be White Fang, and the combination of the two of them is even more invincible. Although these masked men are Jonin, they have just been promoted. Far from being like Shura and White Fang, they stayed at the level of Jonin for a long time. All of a sudden. Boom boom boom. Kakozu hit the big tree trunk and vomited blood. This is really Konoha's Shura. The power of the fist exudes, giving people a sense of oppression of suffocation. This made Kakozu's eyes a flash of despair. There is a rumor that if you meet Konoha's Shura, as long as it hasn't turned black and purple, run quickly. Otherwise, you can't run if you want to. At that time, Zi Xiao really entered Shura mode. Kakozu glanced, and Zi Xiao didn't come. Just turn your head and run, very fast, keep running forward. His eyes were full of fear, scared. It doesn't matter if money is not money. Kakozu thought to himself, if you don't run, your life will be gone. This deal is the least cost-effective. He vowed to never take on Konoha-related tasks again. Zixiao shouted at Kakozu, "You still want to run, did you run?" In an instant, he exploded with a strong breath and shot away. All these people stay and cannot be let go. Only one voice was left, and the tone was very determined. He chased him directly, as if 2 lightning bolts shuttled through the jungle. After White Fang saw these masked people, he was about to slaughter them. Can't let go of a person. White Fang and Namikaze Minato looked at each other, and the latter knew what to do. This is Jonin's reaction speed and tacit understanding. Seeing this scene, Mufeng wanted more powerful power in his heart. In front of them, these killers are very powerful. But in front of White Fang and the others, these are some ants. White Fang's knife technique is simple and unpretentious. He jumped up directly, facing the remaining 7 or 8 people, with a sharp blade. Directly illuminate the entire forest, extremely bright. As if all the power in the sky came here, this was White Fang's last knife, and it was endless. That knife was the breath that White Fang made countless times a day. That is the unity of man and knife. Ouch! The blood shot out, splashed on the knife, no one could stand up, all of them were breathless. White Fang fell down and watched all this quietly. Chapter 39 Foster Father. Except for Kakuzu, the rest were killed by Konoha's Jonin. If it weren't for Mufeng's accident, these killers might have succeeded, and their strength could completely take away all the students in this class. However, Mufeng came. The whole plan has been broken. The atmosphere was a little serious just now. White Fang turned to Minato next to him, and said solemnly, "Minato, you are faster, you go and see how Zixiao is now. If you haven't caught up with Kakuzu, then you tell Zixiao to stop him from chasing." "Well, knowing Senior White Fang, I will definitely catch up with Senior Zixiao." Namikaze Minato's gaze was very firm, as if this matter was even more assured for him, and he directly replied to White Fang, saying. White Fang nodded at him. Only Namikaze Minato's speed was similar to Zixiao's, and the others couldn't keep up with Zixiao's speed. What's more, Zixiao has been away for some time. Namikaze Minato sprints with all his strength, and should be able to catch up with Zixiao. White Fang said gratefully, "Then it will take you, Minato." "Yes." Whoosh. As soon as the voice fell, Minato's figure disappeared from the spot instantly. Seeing Minato's back, White Fang has a look of appreciation. In addition, Minato is the youngest Jonin, with much greater potential than them. Next, it's Konoha's own business. When White Fang thought of Uchiha Ming's rebellion, his entire face became very ugly. Uchiha Ming represents the entire Uchiha family, and the Uchiha family is Konoha's largest family. The strength of the members of the Uchiha family is very tyrannical, and they are all deceived by Uchiha, causing some people in the family to lean towards him. But he never thought that the reason for their failure turned out to be Mufeng. Mufeng's gaze was gentle, staring at White Fang, and said to White Fang, "Uncle, thank you, you saved my life again." "Thank you, Mufeng, you child is really polite. Besides, I already consider you my own child. How could I make you threatened?" White Fang's eyes were full of tenderness, looking at Mufeng Deo. White Fang rescued Mufeng twice. The last time he rescued him was when Uchiha Wind beat him. At that time he and the Uchiha family forged a beam. This time, White Fang knew they were threatened and wanted to come and rescue them quickly. No matter how dangerous he is, even if he is in danger, he has to save it. This is his responsibility. This. Mufeng was still young. After hearing the words, he looked serious and thought to himself, since White Fang has regarded him as his child. Mufeng directly faced White Fang, begging, "Uncle, if you don't advise, you will be my adoptive father in the future, okay?" A hint of surprise flashed in White Fang's eyes. He didn't expect Mufeng to worship him as a foster father. Mufeng went straight down, kneeling on both legs, looking forward to White Fang, hoping that White Fang could agree to this matter. "White Fang, just promise this kid." Standing on the side, Jonin couldn't help but said to Mufeng. "Yes, everyone is like this, White Fang will agree to it." Someone is echoing the road. "Let's do it, I will be your foster father from now on." White Fang smiled slightly and hurried to help Mufeng get up. Kakashi also ran over and followed Mufeng calmly. Then we will be brothers from now on, and you will be my brother. I will protect you. Kakashi slowly said word by word. After speaking, he stopped talking and returned to the cold look on his face. Kakashi is this kind of personality, and Mufeng knew that it was precisely because of this kind of personality that caused the incident to happen. Well, maybe I will protect you, Kakashi. Mufeng teased at Kakashi. All people in this session have been rescued, and some have suffered minor injuries. These killers had planned to take these Konoha's children back for experimentation. They died before they were captured. These students will be Konoha's new blood in the future. If it weren't for the wars that year, there were too many, and Konoha had fewer ninjas than other countries. What they implement is the elite system of talents, special training. This is why Konoha's ninjutsu is not much, but the strength is indeed very powerful. Now Konoha needs these new blood from them, so Konoha will not fall down. Perhaps this is what Third Hokage said, where the leaves fly, the fire keeps growing. The fire will always illuminate the village, and will give birth to new leaves in the village. Mufeng and the others are new buds, and their potential is endless. As long as Mufeng trains well for a few years, he will definitely make rapid progress. But at that time, it was the time to shine. After a while, White Fang hasn't waited for the news of Namikaze Minato and Zixiao to see where these two people are, and they have been waiting for them for an hour now. At this time, White Fang decided not to wait any longer. Although there is no news now, White Fang knows the strength of Zixiao and Minato. How could Jonin with 2 experience levels fail to beat an S-level operator? Okay, everyone quickly leave here. White Fang said to everyone. Now, Third Hokage has controlled the Uchiha family. Uchiha was full of scars and looked embarrassed. Although he was a little uneasy, it was good luck for him. Had it not been for his prestige in the Uchiha family, Third Hokage would definitely kill him without hesitation. At this time, under the escort of White Fang and those Jonin, these children entered the tall buildings. They looked at this tall building, all marveling at the height of this tall building, as if they had forgotten the danger they had just experienced. It's really tall. A child with short hair looked at this tall building and exclaimed. He had never seen such a tall building before. Really, this is too high. Everyone's eyes were on the tall building, and Mufeng and Kakashi didn't care about it. Now Mufeng most wants to know if this incident was caused by Uchiha Ming. Then Mufeng whispered to White Fang, "Foster father, was this incident caused by Uchiha Ming?" After White Fang heard it, he was even more surprised at Mufeng's thinking. Is this really just a child? White Fang put his index finger on his mouth, telling Mufeng not to talk about these sensitive topics now. If others hear it, be careful that other things happen. After Mufeng saw White Fang's actions, he had 9 points, and it must have been caused by Uchiha Ming. Maybe this incident may also be the cause of the demise of the Uchiha family. At this time, whizzing, 2 figures appeared in front of White Fang. Zixiao and Namikaze Minato looked solemn, and sighed to White Fang, "I have severely wounded him, and finally let that guy escape. The ability of the wanted criminal to escape is too strong. It's fine, just run away, and kill him next time," White Fang said in a comforting tone. "As long as Zixiao and Minato are fine." Boom. Kakuzu fell on the tree, covered with blood, and was deeply jealous of Konoha's Shura, and almost died. It is terrible. Chapter 40 Graduation. Now all Uchiha rebels have been caught, and all of this is in the Third Hokage Master. After seeing White Fang and the others return, Third Hokage smiled slightly, took out the pipe again, and started smoking. Uchiha Ming is really narrow-minded, and Third Hokage saw it during the last meeting. White Fang brought the group of children here and respectfully said to Third Hokage, "Master Hokage, we successfully rescued them all, and the killers have all been killed. All killed. Uchiha, whose hands were locked by the iron chain, heard this, and became desperate, muttering to himself in a low voice. Now that all the whole cards are out, it is a pity that the tree of third Hokage cannot be lifted. There are too many strong men under third Hokage. Uchiha Ming has no thoughts of rebellion now, he knows he has lost, completely lost to third Hokage. He raised his head slightly, seeing Mufeng in his eyes, and his face suddenly became savage. It was all Mufeng's accident that broke his plan. Mufeng looked at Uchiha Ming sympathetically, and said calmly, I tell you, if your Uchiha clan never repents, you will probably be annihilated. What did you say? You tell me again. Uchiha Ming said frantically again, all he did was for the Uchiha family, and now Mufeng told him that the Uchiha family would be annihilated. How can this be? The Uchiha family has no Uchiha Ming, the strength is also very strong, the overall strength is still ranked first in Konoha. Mufeng knew that he couldn't believe it, and he couldn't say anything. He didn't have such a strong strength now, and he couldn't change anything at all. Ding ding ding. Ding. Host completed the escape and rewarded 1000 contribution points. Ding. Host has reached the level of Elite Genin, rewarded 1000 contribution points. 8 gate can open to 7th gate, and wirelessly provides chakra. Rely, system, I find that you are really getting better and better now. Mufeng was even more surprised. He hasn't seen the system come out for me for several days, but he didn't expect it to come out now. He thought for a while, now his contribution value is 3000, and he can buy a lot of skills. His whole cards can be increased again, and Mufeng thinks of a character like Kakuzu, he is an ant in front of them. Mufeng believes that as long as he is given another year, he can definitely surpass anyone and completely change this Hokage world. Third Hokage looked at these students and heard the description of White Fang and Zi Xiao. If Mufeng hadn't rescued these children, they would have died. And now these students are all following Mufeng, with blazing heat in their eyes. Although they are a year older than Mufeng, Mufeng's strength has completely conquered them. Third Hokage looked at Mufeng and said with concern, my child, there is no injury, right? I really suffer. No, Master Hokage. I am a member of Konoha after all. I can't watch them die in front of us. Although Mufeng is young, he still has etiquette. Now that third Hokage is still young, he cannot call grandfather. That's good, if it weren't for you, it is estimated that these children would have died long ago. This will be a serious loss for Konoha. Third Hokage worried. But third Hokage is especially worried about these children. They are Konoha's future. If they all die, he will be Konoha's sinner. His heart is extremely uncomfortable when he hears Uchiha Ming's conspiracy, and more importantly, he is worried. It was the first time that Mufeng saw third Hokage like this, with tears in his eyes. He knew that this man had spent his entire life for Konoha. As I said, where the leaves fly, the fire also keeps on growing. Third Hokage stood there, looking at everyone, and said in a deep voice, this time, although there was an accident, the graduation exam ended early. Now I announce my graduation list, Mufeng and Heitake Kakashi. Third Hokage looked at Mufeng and Kakashi. Suddenly, as soon as the voice fell, no one thought that it was two people who succeeded in the graduation exam. Everyone's eyes were focused on Mufeng and Kakashi, and their eyes were a little envious. Both of them are younger than them, and now they graduated early. I think you guys should know the result. This time Mufeng and Kakashi have realized very well this time. Although you have the strength, you have never had a real battlefield economically. You should be able to unite in such a scene. You are scared when you see Jonin, and your heart is full of fear. Third Hokage said. Give them a wake-up call, these children must go through this. At this time, the spirit to kill them, otherwise they thought they would be the strongest in a small world. I can give you another chance to practice hard at school for 3 months, and you are taking an exam. Third Hokage smiled slightly. Those people's eyes are focused on Third Hokage. Is it true? Master Hokage would like to give us another chance. The fat man asked embarrassedly. Yes, yes. This is your last chance, you have to take it well. Also, the next graduation exam will be your group homework. Let's play against Mufeng and Kakashi. Third Hokage said again. Ah, isn't it? Fight with Mufeng and Kakashi, that's not. One after another, there was a groan, and they were going to fight Mufeng and Kakashi in half a year, and they would not be tortured to death. Mufeng was also taken aback for a moment, and immediately after thinking about it, he knew Third Hokage's thoughts. He is to set up a template for these children, let them target Mufeng and Kakashi, they will definitely train hard in these 3 months. After Third Hokage finished talking with these students, let Namikaze Minato lead them back, and then send an Umbu team to follow them. The Umbu ninja wore a mask and carried a long knife on his back. They said that the breath exuding was very terrifying, as if they had been surviving in hell forever. Third Hokage said to his Umbu subordinates, you must protect these children, and you must not put them in any danger. The subordinate nodded heavily. Whoosh whoosh. They disappear instantly in place. Quite soon, you deserve to be from Umbu. Mufeng exclaimed when he saw it. At this time, the remaining person is the Uchiha family. Third Hokage turned around, his eyes filled with sharp eyes. If it weren't all in the control of Third Hokage, otherwise I really didn't know what the Uchiha family would do. These people headed by Uchiha Ming, third generation, said to another Captain Umbu, bring these people back to the prison. Without my permission, no one else can approach. Yes, the Umbu team respectfully said. Third Hokage looked at Uchiha Fugaku and said, from now on, you will be the patriarch of the Uchiha family. Take care of Konoha. Yes, thank you Hokage-sama. Uchiha Fugaku was even more surprised, and said quickly. After Mufeng saw it, he knew that he was going to follow the plot now. The Third World War is about to begin, and he has graduated now, so he must quickly improve his strength. Chapter 41, Meeting Tsunade. Mufeng lay on his bed, thinking about today's experience. It really was a turn of life and death. The feeling of death made Mufeng thoroughly experienced. Ding. Host can now learn new skills. Ding. Host now has 3,000 contribution points. What do you want to learn? Well, this, I haven't figured it out yet. What can I exchange for these contribution points now? Mufeng touched his smooth little chin and asked curiously. Now the Third World War is about to come, he must have some more powerful skills to protect his life, and also to guard Konoha. Mufeng said to the system, I want to use 1,000 contribution points to extract chakra for me. Ding. Okay, host. For a time, Mufeng felt a warm energy in his body, baptizing his limbs. He felt the power brought by chakra, although it was a bit painful at first. It's also a while. This was very tormenting for Mufeng, and his forehead had big beads of sweat, his eyes were red, his teeth were clenched, and there was no sound. His pain in the spiritual world is even more unimaginable, and he can bear it with such a small body. If Zi Xiao or White Fang are allowed to come, they will feel Mufeng's perseverance. All the pain, he is silently enduring. He knows that a strong person must experience these, will be fearless, have a strong heart, not afraid of any difficulties and enemies. This is Mufeng's forbearance. Ah! I finally endured it. Mufeng opened his eyes again, his eyes glowing, concealing his pain just now. At this time, Mufeng once again felt that the purity of the refined chakra was once again improved, and his chakra was different from others. If someone else uses a B-level ninjutsu, someone else may consume 300 chakra. And if Mufeng had the same ninjutsu, he said that the consumption of chakra would be about 100. In this way, Mufeng far surpasses others in chakra. Mufeng opened his panel again and started to think. Name, Mufeng. Attribute, fire. Wind. Thunder. Earth. Water. Grade, C+. Chakra, 2000+. Physical skills, 8 inner gates technique, now you can open the 7th gate. Illusion, none. Ninjutsu skills, fire style flame dragon ball technique, advanced, white fang's knife technique, learned 6 tricks, lightning style thunder snake technique. Contribution points, 2000. Today, his shortcoming is illusion, but Mufeng's perception is very powerful. If he was caught in an illusion, he would be able to crack it as long as he relied on his strong perception. He didn't know what he was going to do with these 2000 contribution points. Could he just keep it like this? Mufeng asked about the system again. Brother system, I now have 2000 contribution points. What should I use to buy? Ding. Host is free to choose, the system does not provide any suggestions. Mufeng was even taken aback, knowing that the system would not do such stupid things. You have to rely on yourself for all this. It is impossible to count on this broken system. Mufeng muttered carefully, for fear of being overheard by the system. System, how much contribution does Mangekyo Sherinan need? Mufeng asked curiously. The system didn't speak, it just wanted to disappear. Just throw away a skill store for Mufeng. A huge screen with various skills written on it, and it is already divided into categories, including fire, water, soil, wood, and other attribute skills. And Mufeng opened the interface of Sherinan with his hand, and saw Mangekyo Sherinan at a glance. The following shows the contribution value of 2000. Mufeng was even more surprised, and now he still has 2000 contribution points just right. Click directly to buy. Ding. Host purchased Mangekyo Sherinan, 2000 contribution points. Ding. Remind that host Mangekyo Sherinan is not eternal Mangekyo Sherinan. If it is overused, it will cause blindness. Mufeng nodded, he knew the drawbacks of Mangekyo Sherinan. Until the last moment, Mufeng would never use Mangekyo Sherinan. I think Uchiha Itake is because of overuse. Uchiha Itake has decreased vision, but it hasn't reached the level of blindness, but its strength has dropped a little. Ding. Has host started to merge with Mangekyo Sherinan? Well, start to merge. Mufeng nodded. Ding. Start fusing now. A pair of Mangekyo Sherinan began to fuse in Mufeng's eyes. For a while, Mufeng's entire brain nerves were severed from his eyes, and it was even darker in front of him. The pain began again, his eyes were extremely painful. Mufeng pressed his head with both hands, his facial expression was hideous. Zi. Bloodstains flowed from under his eyes, and Mufeng didn't expect it to be so painful. He gritted his teeth hard, his muscles tightened, his fists clenched, his veins swelled, and he used all his strength to suppress the pain. Gradually, the nerves in the brain began to slowly connect with the nerves in his eyes. He slowly opened those eyes. At this time, the eyes exuded a scarlet murderous, three-wheeled windmill pattern. He saw the world again and instantly became clearer, unable to suppress his excitement, and quickly went downstairs to Konoha's commercial street. At dusk, the setting sun is like blood. Mufeng wore black short sleeves and a dark green shorts and walked on the street. He used Mangekyo Sherinan to watch people walking on the street, and Mufeng watched them move so slowly and clearly, like a magnifying glass, magnified several times. And with Mangekyo Sherinan, it was very far and clear, but the chakra consumed by Mangekyo Sherinan was already 500 cards, which had to make Mufeng stop using Mangekyo Sherinan. At this time, suddenly, Mufeng saw that he was wearing a gambling dress, long golden hair, that delicate face, and the plump figure hidden under the clothes, all with unevenness. The most eye-catching thing was the beautiful scenery on the upper body, and Mufeng suddenly had a nosebleed. The princess of the Senju clan, the future 5th Hokage, Tsunade. Today's Tsunade should be around 20 years old, just when he was young. This caused the eyes of the people around to peek there from time to time. Tsunade didn't care at all. This time she lost the bet again, and she lost money without money, with a distressed look on her face. Why didn't you win today? Tsunade has never won since first Hokage learned to bet. This time it was lost again. Tsunade touched her belly, a little hungry. Mufeng kept his eyes on Tsunade, because he used to like Tsunade very much. Tsunade was his goddess. Mufeng told his classmates on Earth that he would marry Tsunade as his wife. Mufeng believes that Tsunade is his wife. Chapter 42 Disturbance. Tsunade walked towards him slowly, revealing a mature breath all over his body. His eyes saw her exquisite jade-like face, and he thought of Tsunade's past. She is also a painful person, and no one can help her bear it all. Mufeng felt that sometimes her gambling was just to vent her emotions, or else it would be held in her heart and would not be able to come out at all. The time at dusk is still so beautiful, Konoha's business district is still so prosperous, and this street is Konoha's 20% of income comes from this business district. But Mufeng thought that he was in an 8-year-old body now, and he must be treated as a child. Mufeng thought to himself, no matter what, Tsunade is my daughter-in-law. She is now and will be my daughter-in-law forever. He won't let Tsunade suffer those pains anymore, he wants to protect her and love her. He nodded directly, turning Sharinon into ordinary eyes, and ran to Tsunade. It runs very fast. Tsunade was frustrated after losing the bet, and didn't notice someone running in front of him. Puff. Mufeng slammed his head directly into Tsunade's arms. Wow, so soft. Child, what are you doing? Don't run so fast. Tsunade looked down at Mufeng and said softly. Ah, Miss Sister, I ran too fast, I am embarrassed to knock you down. Sorry, Miss Sister. Mufeng said embarrassedly, his face flushed. It feels really comfortable. It's okay, you kid, you look pretty handsome. Tsunade's beautiful eyes looked at Mufeng carefully. There was a smile on Mufeng's immature little face, and his eyes were dark and shiny, but his eyes revealed a light that shouldn't be at this age. In addition, when he was only 8 years old, he was already 1.6 meters tall, Tsunade was 1.72 meters tall, and he was like a little boy. Miss Sister is pretty, I really like Miss Sister. The sincere look in Mufeng's eyes was placed in the past, a typical slap-up master. Look, you little brother is so cute. Tsunade didn't expect this little mouth to be so sweet, and asked curiously. My name is Mufeng. Mufeng said word by word. Your name is Mufeng. Tsunade looked serious. He was the person named Mufeng. Today there are only 2 graduates, one is Kakashi and the other is Mufeng. Tsunade's eyes were full of surprise. She wanted to see what kind of genius this Mufeng was. Mufeng's reputation has spread among Jonin, a true genius. Overwhelm all the geniuses of the Uchiha family. What's wrong? What are you surprised? Mufeng asked knowingly, because he knew that Tsunade had a certain expression when he said it, and he didn't guess wrong. Sure enough, chasing his wife, I have to come a little bit. He knew that the current Tsunade hadn't gotten acquainted with it, and he would never make such a mistake again. No, I'm not surprised. My sister is Tsunade. Tsunade touched his hair and said softly. Wow, listen well. Mufeng said with a smile on his face. Suddenly, Mufeng directly grabbed Tsunade's hand. Tsunade's small hand was very thin and smooth. Yep. Tsunade was also very surprised how the kid grabbed his hand and said to him, What's the matter, is there something wrong with you? Mufeng's big black eyes kept blinking at Tsunade, very cute, and said to Tsunade earnestly, "Miss Sister, I want to invite you to dinner, can I?" The two words he eats are very heavy. He heard Tsunade's stomach gurgling. It happened that he was also hungry, so he wanted to take Tsunade to eat. It just so happens that I am a little hungry too. Tsunade stroked his stomach. Mufeng took Tsunade to a barbecue restaurant, which was 5 stories high. This is Konoha's 5-star yakiniku restaurant, and it is very expensive. In fact, the money for being a ninja is not enough to eat here. Tsunade knew this place. She wanted to eat here before, but every time she lost a bet, she just glanced at it silently and walked over. Mufeng seemed to come here often, and said to a waitress, "Hello, we are going to the 5th floor, do you still have a place?" For a 5-star barbecue restaurant, the 1st floor is more expensive than the 1st floor. As you can imagine, the 5th floor is the most expensive place. Tsunade was holding his hand by him, and her beautiful eyes looked at Mufeng's handsome face from time to time, and she didn't want to be as cold as the other jonin said. At that time, Mufeng was a high cold genius in jonin's eyes. He seldom spoke. His Hein focused on cultivation. Tsunade had never seen Mufeng, so naturally he believed them. "Another place?" the waitress asked the person on the 5th floor, smiling at Mufeng. "Okay, we need that position," Mufeng said quickly, for fear that someone would steal that position. Mufeng held Tsunade's slender hand tightly, and at this moment he felt the warmth of his hand. Tsunade let him hold it like this, and suddenly his face turned slightly red, with a different feeling, and he thought to himself, "What's wrong with me? I feel safe with him." Mufeng took Tsunade to the 5th floor. All the places on the 5th floor were full of people. Mufeng scanned around, and there was no place. "Someone must have taken my place. Which thing actually took my place? Don't you want to live anymore?" Mufeng didn't dare to express his anger in front of Tsunade, so he had to give Tsunade a good image so that it could develop. Mufeng called the waiter and whispered to her, "We just reserved a location on the 5th floor on the 1st floor. Why is there no one now?" "Hello, wait a moment, I'll show it to you." The waitress hurriedly checked and talked with another waiter. Then the waitress was a little helpless, and walked to Mufeng said, "I'm sorry, someone is robbing this position, I will talk to him now." "Yeah, good." Mufeng nodded. Tsunade stood beside him, and attracted the attention of everyone on the 5th floor. No one can help but take a look at such a beautiful beauty and a superb body. Mufeng's bulging cheeks stared at them, as if to say something to look at. "If it weren't for my wife to chase after me, I would have dug your eyes long ago." Tsunade saw Mufeng look a little angry and a little funny. This kid is really funny. At this time, the waiter came over and apologized, "Sir, after I talked to that person, he was unwilling to give up his position." "What? He didn't want to?" Mufeng Deo, there are such unreasonable people, he wants to see it. "You take me over, I'll talk to him," Mufeng said. "Forget it, shall we go eat below?" Tsunade suggested. After all, Mufeng is still a child, so how come he has so much money to eat here? Mufeng faced Tsunade, his eyes softly said, "The first time I invited my sister to dinner, how could I let my sister eat delicious food?" When Tsunade heard these words, her heart became even more warm, and her face was a little blush. Tsunade was already violent, but she didn't want to ruin her image in front of Mufeng. Mufeng looked at Tsunade and knew that there was a scene. Then Mufeng followed the waiter to that position. Mufeng saw that the person was a little familiar. "Hey, that's not a little fat man." The little fat man sat there and said to the waiter Haki in front of him, "I'll sit here first, why did you let me leave? You are playing around, I want to see who I dare to provoke, don't you see me? Beat him to death." The voice was huge, and all the people who were eating looked at the little fat man, and it was not too big to watch the excitement. At first glance, this kind of person is a nouveau riche. If you add a ninja, you can walk sideways. Everyone present thought that Mufeng would definitely not come back. Seeing the feelings around him, they secretly sighed, "So young, do you know you are in love? Good cabbage has been swept away by pigs." "Well, who do you mean to kill?" Mufeng disapproved, and said lightly, obviously a little angry. With a familiar voice, the little fat man turned around and pointed, just about to say, "Mine is." At a glance, it was even more silly. That was Brother Feng, and the little fat man hurriedly said, "Brother Feng, it's you. I didn't expect it to be you. If I knew it was you, I wouldn't come over. Look, it's all my fault." Little Fatty smiled bitterly. He knew Mufeng's strength. The people watching the excitement are stupid. Such a small child has such a high strength. The little fat man is the overlord here, and the family is rich. He grabs this position every time he eats. All thought that Mufeng was going to be beaten out like everyone else. Unexpected. Not only was he not beaten, but the little fat man even apologized. The graduation exam not only saved them, but his strength is definitely Chunin level. If Mufeng wanted to move him now, he wouldn't even have a chance to backhand. "Aren't you very good? You want to kill me?" Mufeng said as he looked at the play. The little fat man wanted to cry without tears. "How dare I hit you?" He really wanted to cry when he met Mufeng. "Brother Feng, it's really my fault. I took this meal. It was my mouthy just now. Brother Feng, you don't remember the villain, forgive me once." The little fat man pleaded hard. He knew that if Mufeng didn't forgive him, the graduation exams for the next 3 months would be one thing. After he came out of the death forest, he felt a sense of fear for Mufeng even more. "All right. You go first." Mufeng is too lazy to talk to him now. What he wants most is to eat with Tsunade. As soon as the little fat man heard that Mufeng was not caring, he ran away dingy. Everyone present was stunned, and the bully was gone. What is this person's identity? Everyone looked at with an incredible expression. All eyes were on Mufeng's place. Moment. Mufeng and Tsunade became the focus. Mufeng pulled the chair away and said to Tsunade, "Sister, sit down first." "Yes, good." Tsunade moves very lightly, like a lady. Mufeng knew that she hadn't shown that violent side yet, but Mufeng didn't care about those. No matter what Tsunade looked like, he knew that he loved Tsunade very much, loved her forever, and would always be with her. Chapter 43 Like. After Mufeng and Tsunade sat down, they opened the menu and looked at the same carefully, then raised their heads and asked Tsunade, "Sister, what do you want to eat?" Tsunade held his chin with his left hand, looked at Mufeng, and said lightly, "Whatever you want." She was very curious about Mufeng. Such a small child came here to eat? Is this Mufeng still rich? Tsunade's beautiful eyes revealed his curiosity about Mufeng. Such a small child, like a mature young man, had to admit Mufeng's talent and mind. Mufeng listened to Tsunade and said casually. Obviously, this was for Mufeng to make the decision. A smile appeared on the corner of Mufeng's mouth. He asked the waiter to come over, point to the menu, and said to the waiter, "I want this, this, and this. And this, just some more wine." Tsunade's eyes brightened as soon as he heard of wine. Mufeng knew that Tsunade liked to drink very much. He wanted a bottle of wine, which contained very little alcohol. Tsunade asked curiously, "Do you like to drink?" "You kid. It's not good for your health to drink at such a young age." No, it's not me who drink, you love to drink." Mufeng said to Tsunade, "I certainly don't like to drink very much. If you didn't drink, how would I drink?" Tsunade was even more shocked, and asked cautiously, How do you know that I love to drink? Tell the truth, or don't blame me for being polite. After speaking, Tsunade waved his fist. How could this kid know himself so much? Is he a spy? Mufeng wanted to cry without tears, and hurriedly explained, Sister Tsunade, I have heard of you, and Master Jiraiya said that you love to drink. And? You still know Jiraiya, that's not a good person, so I won't talk to you much later. Tsunade exhorted Mufeng. Jiraiya, pervy sage, was interrupted by Tsunade because he watched the girl take a shower. Tsunade knew he was that virtue. Well, I listened to what my sister said. Mufeng nodded and said obediently. Just now, Mufeng was in a cold sweat. He looked at Tsunade's small fist. If he really hit Mufeng, he would be disabled if he didn't die. Tsunade's strange power could not be blocked by anyone. I thought, this time, Jiraiya can only be left behind. The waiter came up with a plate of meat. Tsunade's eyes started to stare at the meat, and she swallowed her saliva from time to time. She knew that her stomach was already hungry. When Mufeng saw this, she felt a little cute. She deserves to be someone she likes. She has a strange temper. Tsunade is a person who can express her emotions on her face, showing her true feelings. In fact, Tsunade also has a soft heart. She is just a little strong on the outside, but in fact, her heart is weak. Mufeng hurriedly said to Tsunade, Sister Tsunade, you can eat quickly. Okay. Tsunade no longer restrained, and started eating. Xiaozhui started to eat. Tsunade ate a bit faster, but every time he ate less, Mufeng didn't know why Tsunade was not fat by eating wildly, and the figure was still so good. Mufeng started to eat too. He wasn't particularly hungry, just let Tsunade be full. At this time, the wine came. Mufeng handed Tsunade. Tsunade poured a glass, and then said solemnly, You are a kid, so you are not allowed to drink. Mufeng was taken aback, with a wry smile, This is for you to drink. After a cup of Tsunade was poured, a warm current surged over his body. This was the effect of alcohol, which made Tsunade's cheeks red. It's so cool. Tsunade said boldly. This time, be sure to drink enough. Tsunade hasn't drunk for a long time, mainly because third Hokage is a little strict. This time Tsunade also went to the casino secretly. She doesn't think about how Mufeng brought her here now. Mufeng ate the barbecue with small mouthfuls, eating in, closing his eyes, and a look of enjoyment appeared on his face. This barbecue was good. Tsunade drank a sip of wine and ate barbecue, and didn't know what to say, as if it was just enjoyment. After a while, there is nothing on the table, and Mufeng is also incredible looking at Tsunade. Tsunade's blushing face, pursing his small mouth, embarrassedly said, Sorry, I'm really hungry. Mufeng looked at Tsunade and asked concerned, Sister, are you still hungry? Hungry? Tsunade said softly, his voice very soft. Tsunade hasn't eaten for a day. Mufeng smiled slightly, fearing that Tsunade would be a little polite, and hurriedly said, Sister, I'm not full. Let's order another one. Subsequently, Mufeng waved his hand, called the waiter over, and put on another grilled meat, and said to Tsunade lightly, It's okay, it's enough, let's continue ordering. Hee. Mufeng smiled at Tsunade, but he couldn't make his future wife hungry. This is indeed a bit expensive for Mufeng, and it is estimated that all Mufeng's money will be spent. Mufeng was so cruel, he couldn't give up the child and couldn't catch the wolf. This is my future daughter-in-law, the flower. I'm full. Tsunade gently wiped his mouth with a tissue and said softly. After Mufeng heard that, he stopped eating, watching Tsunade finish eating, with an expression of enjoyment on his face. Take a break, let's go, sister. Mufeng suggested. At this time, Mufeng looked solemnly from the window outside Konoha's outside light, colorful. He knew that the ninja and the world were undercurrents, and the situation would change soon. He had to speed up his training. Tomorrow his master told Mu Feng that he would come to him tomorrow. His master Zi Xiao must train Mu Feng alone. Mu Feng speculated that the Third World War should be half a year later. At the beginning of the Third World War, all ninjas will be on the battlefield. At that time, Mu Feng didn't know if he could survive, and this was Uchiha Obito Blacken's moment. If Mu Feng can successfully stop it, this will change. And Mu Feng didn't know what the future would look like, he just wanted to be able to grasp the present and improve his strength. Then he glanced at Tsunade with the left light. He must protect Tsunade so that he would not let Tsunade experience that kind of pain again. Put it down, Tsunade, I will protect you forever. Little brother, what's wrong with you? Tsunade looked at Mu Feng, looking melancholy, and asked curiously. Mu Feng in this way does not look like an 8-year-old child at all, but just like them now, fully possessed of a mature heart. It's okay, sister, you're finished, let's go. Mu Feng said. Later, Mu Feng paid 1,000 taels. Take a bit. Why are you so nice to me? Little brother. Tsunade leaned down, with a gentle tone, and asked. Because I like you, sister. Mu Feng said with firm eyes, I will always protect you from now on. Protection. Forever. Tsunade murmured. Chapter 44 Orochimaru. After Tsunade and Mu Feng separated, Mu Feng went back to his room. Morning. Once, twice, 3 times. A figure kept facing the void, waving a wooden knife and standing over it. The whole person was engrossed there, with one mind and spirit, swinging out the wooden knife, suddenly with a shining blade, and there was also the sound of breaking wind, which was extremely sharp. Beads of sweat came out on his forehead, and the entire white clothes were already soaked. This makes Mu Feng look like experiencing a baptism of heavy rain. 990 times. 998 times, 999th times. Mu Feng's gaze was blurred, his hands were a little numb, and when he swung his knives countlessly, he lost a bit of strength. At the end, the more I can't lift the knife. It was only 1,000 times before the last time. His lips were dry and chapped, and beads of sweat had soaked his eyes, making it difficult for him to open them. The training time is very long, resulting in a very fast loss of water. He panted with big mouths and looked at the big tree in front of him with countless knife marks on it, all of which were the result of Mu Feng. It's almost the last time, is it really not good for me? Mu Feng kept asking herself in her heart. I don't believe it, I must become stronger. Mu Feng opened his eyes again, his eyes sharp as a sword, exhausted the last trace of his strength, and his right hand once again held the wooden knife tightly. At this moment, Mu Feng's whole body was full of fighting spirit, and a powerful aura radiated from him, spreading to the surroundings, and said. The 1000th time. Swinging a blow to the front of the tree, slashed directly in the past, only to see a purple blade of light passing by. Boom. The air made a loud noise. Knife light passed by. Click. Click. The big tree was cut in half and collapsed instantly. Broke out with an earth-shattering noise. Mu Feng's sword technique is 3 points, fast, accurate, and ruthless. The absolute speed combined with the power of the explosion, the knife technique produced by this is very powerful. Mu Feng got up at 5 o'clock and began to practice the sword under the big tree in his house. He knew that even though it was systematic, he would not work hard. Although he is talented, he has not worked hard enough to support his talent and cannot reach the level of the strong. Mu Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead with the sleeve of his clothes. At this moment, he felt that his whole body was very sour, but he was also uncomfortable. He is very clear about his current strength, and now his 3 current skills, White Fang's knife technique, 8 inner gates technique, and finally Mangekyo Sharinan. If all these three skills are used, they should fight the elite Jonin. Mufeng didn't ask for anything else, he must survive the Third World War. He knew very well that the Third World War was absolutely cruel. He who had never experienced a war could also imagine such a scene. Pieces of corpses fell on the ground, blood flowing, forming a river of blood. Mufeng, teacher Zixiao, let us both go over, hurry up. Kakashi looked at Mufeng after training while putting on his clothes. Well, good. Wait for me to change my clothes. Mufeng hurried upstairs, took out a white t-shirt from the closet and put it on. We are going to be late, or we will be punished. Kakashi yelled at Mufeng upstairs. He knew that Mr. Zixiao was notoriously harsh, and Kakashi didn't want to be punished. All right. I'll be down soon. Mufeng quickly went downstairs with the sound of da-da-da-da. After seeing Mufeng, Kakashi looked at Mufeng. The spotless appearance of Mufeng in white clothes was even more attractive. Kakashi strode forward and said, hurry up, otherwise it's really too late. Good. Mufeng and Kakashi shuttled back and forth between Konoha's house, reaching the ultimate speed, leaving only trails of after-images. Zixiao told them to go to the mountain next to Konoha, and they didn't know why Zixiao chose to go there. Mufeng, what do you think Mr. Zixiao trained us? Kakashi looked at Mufeng next to him. I don't know very well, you have to be psychologically prepared, I feel a bit bad foreboding. Mufeng felt it in his heart. He reminded Kakashi. After a while. After the two of them got out of Konoha, they looked towards the mountain. Mufeng couldn't even see his head at a glance. Where is this mountain? This is simply a mountain range, spreading without a trace. The narrator Kakashi was even more stunned. After living for so long, he didn't even know the mountains here. It's really white living in Konoha. Is that what teacher Zixiao said? Das Han. Mufeng's eyes were filled with shock, and asked inconceivably. This should be it? Kaka nodded slightly, he was also silly. Where can I find teacher Zixiao? For this vast big Yamanaka, finding someone is undoubtedly looking for a needle in a haystack, which makes Mufeng's scalp numb. Did Mufeng think that teacher Zixiao was wrong? Is it right here? They continued to walk forward, not knowing where Zixiao was. Mufeng and Kakashi looked blank. At this time, when they entered the mountain range, their speed slowed down. The two walked back to each other, Mufeng holding the wooden knife. Kakashi took out a handful of kakashi from his body, with a look of alertness. Mufeng even smelled a dangerous breath, feeling very powerful. In the event of an accident, immediately retreat, and never stay. Kakashi looked around and said softly, Mufeng, I feel something is wrong here, it seems that someone is there. Whizzing. A figure shuttled past, and Mufeng immediately reacted, and when she looked back, the figure disappeared. Now there were only two of them in the jungle of the entire mountain range, and it was still in the morning. The mist enveloped the surroundings. Mufeng and Kakashi's sight was blocked, which made them both more and more worried. The atmosphere became more solemn, and the jungle was even more silent. Mufeng frowned, with a heavy expression on his face. He can perceive those ninjas, and now he is full of confusion. He tries to calm himself down. If he can't see teacher Zixiao now, it's probably hard to be able to see. Suddenly, a gloomy breath enveloped Mufeng and Kakashi. And that person chakra is very strong. Mufeng and Kakashi kept observing the surroundings, and as long as there was any wind and grass, they could react immediately. Hello, welcome to my realm. A figure suddenly stood 10 meters away from them, with a pale face and eyes as dangerous as a snake, and his body was squiggly, and said lightly. Mufeng looked there, his pupils shrank slightly, that was Orochimaru. Chapter 45 Trying Hands. Orochimaru's eyes were very gloomy. He looked at Mufeng and Kakashi deeply, and smiled gloomily. It wasn't Zixiao who asked you to come here. I pretended to be Zixiao who asked you to come here. I also want to see this edition. How powerful is a genius? The matter of the two of them spread throughout the upper level. At that time, Uchiha Ming rebelled. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade were not in Konoha at all, but went on missions. After they came back, they had to be a little shocked to hear that there were only 2 people who graduated this year. How could it be 2 people? Did dozens of graduates of that year all die? Afterwards, Orochimaru heard a jonin say, Mufeng's physique is very powerful, and he has self-recovery capabilities. I always think he has blood inheritance limits, but now I still can't see anything. Blood succession limits. Orochimaru secretly said in his heart, this is a bit interesting, I have to take a look. But is Mufeng that child very strong? Then I'm going to try it more to see what kind of person this kid is. A smile appeared on Orochimaru's mouth, and he was also curious whether this Mufeng was suitable for his own physique. Mufeng has no good feelings about Orochimaru. If it weren't for him, how could Third Hokage die? Jiraiya's death also had a reason. Kakashi knew Orochimaru, who was the disciple of Third Hokage, and even the talented Jonin. It is estimated that his current strength is already the elite Jonin. Kakashi had a cold sweat on his forehead, which was the fear that Orochimaru himself brought. For a while, the whole forest became a little gloomy and silent. Only the 3 of them were looking at each other, and Mufeng felt that Orochimaru would have taken a fancy to his own body and wanted to use Mufeng's body as his container. Haha! Orochimaru, do you think you can really beat me? At this time, Orochimaru's eyes became a little playful, and he stared at the 2 of them quietly. He saw Kakashi's hand trembling slightly, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth again, and he exuded a stronger killing intent, covering Mufeng and Kakashi. But when his gaze turned to Mufeng's place, his pupils shrank slightly, very shocked. Mufeng didn't have any expression, staring at Orochimaru silently. He didn't even feel fear. It's interesting. Orochimaru whispered, let me see what is unique about you, right? When Orochimaru looked at Mufeng again, no one was there. How is this going? People. Whoosh. A sound of breaking wind came. What's the point of it? Suddenly, Mufeng appeared behind Orochimaru and said coldly. Orochimaru's eyes widened suddenly, and he was even more shocked. When did he appear behind him? A powerful breath erupted from Mufeng's body, Thinking Kun felt like he was facing the world. No one can stop it? Very overbearing. In an instant. Just when Orochimaru reacted, there was a loud bang. Mufeng directly kicked his back with his right leg. Click, click, click. The sound of broken bones. Orochimaru's figure flew out like a huge cannonball and crashed into the towering tree. Boom boom boom. There was a shaking noise. Several towering trees suddenly disconnected, and Orochimaru's shockwave disappeared completely after knocking down several big trees, and blood was flowing on the corners of his mouth. Orochimaru felt his pain very strong, and he knew that his ribs had broken at least 3. This guy is so terrible. Orochimaru has to look at Mufeng again. Not only Orochimaru, but Kakashi did not react. Mufeng is stronger than before, and the current speed is really terrifying. When Kakashi saw Orochimaru at first, his first reaction was to run. Orochimaru's strength was not what they could resist. Such a scene was completely shocked by Third Hokage, and the people behind White Fang, Minato, and Zixiao were completely dumbfounded. This is too scary. Minato's face was even more shocked. He is only in his 20s with the strength of the elite Jonin, and this child is growing a bit faster. How big is this? There is such a speed. Everyone's heart is more turbulent. Third Hokage's eyes were not only shocked, but also a little appreciative. Now Konoha's strength can be described as a master like a cloud. After a peerless genius came out, it was even more powerful than everyone. Third Hokage told the follower, "You must not disclose the news of Mufeng's strength. The more genius you are, the more dangerous you are at this age." Yes. 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 Everyone knew what Third Hokage thought, and he certainly didn't want such a gifted genius to die. Once the news is leaked, it is estimated that the other 4 countries will send people to assassinate him. Because he is still young, once he grows up, it is estimated that no one will be their opponent. Third Hokage even imagined the appearance of First Hokage back then. No one can compare with First Hokage, but in Konoha village where First Hokage is located, there is no war. At this time, Mufeng did not continue to fight Orochimaru. He knew that it was mainly because Orochimaru underestimated himself, so that Mufeng directly seized the opportunity and did not give Orochimaru any chance to react. Orochimaru slowly stood up, he tried his best, and the terrible killing intent came to Mufeng like a sea tide. The pair of eyes stared at Mufeng. No one had ever beaten him like this before, and Mufeng was the first one. But if it was Kakashi, he would be afraid, a kind of fear of the strong. And Mufeng didn't care, he wanted to see where his limits were now, smiled slightly, and said in secret, "Let's practice with Orochimaru. See if you can't hold my attack." Mufeng said lightly to Orochimaru, "This time, I think you don't need a weapon, so I don't need a weapon." Suddenly, Mufeng directly inserted the wooden knife into the ground. Orochimaru was even more taken aback, and said gloomily, "Well, I won't treat you as a child anymore." When Third Hokage saw Mufeng's approach, they were taken aback. They all knew that Mufeng was the sword technique learned by White Fang. If they didn't use the sword, Mufeng's overall strength would be greatly reduced. A purple light enveloped Mufeng's whole body, and the purple chakra was extremely domineering leaking outside. But those Jonin saw this purple light, and instantly saw the same purple sky. This is Zixiao's absolute defense. This kid has learned, and there is a hint of anticipation on their faces. Want to see how Orochimaru responds? Orochimaru felt some pressure and danger, and he knew that this feeling was mainly because of Mufeng. Chapter 46, Repelling Orochimaru. Boom boom boom. The terrifying power of Mufeng erupted, and the ground beneath his feet exploded directly. He knew that this time was the real absolute battle, and he could go all out with someone like Orochimaru. Mufeng thought that this kind of person would be the best to kill, and immune to death should be a practice. Whoosh! The figure disappeared directly in the same place, extremely fast, leaving only an after-image. Afterwards, Kakashi also caught up. "Then you guys come together." Orochimaru's eyes showed a cold killing intent, making people afraid to look into his eyes. "This is the absolute strong." Orochimaru slowly stood up, his expression even more angry. Now the atmosphere is extremely solemn. "Humph, don't be too proud." Mufeng snorted coldly. If Orochimaru hadn't defected yet, he would use Mangekyo Sharinan directly. He can't use it now. This is his only whole card. It doesn't threaten his life and will never use it. Mufeng and Kakashi came one after another before Orochimaru. Orochimaru's eyes were still calm, and he smiled slightly at their speed. Without panic at all, Orochimaru thought to himself, "I have speed and strength, these two little guys are not bad." Mufeng took away a purple light from his body, and the light it radiated was a pair of purple armor. This is Zixiao's famous work, Absolute Defense. As long as a physical attack or a ninjutsu attack, once it hits the purple armor formed by Mufeng, 90% of the damage will be blocked. This is equivalent to saving one's life again. Mufeng jumped up, slashed across the sky, and blasted Orochimaru with a heavy fist. A sound of breaking wind. Orochimaru turned around, avoiding a heavy punch from Mufeng. At this time, Orochimaru felt a danger coming to him, and suddenly thought that Kakashi was missing. secretly said in his heart, not good. Kakashi slammed Orochimaru's face from behind. No one thought that the two people cooperated so well, as if they had a clear heart. Click. Orochimaru's face directly touched Kakashi's fist, his nose crooked, and the corners of his mouth dripping with blood. This is the second time I have been injured. Fighting with these two children, they didn't even take advantage of it, and they were beaten. There are more snake hands in the hidden shadow. Orochimaru furiously said, going up to use the killing skill. Suddenly, countless lion majesty shot out from the cuffs, pouring into Mufeng and them like a sea tide. That's it? Mufeng's eyes were calm as water, and he said, taking advantage of the situation, he lifted all chakra on his body. Fire style, Yanlong bullet technique. Mufeng took a deep breath, opened his mouth and directly countless fire dragon bullets. The flame dragon bullets sprayed at the lion majesty with fierce flames. The Yanlong bomb directly collided with lion majesty, and the high temperature on the Yanlong bomb directly burned lion majesty. Ah! There were sharp screams, and in a short while, these lion majesty were all burned to death, and there was no ashes. Lion majesty is the most afraid of flames, and Mufeng thought that it would be even better if it were Sanwei real fire or Amaterasu. Mufeng easily resolved Orochimaru's ninjutsu, and had to make Orochimaru cautious. The combined strength of these two children can definitely play against an elite jonin. Chenshi. If this is the case, then I can only do this. When Zixiao comes, don't blame me. Orochimaru hasn't pushed Mufeng's limit in this way. Do you have any other moves? Just use it. Orochimaru. Mufeng said indifferently. If Orochimaru had such strength, then he would not be one of the real Sunin. The three of them were famous during World War II, especially Orochimaru was the genius of that time. It was dazzling, and everyone in that session aimed at Orochimaru. Orochimaru is a true cold-blooded killer, a person who looks down on death, and the erect pupils are even more terrifying. He is the leader of this generation. Mufeng knows that the reputation of Namikaze Minato has not yet fully risen. After the end of the three world wars, Namikaze Minato's reputation is even more resounding in the ninja world. Orochimaru pondered for a while, put his hand to his mouth, and bit it directly, with a drop of blood flowing out of his finger. Pressed down on the ground. No, he is going to summon 10,000 snakes. Mufeng knew what he wanted to do when he saw his movements. If that thing comes out, how do you play it? Can't let him summon it? Mufeng exploded with the power of his whole body and shot out. Can't let him use it? Mufeng shouted at Kakashi who was standing by. Kakashi quickly stopped him. Kakashi threw a few kunao directly at Orochimaru. Kyo rushed towards Orochimaru quickly, facing Orochimaru's arm directly. If Orochimaru doesn't evade, he still needs to perform summoning. It is estimated that his arm will be useless. Orochimaru's pupils shrunk slightly. He didn't expect Kakashi to have such strength. He really didn't expect it. He thought in his heart, as expected of White Fang's son, his strength is not bad. Orochimaru closed his arms and stopped using the summoning technique, and said to them, if this is the case, then I'm really moving. Whoosh whoosh. Orochimaru also slammed a punch directly at Mufeng, about to hit Mufeng's chest. Mufeng glanced at Orochimaru's movements and knew what Orochimaru wanted to do, but Mufeng's gaze was still firm, not advancing or retreating, and heading towards Orochimaru. His purple armor is not imaginary, but this is the absolute defense his master taught him. Now he wanted to see if Orochimaru could break his current defense. Come on, let me see your true strength. Orochimaru was even more stunned. He is an elite jonin, and it is estimated that he will reach cage level in another half a year. Mufeng turned out to be training him. Orochimaru once again mobilized the whole body of chakra, concentrated on his right fist, and slammed into the armor covered by Mufeng's purple chakra. Boom boom boom. Mr. Huge. One punch and one punch directly blasted over. What? Orochimaru let out a scream. He didn't expect all his power to bomb himself. Beat yourself. Orochimaru looked embarrassed. Mufeng really wanted to laugh after seeing it, haha. It is too embarrassing and self-infuriating. Kakashi saw that Orochimaru was not vigilant now, and seized this opportunity, tapping his toes on the ground, like a sharp sword, rushing over at a very fast speed. Mufeng was not afraid of Orochimaru's attack at all, and began to counter-attack, hitting him with a punch, blasting Orochimaru's chest. Kakashi came from beside him and kicked him in the waist. For a while, it made him a little bit painful, with a painful expression on his face. Orochimaru retreated more than 10 meters continuously. Chapter 47. Third Hokage's eyes were full of shock, and Mufeng and Kakashi's strength was beyond their imagination. At this moment, Third Generation turned around and said to White Fang, your son is estimated to surpass you in a few years. Haha. When White Fang heard it, he smiled even more. His son is also destined to be a genius. In fact, if Kakashi doesn't have Sharingan in the later stage, if he specializes in swordsmanship or ninjutsu, maybe Kakashi is also a Super Kage level character. It's just that with that Sharingan, it has completely become what people call 50-50. Orochimaru was repelled by the two children, and I may be depressed for a long time. Jiraiya next to him laughed loudly. Jiraiya saw Orochimaru's embarrassed look and couldn't help but want to laugh. The first time he saw Orochimaru this way, Jiraiya had been crushed by Orochimaru when he was young, and he was not convinced. Mufeng, his strength, why, so strong? Tsunade murmured, but she saw a hint of shock in her eyes when she saw Mufeng's combat power, but when she thought about it, the younger brother was the first man to have dinner with her, and his face was a little blushing. Jiraiya suddenly saw Tsunade look like this and was puzzled, and asked curiously, Tsunade, why is your face so red? Is it because of me? Is my beauty attracted to Tsunade? I still think I'm very handsome, haha. Jiraiya said triumphantly. A hole! Tsunade roared. Immediately, Tsunade punched Jiraiya in the face. Boom! The window broke directly. Jiraiya flew out like a cannonball. No one dared to speak, they all knew Tsunade's temper, plus she was a princess of the Senju clan and a disciple of Third Hokage, such a noble status. Before Third Hokage could react, a figure flew out, knowing that Jiraiya must have provoked Tsunade again. Third Hokage thought in his heart, Jiraiya, who is not good for you to provoke, Tenten provokes Tsunade, isn't this the rhythm of hunting for death? I really advise you not to listen. Jiraiya is also frantically killed in front of Tsunade. Tsunade is almost the most explosive in Konoha. Zi Xiao and White Fang, who watched them by the side, were also ashamed, and said silently in their hearts that they would not see Tsunade in a long time. Let's look at Mufeng and Kakashi first. A voice came out. Everyone's eyes once again focused on Mufeng and Kakashi. Mufeng smiled faintly at Orochimaru, and said, you are indeed very strong, but if the two of us add up, you are not our two opponents. Why did you get us here? Are you here to treat us as an experiment? Mufeng said in a speech. How does this kid know? Orochimaru murmured to himself, even Third Hokage didn't know that he was experimenting, who was this kid? Orochimaru's eyes were even more shocked. He originally wanted to use Mufeng as an experiment, but his reputation is too great. In addition, he is still Zixiao's apprentice, and White Fang is his adoptive father, with such a strong background. Doing Mufeng as an experiment is not just looking for death again. Orochimaru cut off this idea at that time. If true, then Zixiao and White Fang will hunt down Orochimaru in the ninja world. These two other Kage-level characters, Orochimaru didn't want to be offended to death. He was sent by Third Hokage this time to see the strong strength of Mufeng and Kakashi. Unexpectedly, he had not beaten their limits yet, but he was defeated. It was really shameful. He is very aware of Orochimaru's character, a natural scientist. Mufang's body is now perfect. It is estimated that coupled with first Hokage's wood style and physique, it will be heaven-defying. Ding. Host repels Orochimaru, 1000 contribution points. Well, Orochimaru's contribution value is too much. Mufang said in surprise, then looked at Orochimaru again and smiled. Mufang touched his fist and said to Orochimaru again, "Orochimaru, stand up, let's continue hitting." "Yep. Yep." Orochimaru was even more dazed. The child seemed not afraid of Orochimaru. Everyone was shocked when he said this, and the kid wouldn't want to fight anymore. Orochimaru should have used nearly 70% of his strength just now. Once Mufang was irritated, Zi Xiao and White Fang were too late to save them. What does Mufang want to do? "Well, since the two of you still want to fight, I will give up my life to accompany Kunzi. Then fight." Orochimaru took a step forward, his voice gloomy, his eyes revealed a strong killing intent, and he was suppressing his anger. He wants to beat Mufang thoroughly. This kid really doesn't know that the sky is high and the earth is thick. "No, you can't fight anymore." Tsunade's delicate face was a little worried, and shouted, "Otherwise Mufang would be dangerous." When she thought of Mufang's injury, she felt her heart hurt, and she didn't know why. If Orochimaru goes all out to fight Mufang, Mufang will definitely not last long. What if Orochimaru misses and kills Mufang by mistake? Tsunade hurriedly stopped and said, "Hokage-sama, hurry up and stop Orochimaru. Orochimaru is already irritated by this way. If there is a fight, Orochimaru might kill Mufang." "What? Are you true?" Zi Xiao asked hurriedly. "Well, Orochimaru and I were in World War II. Orochimaru's killing pattern had not been completely controlled. Once it broke out, Mufang and Kakashi would be in great danger." Tsunade's face showed worry. "Lulu, she didn't want to see Mufang hurt. You go there quickly and stop Orochimaru." Third Hokage also knew the seriousness of the matter and said in a deep voice, "He must not lose the super genius because of this." Orochimaru took out a handful of kunao from his waist. There was no expression on his face. The erect pupils exuded a cold killing intent, and he did not dare to look directly into his eyes. This is how he survived the war. Moment. The sharp glow in the snake's eyes exploded, and his figure directly disappeared in place. "Where?" "Kakashi, beware of the back," Mufang said to Kakashi next to him. The two of them are now back to back, afraid that Orochimaru will sneak attack from behind them. Sure enough, he has such a good combat consciousness at a young age, not bad. A voice came out. Mufang and Kakashi immediately looked around. Where Orochimaru is, it's a hell. They didn't expect Orochimaru to be so fast. Is this the true strength of the elite Jonin? This was the first sentence that came to Mufang's mind. Suddenly, a handful of Kyuuxiang Mufang and Kakashi stabbed, and the two immediately separated. There was a bang. White smoke came out, and kunao became Orochimaru's appearance. Mufang secretly said a bad sound. It was body replacement technique. A roundabout kick, abruptly fell to kick Kakashi several meters away, his eyes staring at Mufang again. Kakashi felt the pain in his internal organs, and this leg was definitely Orochimaru's full blow. That was the perfect application of body replacement technique just now. This is Jonin. The key to their battle is the details. Once there is a trace of loopholes, they will definitely seize the opportunity to give the enemy a fatal blow. Orochimaru said with a hint of disdain, "It's still too weak, and the real battle is next. If I can't defeat you in half an hour, even if I lose." As soon as this word came out, so hacky. This is Jonin's absolute confidence. Mufang helped Kakashi up, walked forward, and pulled out his wooden knife from the ground. He attached the purple chakra to it, which was extremely sharp. The strength of the two of them can reach the level of the elite Chunin, but they are still a little reluctant to play against Orochimaru. Ding. Host now has 1000 contribution points. If I use it, turn on the scene door mode again. Ding. Host is good, it only takes 10 minutes to open the King's Gate mode. After 10 minutes, if the host insists on opening the King's Gate mode, the damage will be more serious. Got it, turn it on now. It consumes 1000 contribution points and turns on the scene door mode for 10 minutes. The corners of Mufeng's mouth twitched suddenly, and it was really distressed to death, and the 1000 contribution was really distressed to Mufeng. This system is really tricky. Suddenly, the chakra of Mufeng's body skyrocketed again. This was the power brought by the 8 gate. The terrifying power broke out again, and the ground around him burst open. The whole person has changed, from the purple armor to the blue-purple armor, becoming stronger. Then you come. Mufeng looked at Orochimaru, his eyes calm, without a trace of panic, provocatively. Chapter 48, Dumbfounded. Orochimaru's eyes were full of killing intent, and he wanted to push the limits of the two of them, only in actual combat. At this time, Xiao, White Fang, and Tsunade are coming here quickly. Tsunade's brows are frowning, and his eyes are full of anxiety. He repeatedly said in his heart, Mufeng, you must have nothing to do. Don't have anything. Not only Tsunade, but Xiao and White Fang are also worried about both of them. Mufeng and the others shot out, one on the left and the other on the right, and the figure was approaching ultimate. They had to go all out to fight Orochimaru. The two rushed towards Orochimaru like lightning. Kakashi even covered the kunao with a layer of thunder and lightning. Once they encountered this kunao, they were directly injured by electricity. In an instant, the two people came to their Orochimaru, and a heavy fist blasted out. There was a burst of wind in the air. Just when Orochimaru saw Mufeng, he knew it was too late. Orochimaru stretched out his palm and abruptly took Mufeng's fist. There was a bang. Then Kakashi also rushed there, and went directly with Kiwa's sting. With a squeaky voice, Orochimaru saw that without looking at Kakashi, countless little lion majesty suddenly appeared under the cuff of his left arm, and his eyes contained killing intent. Burst out. Kakashi's pupils shrank slightly, and he secretly said, not good. Orochimaru showed a mysterious smile at the corner of his mouth, and said, your speed is still too slow. Haha, then you are optimistic. Mufeng's mouth raised slightly and responded. Whoosh whoosh. Mufeng disappeared in place without any reaction to Orochimaru. Small trick, do you think I'll take it again? Mufeng, you underestimated me too. Orochimaru disdainfully said, how could you make the same mistake twice? Suddenly, Mufeng appeared behind him with a swinging leg. Orochimaru was waiting for this opportunity, took out kunao from the ninja bag between his right hand, and pierced Mufeng's chest directly. He knew very well that once he was stabbed, Mufeng would definitely be seriously injured, and he was absolutely sure that he could pierce his armor. Although Mufeng's absolute defense was said to be absolute defense, it was still a step behind Xiao's absolute defense. This kind of purple armor consumes a lot of chakra, and Mufeng has been using it for so long, it must consume a lot of chakra. Click. A crack appeared in the purple armor, which directly pierced Mufeng's chest. Successful. The first sentence appeared in Orikai's mind. With a bang. A cloud of white smoke came out, and Orochimaru squinted his eyes to see what was going on. He might be able to guess that Mufeng was not stabbed by him. That's... Orochimaru opened his eyes wider, looking at the scene in front of him, just a wooden stake. Body replacement technique used by Mufeng. Mufeng is really a genius, has he perfectly used the body replacement technique so quickly? Orochimaru's eyes were a little excited. He really wanted to see what was in Mufeng's mind. Just then. Whoosh whoosh. Several konao attacked Orochimaru with a sharp wind-breaking sound, and they were all konao with explosive charms. Orochimaru hurried back. For an instant. Boom boom boom. Huge explosions sounded, and flames appeared on the ground, huge fire pits appeared on the ground, and the entire forest was trembling. When Tsunade looked at that place, a flame appeared. Hurry up, White Fang, Zixiao. Tsunade said quickly. If Orochimaru hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been seriously injured. There was a trace of fear in Orochimaru's eyes. This was a fear of Mufeng. He felt that Mufeng was not a person who had not experienced war at all. His mind, physical skills, ninjutsu, coupled with his caution, can completely become the captain of a small team. Orochimaru looked deeply at the rising flame, with some cold sweat on his forehead, and had to be cautious again. Suddenly, a blue-purple figure shot out from the flame, and a blade of light flashed as fast as lightning. Orochimaru hurriedly blocked it with his own kunao. Click. With an unstoppable force, Mufeng's knife slashed in the past fiercely. For a time, it was dripping with blood and stained Orochimaru's clothes blood red. Orochimaru was even more shocked. Is this FKA wooden knife? Cut off my kunao? Mufeng's moves were simpler, too simple to imagine, but they couldn't stop them. After Mufeng cut to Orochimaru, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. How is this possible? Orochimaru's voice was unbelievable, and he never thought that Mufeng could completely hurt him. It was just a drizzle just now, and it really hurt Orochimaru now. How could this not make Orochimaru angry? He felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, just a little bit. Now he was turned into a sharp pain throughout his body, his whole body trembling. Mufeng's wooden knife contained toxins. Although it was not fatal, it could bring him huge harm. Use poison. Orochimaru pointed at Mufeng in a trembling voice. He didn't expect that Mufeng's wooden knife was actually very poisonous. At this time, Orochimaru's face twisted, and he quickly used his chakra to force the poison out. He knew that this poison should numb his body, make his movements slow and weak. Mufeng smiled slightly and said, "If I am not poisonous, how could I be able to beat you?" When Kakashi saw Mufeng like this, he gave him a thumbs up, and he didn't expect that Mufeng would use poison on a wooden knife. At this time. Didn't you mean it? I just had to use poison. Mufeng explained again, but he didn't show any kindness to Orochimaru. In the previous life, if it weren't for Orochimaru, Jiraiya would really not die. Now that I can teach Orochimaru, I can clean him up, which makes myself vent. Mufeng and Kakashi looked at each other, smiled, and looked at Orochimaru at the same time. Orochimaru had some fear in his eyes now, and he was afraid that Mufeng, this kid, would make another insidious move. Now he felt that he was struggling to move, and his eyes were gloomy. This time it was planted in Mufeng's hands. Mufeng's poison is the kind of poison that the internal strength, chakra, is lost. He knows very well that if Orochimaru uses chakra, he will feel severe pain throughout his body. Next moment, there was a bang. Mufeng stretched out his right hand and hit Orochimaru's body fiercely. With a bang, Orochimaru went back more than 10 meters. Kakashi suddenly lifted his right foot and gave Orochimaru a kick. Footprints appeared on his face and he looked embarrassed. Boom boom boom. Orochimaru was beaten violently by Mufeng and Kakashi, and his body was blue and purple, and he fainted while leaning on the big tree. That's it? Mufeng slapped his hands with fear. Just then, several figures rushed over quickly. Mufeng's eyes lit up and shouted, "Foster father, master, sister Tsunade, I am here." Tsunade turned around and saw that it was Mufeng, and ran over. "Mufeng, are you okay?" Tsunade said eagerly. "It's okay. Sister." Mufeng smiled. "What about Orochimaru? Where is Orochimaru? How about he didn't give you two?" Xiao asked worriedly. Mufeng and Kakashi moved slowly. An embarrassed figure leaned on the tree and fainted. Tsunade was dumbfounded. What's going on? Xiao and White Fang were shocked, and there were big question marks in their hearts. Chapter 49, Respect. Xiao and White Fang did not expect that Mufeng and Kakashi would completely beat Orochimaru to the ground. Naturally, they knew the strength of Orochimaru. This was the leader of the younger generation. Even when White Fang played against Orochimaru, he couldn't guarantee that he could beat Orochimaru like this. All eyes were focused on Mufeng, full of shock. When Mufeng saw them like this, his face was slightly red, and he was a little embarrassed. Tsunade stared at Mufeng and Kakashi, and said unbelievably, "You make Orochimaru like this." She couldn't figure out how Mufeng knocked Orochimaru out, walked towards Orochimaru, and saw a black blood on his shoulder, a bloody smell with sweetness. As the top medical ninja in the ninja world, she knows very well that this is a kind of poison. It turned out to be like this, no wonder Orochimaru was planted here in Mufeng. Tsunade covered his white hands with Saiyan chakra, white and flawless, for Orochimaru to restrain the wound first. What the hell is going on? Xiao echoed. He also wanted to figure out what was going on. I thought Mufeng and Kakashi would look like scars all over their bodies. The ending was reversed. Xiao and White Fang smiled slightly. It seems that Mufeng still has many secrets. The two of them didn't want to reveal Mufeng's secrets, each of them had their own secrets. As long as Mufeng does not betray Konoha, Xiao and White Fang will definitely guard the growth of this child forever. Anyone would be surprised that two children could defeat an elite Jonin. If third Hokage came here, it would be even more incredible. These two children will be intensively cultivated. This, he fell while hitting him. I didn't expect that he couldn't hit so much. Mufeng glanced at Orochimaru, who knew Orochimaru couldn't help beating, and said lightly. Huh? Just knocked down Orochimaru. Hearing what Mufeng said, Tsunade couldn't believe what Mufeng said. Tsunade thought to himself, it's so possible. I haven't beaten him for so many years. You are only how old you are, so you beat Orochimaru like this. Really, Orochimaru still let us. Mufeng said embarrassedly. Tsunade, their faces are dumbfounded, and it's impossible to let you guys. Is he a masochist? This made Mufeng and Kakashi unable to explain the matter, and Orochimaru just fell there. It's like a person walking on a pavement, the car did not pass, he fainted directly on the ground, there is no way to explain this. They had to rebirth and examine Mufeng again. The current situation is so chaotic, Xiao and White Fang can feel that the other four countries are already about to move. These countries are waiting for a fuse. Once it breaks out, the ninja world will once again become chaotic. At this time, White Fang, who hadn't spoken for a long time, said, "This is not a big deal, we still want to leave here. Here, the country of Konoha and Sand, and the country of River are very near. Recently we are conflicting with the country of Sand, which is very close to the country of Sand, so let's leave it quickly." After hearing this, everyone nodded and agreed with White Fang's point of view. Mufeng, you come to carry Orochimaru. Xiao ordered. What? Why me? I don't want to recite, I can't stand his breath. Mufeng couldn't stand his gloomy breath the most, disgusted and dissatisfied. You beat him like this? If you don't recite, do we recite? Xiao glared at Mufeng, and no one wanted to recite. Of course, let Mufeng recite. What Xiao said made Mufeng even weaker to refute, and Mufeng was also helpless, went forward and carried Orochimaru on his back. Rise. Mufeng said hard. When he carried Orochimaru on Mufeng's back, Mufeng's expression was a little bad. Unexpectedly, the real Orochimaru was so heavy that he knocked Orochimaru stunned, and even asked himself to carry him back. It was a huge loss. Mufeng, if you can't, let me do it. A gentle voice reached Mufeng's ears, and Mufeng raised his head slightly, her delicate face and eyes filled with tenderness. Tsunade stood in front of him, facing Mufeng. She was afraid that Mufeng would be too tired, not to mention that Mufeng had been injured just now in the battle with Orochimaru. Seeing Mufeng doing this, she couldn't bear it. No, no, sister, I can do it, I'll carry him, don't worry. Mufeng said with such a firm gaze, he can't want Tsunade to carry it, but that's his daughter-in-law, how can he let his daughter-in-law carry it? I can really do it, sister. Mufeng said hesitated when he saw Tsunade's eyes. Mufeng's eyes looked at Tsunade, and the slender, thick eyelashes suddenly blinked and smiled. Yeah, okay. Tsunade covered her mouth with her slender hand and smiled slightly, but Mufeng was so persistent that she couldn't say anything anymore and nodded. Tsunade walked behind Mufeng and talked to White Fang about the latest situation. And Zixiao observed all this in front, fearing that there would be an ambush. The three of them, Jonan, guarded Mufeng and Kakashi. Kakashi was beside him, his eyes calm as water, and said, Mufeng, how has your strength improved so much recently? Let's do it. It may be that I was too lucky. Mufeng said lightly. Is this really luck? A month ago, Zixiao had to go to Mufeng for training every night. Zixiao's training was not the same as others. Every day at night, he started to teach Mufeng. In the beginning, I warmed up with 2000 push UPS. Although it was not particularly difficult for Mufeng, I was already sweating profusely after doing it. And Zixiao also taught him how to use the sword. He is different from the method of White Fang. Every time he teaches Mufeng's method, he must use a long silk ribbon to block his eyes. At that time, Mufeng was abused by Zixiao Tenten. At the beginning, he couldn't stop a single move. Mufeng's eyes were blocked, and his strength dropped by more than half. Always be beaten by Zixiao, either in Zixiao, or on the way to being beaten. Every day there is pain all over the body, and Mufeng has never said pain. Zixiao was even more fond of this kid, and he was certain that Mufeng would be his heir in the future. A week later, Mufeng's other senses had great perception, and the speed was extremely fast. Then a month later, Mufeng was able to fight Zixiao with more than 100 moves. This is Mufeng's little effort in exchange. Although he has a system, the system cannot always save me at critical moments. They arrived at Konoha and returned to Hokage's office. Everyone looked at Orochimaru on Mufeng's back in surprise, with a dumbfounded look. This is different from what they imagined. With his mouth open, no one spoke, and the audience was quiet. Their eyes were staring at Mufeng, full of awe. This was the respect Mufeng worked hard to obtain. Chapter 50. Mufeng and Kakashi are selected by 3rd Hokage this time, and these two people can be the focus of training in the future. The strength of the two of them has occupied the middle reaches of the elite Chunin level, and may even surpass the elite Chunin. 3rd Hokage looked at Mufeng and Kakashi with a smile at the corner of his mouth, and murmured, "It's nice to be young." In the Hokage world, one is already a young person at the age of 8, and an adult is already at the age of 13. Mufeng and Kakashi were in Hokage's office, and they were said to be watching. Yep. Mufeng felt that someone was watching him, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. That person's chakra was huge, and his strength was unfathomable. Who is watching me all the time? Mufeng looked around for a while, his face a little disappointed. He didn't find anyone spying on him. Konoha is now divided into two factions, one is headed by 3rd Hokage, and the other is rooted by Danzo. When 3rd Hokage was young, Danzo was steadily controlled. The strength of the two of you Mufeng is already at the elite Chunin level. This time Orochimaru will test you, it's what I mean. 3rd Hokage said slowly, wanting to see how much potential Mufeng and Kakashi really are. The current situation just couldn't be seen, especially Mufeng's strength was unfathomable. This time, your results surprised me. So I decided to promote you two to Chunin. Third Hokage turned his gaze to Mufeng and the others, with a gentle smile on his face. What? What? You have become Chunin at such a young age. This has already broken our Konoha record. Everyone was amazed. They knew how rare it is to have the title of Chunin. They all became Chunin in their teens, and then became Jonin in their 20s. And now Mufeng and Kakashi have been promoted from Genin to Chunin in less than 3 months, which makes people have to sigh that there are many talents. They have nothing to say about Mufeng's strength. Since the strength has reached there, they can naturally be promoted to Chunin. Mufeng stared at Third Hokage. He never thought that Third Hokage turned him into Chunin. This should be the smallest Chunin ever. Tsunade's eyes were full of gentleness, and his voice was very soft. Mufeng, you are so amazing, come on. Hearing Tsunade's encouragement, Mufeng felt firm once in his heart. He must be strong, so as to protect Tsunade. Okay, let's stop here. Tsunade, how is Orochimaru's situation? Third Hokage is also very worried about Orochimaru, who is still his proudest disciple after all. It's okay. I'll wake up after a short rest. Tsunade checked him again. It's just a coma and no injuries. Orochimaru didn't even look like this himself. Everyone couldn't help laughing when they saw Orochimaru. This is the first time Orochimaru has been beaten like this, especially Jiraiya laughed out loud unabashedly. Okay, you can leave if there is nothing to do. Third Hokage looked at them and said, White Fang, stay for a while, and there is a task for you. N. Mufeng frowned, thinking about the current plot, and his face was startled. This time, White Fang committed suicide because of this incident. He absolutely can't let White Fang take over this task, and hurriedly turned around and said, Master Hokage, can someone else take that task? N? What's wrong with White Fang accepting this task? Third Hokage asked with a question on his face. Well, I want my foster father to teach me how to use the sword again. Mufeng touched his chin and said, he really couldn't make up any good reasons. Hatake Sakumo smiled slightly, don't worry, I will teach you again when I come back. No, just these few days. Mufeng said firmly again. Third Hokage is absolutely Mufeng now a bit abnormal, giving White Fang a look. White Fang said, okay, Mufeng, you want to go home with Kakashi, I won't take the task, I will teach you tomorrow. Kakashi next to him doesn't know what happened to Mufeng today. Why not let Hatake Sakumo come to pick up the task? Let's go, Mufeng, don't say this here. Kakashi became impatient, and said to Mufeng. Let's do it. Mufeng knew that he definitely couldn't persuade White Fang anymore. He didn't seem to watch White Fang commit suicide. He also didn't want to see Kakashi becoming ruthless because of his father. This is not what Mufeng hoped for. Then we will go back. Mufeng said to Third Hokage and White Fang. Now he goes back and quickly finds the system, maybe he can stop White Fang from committing suicide. Mufeng returned to his room. Ding. Congratulations to host for becoming Chunin, and rewarding host 2000 contribution points. Ding. Congratulations to host for defeating Orochimaru again and rewarding host 1000 for contribution points. N. Mufeng didn't have any expression, absent-minded, and his mind was full of White Fang. He also didn't expect this event to be so fast. Could it be because of his existence that promoted the rapid development of the plot? It is also possible. The system, there is no ability to resurrect people. No. Really not. Ding. Host has only one thing, but it must be qualified. Mufeng immediately sat up. What are the conditions, system? There is a skill that can resurrect a person, but you must have his soul so that you can use that skill. Ding. This skill is soul rebirth. As long as you have a complete soul, then your chakra will come back to life. Really? Yeah, but host must be able to reach cage level and other strengths, otherwise chakra must be insufficient. Ding. Soul resurrection requires 100,000 contribution points. With the current progress of host, it is conservatively estimated that it will take 5 or 6 years. Damn. I have such dishes, it will take 5 or 6 years. Such a pit. 100,000 contribution value, why don't you rob the bank? Mufeng is also a little helpless with this system. A skill requires 100,000 contribution points. This FK will have to wait until the year of the monkey. He knows the character of the adoptive father. This kind of person is Ishine who silently contributes to Konoha, and the adoptive father cares about his reputation the most, if he really is going to die. What about Kakashi? What do I do? The two of them are now protected by White Fang and Zixiao, if the foster father is really. His eyes were filled with determination, and he was determined to resurrect White Fang. At this time, Kakashi told Mufeng the news that his father was gone. The tears in Mufeng's eyes were rolling, and he murmured, "Before I have time to say goodbye, I left. The adoptive father who loved him so much has gone, he has gone to the battlefield. Maybe gone forever. But that familiar back figure remained in Mufeng's heart forever.